gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Sussex, being brought to you by the ECB in conjunction with the BBC. Every ball in the County Championship you will find some commentary on throughout the domestic season. In this case, it's being brought to you by Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, Rita Green of BBC Sport, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. First thing to tell you is that looking out from up on top of the pavilion, our commentary box, it looks glorious. Beautiful sunshine. Few white clouds around, well, quite a few white clouds around, but they're moving quickly as ever. And we are absolutely set fair for a prompt start, and there's no forecast of any rain. All sounds wonderful, Adrian, but in fact it is pretty chilly out there.
It is chilly, although I thought less chilly than the last couple of days. Certainly in the sun, I walked around the Alp, the sun was out, and I thought, oh, this just does feel a little bit spring-like. So, but it's still only sort of 10, 11 degrees. I mean, it's certainly not... it's certainly...
My app says temperature 9 degrees, feels like 1 degree.
Ah. And to be fair, we are in a nice commentary box with a heater on, and I've got my sort of big coat on. So,
but you're right. The blossom on the tree alongside the Turner Indoor Centre definitely has come out during the course of these last couple of days. And at the moment, the sun is shining on Sussex because the visitors are about to resume on 149-4-3, which means that they lead by 265 already in the game with those 7 second innings wickets in hand. So they are very much in control of the game at the moment. We had a chat to the players, obviously, after play yesterday. I spoke to Jake Weatherald and... well, of course, as he has to be, he was very optimistic, basically feeling that the pitch is flattening out steadily, and that's borne out by what we've seen to a certain extent. But he feels that Leicestershire, if they can keep the chase to around about 400, have got a chance. You know, they sort of have to say that, but he clearly believes...
Yeah.
in what he's saying, and so, you know, they don't think it's all over yet, Leicestershire, and Sussex will want to bat until maybe just before tea or just they want 4 sessions, I would think.
Well, I'd have thought so. The fact that Sussex, you know, I think it's fair to say they've been the dominant side over the first 2 days. They'll feel that from that position they certainly don't want to open the door for Leicestershire and to lose the game in any way. So I think Ollie Robertson's first priority will be to make sure Sussex don't lose. So bat, as you say, maybe for a couple of sessions. That's not to say they might lose a cluster of wickets this morning, but I think ideally Sussex will probably like to add maybe a couple of 100 runs, round about 450, and then you can bring there's a feeling there's a bit of turn out there. You can bring your spinners, Carson and Coles, into the game. You can have fielders around the bat, and hope to pick up all 10 wickets. But just to say, Richard, you and I both know that Leicestershire have history against Sussex in chasing big scores. Yeah, they've got some fine players in their side, so it'll be interesting to see the equation. But I think certainly for this session this morning, Sussex will be looking to just build on this lead and get themselves into a very strong position in the match, you know, and then think about a declaration later today.
Umpires Michael Goff and Rob White heading out into the middle. I had a chat to Michael as he was helping himself to some breakfast. I was hugely impressed. He basically had a black coffee and some grapes. I was, you know, these umpires look after themselves as well as the players, it would seem. They're being followed by the Leicestershire team. Ben Green hopping, skipping around the place, suggesting that it might be he who's going to open the bowling. Indeed, he hands his cap to umpire Goff, who in the second half of the game is now standing at the pavilion end. And Messrs James Coles and Jack Carson, the 2 not-out batsmen, Coles on 23 and Carson on 12, just about arriving at the wicket. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex, YouTube, all sorts of places you can hear us. BBC Sport website, the ECB website as well. Excellent new pictures, hopefully live pictures being brought to you courtesy of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Solid investment in all sorts of impressive new tech, replays, everything like that. So I know many of you actually stream the pictures onto your television sets, and so you're basically getting TV pictures as well, and why not? All free.
Sadly, we're on them as well, Richard, now and again. Well,
Yes. Be prepared for the occasional shock when our leering faces appear on the commentator cam. Ben Green then from the pavilion end. In he comes and bowls 2 Coles onto the leg stump and clipped firmly out into the leg side. Almost Rahan Ahmed makes a little bit of a mistake. He's the sweeper out there at deep mid wicket, and it bobbled a bit. He had grabbed it at the second attempt after it had bounced off his long barrier and threatened to cross the ropes over there in front of the Stench and Benno stand. But it brings up the Sussex 150, and no harm done in terms of extra runs being conceded by that slight fumble.
Yes, he did point to his teammates and then pointed to the floor as if to say there was a little bobble over there.
Strange news at Durham, where spectators aren't being allowed into the ground today, as Green is in and bowls. Carson strokes the ball pleasantly but without too much aggression out to mid-off, and there's no run due to damage done by Storm Dave. Tiles off roofs and scaffoldings blown down, and it's made the place unsafe for spectators, and indeed no play starting on time up there. Foxy Phil suggests it's the most damage caused on a cricket ground by a Dave since Dave Masters took 8 for 10 for Durham against Leicestershire back in the mists of time. Green is in and bowls, good delivery, just nibbles away a bit. Well played by Carson, because it was an awkward one and he was half forward, managed to get enough on the ball, a little bit of outside part of the bat, and keep it down, squirted it out towards Jake Weatherald at point. He was thoroughly engaging chat to Jake Weatherald at the end of play. First time I've had that pleasure. Tell you a little bit about that as the day goes on. Green is in, bowls edged with a little bit of outswing, and it's gone down to fine third for 4. Nice piece of fielding by Charlie Hunt out there, Leicestershire's media and marketing man, I think it is. Took it on as it hit the rope and popped up nicely for him to take one-handed, but he made no mistake. I was once at Scarborough walking round the boundary there, and it was a bank holiday. You know, there was 5,000 critical Yorkshire folk in there, and I think it was Adam Lythe cut one towards the boundary on the far side of the ground. For those who know Scarborough, the west side, in goes Green and bowls solidly forward is Carson on that occasion, blocking out into the offside, and it headed straight towards me. I could feel the eyes of 5,000 Yorkshire. I watched it very carefully as it came over the ropes and just underarmed it back, but thrill of real fear as it came running down that lovely ground. Love going to Scarborough. Green is in and bowls, and again that little bit of outswing, and the ball stops the touch, and Carson, who was looking to be positive, ended up chipping it rather out into the offside. Could easily have, if he'd gone through, if he'd really put weight into the shot, that could have been a catch for Holland in the covers. As it is, it fell well short of him, but he was slightly deceived there, a little bit there for Ben Green, but no breakthrough in the first over. Sussex on to 154 for 3. Coles now 24. Carson 16. The lead 270. Very healthy.
Indeed. It's just reading here about Durham. No play before lunch at the earliest at the Riverside. I'd imagine that, no spectators allowed, but perhaps they'll play without spectators after lunch.
I can give you a little bit more information about what has happened. There was temporary scaffolding erected to hang sight screens for the early season pitches, because they're sort of on the edges of the square. And they have blown over, literally. So no sight screens is one of the problems now.
Ah, interesting. Ian Holland comes in and bowls to James Coles, who plays stylishly down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
And the suggestion is that with the ongoing wind, which is still blowing fiercely up there, and of course it being Easter Sunday, so not many tradesfolk
around
available, perhaps it is going to be tricky to get things sorted out for today at all. Unless they move to a different pitch, which they can't really.
No, you can't really do that, can you? In comes Holland again. Coles is forward and just dabs it onto the leg side. There's a big gap at mid-wicket, and he's able to saunter through for a singles. Is James Coles. He goes to 25. Sussex to 155 for 3. The leg side field, there's just one fielder in front of square on the onside, saving one. That's a mid-on. Then 2 men set back. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. In fact, they're now changing the field. They're bringing another fielder across to the leg side. So they've now got 2 men saving one on the leg side, exactly where James Coles played that previous delivery. There's Carson waits and Holland is in, bowls, and Carson plays firmly into the gully region, fielded there by Weatherald, and there is no run.
Did you see that among Jimmy Anderson's victims yesterday was young Mr. Sales, James Sales,
Right,
David's son,
soaked him.
and Anderson has also got David out back in the day.
Really?
So he's now got father and
son
son in the county championship.
Extraordinary. Another fifer. I wonder how many fifers he's got in his career. In comes Holland bowls, and Carson is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Ian Holland. It is 9th over, figures of 1 for 35. He accounted for Tom Haynes yesterday. Haynes for 13, Hughes for 72, Clark for 16. One of the 3 players already back in the pavilion.
Here's an emotional little piece about the Derbyshire all-rounder Lewis Rees.
Yes, I was reading.
Did you read that?
Yes,
he made 114 yesterday in Derby's 625 for 8.
Holland in bowls. Carson's beaten again. Lovely delivery, and Carson beaten all ends up. The ball goes through to keeper Cox, and there is no run.
And he told our colleague Dave Fletcher and the ECB Reporters Network how emotional it was for him, because his young son has got a heart defect, which they found out earlier in the week. He says, and the quotes are, "Your whole life changes when you have a little one, and it puts things into perspective." He got the news on Monday afternoon and had to go and bat 15 minutes after that.
In comes Holland bowls. This time Carson is forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 155 for 3. Carson 16, Coles 25.
And the quote continues, "There will be a time when unfortunately he has to have an operation this year. When that is, I don't know, but as all parents do, they carry their little ones around with them at all times. I absolutely adore him, and it's going to be a tough few months, but I've got every faith he's going to get through it."
Well, let's hope so. It's, yeah.
Puts it, as he said, very much all into perspective.
Yep, certainly does. As they say, it's only a game, Richard, and there are far more important things in life, much as we all enjoy the game of cricket. Well, we wish him well, and let's hope that things sort themselves out for Lewis Rees, who's a fine cricketer down at or up at Derbyshire from where we are today.
Green is in and bowls slightly short of a length on off stump. Coles can stand up and guide it off the back foot down wide of gully down towards third man, where Tom Scriven is the fielder, and take 1. At the same time, sport and cricket and diversions like this, if you like, are hugely important.
Yes, they are. They can help.
They take us away from
Yep.
all those.
Yep.
From day-to-day cares. There has to be some joy, doesn't there?
Yes, there does. No, absolutely.
And this is one of ours. County cricket. Ben Green is in and bowls 2. Carson again a little bit short of a length, and Green is no balling as well, most unlike him. It was nicely hit away by Carson. 3 Leicestershire players get to the ball at pretty much the same time, almost on the point boundary. I think it was Scriven who got there first and managed to drag it back, and Weatherald, who was right behind him, picks up and throws. Good throw by the Aussie, but even so, Carson picks up 3. He moves on to 19, 161 for 3. Can't remember Ben Green bowling with no balls going up the hill like that, but he did.
No, I don't either.
He's bowling into quite the gale he was bowling into yesterday. In he goes and bowls. All that climbs and leaves.
That was quick.
Coles, but he dropped his hands nicely, played it well, didn't he, by not playing it?
Yes.
Squared up a bit on the back foot, but managed just to, as I say, drop his hands and let the ball fly through to Ben Cox. The heavy roller did go on this morning, but I was saying to Jake Weatherald, he was saying that he's got to get used to the slower pitches. As Green is in and bowled him off stump. May have stayed a little bit low on Coles, who stayed on the back foot there. He has been bowled for 26. Green punches the air, his first wicket of the innings. Let's have a look and see what that one did. It was the nip backer, I think. It was actually just a cracking delivery. Nipped back and hit the top of off. Coles, who's quite a tall man, rather gave the impression it might have stayed low. It didn't. It was the movement, I think, rather than the bounce that did for him there. It came back in and castled. Lost his top of his off stump.
He did. Good delivery. Very fine bit of bowling and a real... Leicester will be delighted to have picked up a 4th wicket this morning, and as we said, this game is far from, you look at the score and you think Sussex are clearly in a very powerful position in this match, but they're certainly not home and hosed at the moment, and Leicestershire will feel if they could pick up 2 or 3 early on this morning and gives themselves something chaseable. Yeah, that's a good delivery. He's delighted, Ben Green.
Celebrate really good balls. If it had stayed low or something like that, then you celebrate, but not quite as much. But that was a cracking piece of bowling.
Yes, it was. No, it certainly was. Which will bring Jack Leading to the crease on his debut for Sussex.
He looked a little ill at ease in the first dig, didn't he?
Yes.
So he'll be anxious to make a better impression. 277 the lead, effectively 277 for 4 rather than 161 for 4 then Sussex, so hardly panic times,
no.
But even so, in fact, once again it's a point we made yesterday a few times. The likes of Robinson and Crocombe want, I'm sure, to see continued movement off the pitch.
Yes, yes indeed.
They don't want it to turn into some sort of road for Leicestershire to try and chase a score. They want it to nip around, but that one did. As I said, I think it's been a cracking cricket wicket, really.
It has, particularly for early season.
Well, exactly. That's the point I was making to Weatherall yesterday. If you think this is slow, mate, you should have seen some of them we've played on in the past. Green is in. Bowls 2 Leaning, who defends on off stump. Out into the offside it goes.
And what this might do, if nothing else, is just to check the Sussex progress slightly, because Sussex last night certainly was scoring very comfortably at 4s and 5s and over without really having to take too many risks. And the scoreboard was really ticking along, but Sussex will just be very keen here to make sure there's a bit of consolidation and they don't use a couple of quick ones here.
Green bowls. Walking down is Leaning, and he's beaten by movement, or just left him and played inside the line.
Very good delivery.
But immediately just second delivery, walking down the wicket, not to hit, but to try and just get nearer to the pitch of the ball, and he'd beaten on the outside edge. Been a cracking over, actually.
Certainly has. He's bowled very well throughout the match, I think.
Without always getting reward. In he goes, and bowls again. Leaning walks down and gets bat on it this time, but not entirely convincingly. Inside part of the bat, it went back down the wicket towards Ben Green, who stuck out a meaty right hand and made half a stop. So 161 for 4 at the end of the 38th over of their second innings, the third of the third day. 277 ahead.
Yes, just checking what we've got to do updates wise today. It's always a little different on a Sunday, but we'll get myself sorted out in a moment. It looks like it's going to be Ian Holland who's going to carry on. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. He's got 2 slips in place. He's coming in to bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson, who's 19 not out. looking glorious at the minute. The sun is out. You can probably still hear the wind is blowing, but certainly not as strong as it was yesterday. Certainly yesterday afternoon. In comes Holland and Bowles, and Carson is forward solidly and defensively out into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully. There's a point mid-off. Mid-on, I'm sure there's a third man. I can just see if I stand up and just peep over the balcony edge. Yep, there's a third man. A deep mid-wicket and a fine leg as the sun momentarily disappears, but lots of blue sky around us. In comes Holland and Bowles, and Carson gets runs here down to that fielder at third man, his 20th run. And Sussex go to 162 for 4 here on live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Rita Green, your commentary team. Rita will be with you in about 10 minutes time. I don't know what she's brought with her today. Yesterday we had a very nice... Oh, look at all this.
She's worried about her health and has brought...
so having bought chocolates yesterday, but today we've got...
Vitamin C.
In comes Holland Bowles, and Leaning's beaten again outside of the off stump through to Cox, and there is no run. So today we've got... we have got some sort of chocolate, but we've got oranges and grapes, which is very healthy.
You won't need to berate yourself quite as much as you did yesterday for eating grapes.
No, and we were treated last night. Richard recommended a very good Indian restaurant in Leicester, which I have to say was excellent. Thoroughly enjoyed it. In comes Holland Bowles, and Leaning drives across the line really to mid-on, and there is no run, which we thoroughly enjoyed. We had a good natter, put the world to rights on any number of issues. Of course it won't make any difference, but
made us feel momentarily better.
It did, and then just got back to the hotel in time for the last 10 minutes of the Arsenal-Southampton game.
Yeah, that made me feel better as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So that was... Sorry,
Arsenal supporters. Don't imagine there are too many listening to us.
No.
When at the park run yesterday, they asked beforehand, any visitors from far, and a chap sheepishly put his hand up and said Preston. Of course, Leicester City.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
There was a booze echoed around.
Interesting field change here, because the second slip has come out to a sort of a shortish mid-wicket, and Ben Cox is standing up to the stump, so they're putting the pressure on Jack Leaning here as... In comes Holland and Bowles, and Leaning is solidly forward, plays onto the onside. I mean, he's an experienced cricketer, Jack Leaning, but he'll have a few butterflies, won't he?
Oh, definitely.
He'll be wanting to make a score. He's come to Sussex as an experienced middle order. Where Sussex needed a bit of solidity last year. On occasions, the middle order rather fell away. So he's here to do a job, and 32 years of age, so he's played a lot of cricket in his time. As Jack Leaning comes, Holland and Bowles, and Leaning is forward, and good field placing by Ian Holland, because he plays it straight to, I think that's Eskenazi, who's standing there at mid-wicket. So the end of a tidy over from Ian Holland, just the 1 run coming from it. Leicestershire have picked up a wicket this morning, and they've certainly slowed the Sussex run rate, which was rather running away from Leicestershire yesterday. 162 for 4, Sussex still in a very strong position, leading by 278.
This is Leaning and Carson, both wearing long-sleeved sweaters, and entirely understandably. So too is Ben Green. He sheds his, hands it to the umpire momentarily, obviously. But they need Holland and Green to make early inroads Leicestershire here. We've seen over the course of the first 2 days that there is, at the moment, something of a drop-off when Leicestershire have to change their bowling from Holland and Green. So they need 2 or 3 early wickets really. Green is in, and Bowles. Leaning forward is Jack Carson. Slightly angled back, pushing to mid-on.
I think that's a really good point, actually. But Tom Scriven can bowl nicely, and but you're right. These two have consistently posed the biggest threat throughout the match. Ian Holland has picked up 4 wickets in the match now, and Ben Green 4 as well. So
Green in, bowls a little bit short, leg side as well, towards the pads, and although Carson takes his bottom hand off the bat as he fends it around the corner down towards deep square where Lewis Hill was the fielder, he knew what he was doing, so to speak, and
Yes.
pushed it away for one comfortably enough.
Yes, of the 14 wickets that have fallen for Sussex in this match, Green and Holland have accounted for 8 of them. You could say Sussex are reliant on Robinson and Crocombe, because between the pair of them they picked up 5 each. Good to speak to Henry last night, who his first 5 I was quite surprised when I saw that stat actually. I knew his best figures had come against Gloucestershire when Sussex got promotion. I didn't realise he hadn't taken a 5
He did what he said. I've had 8 or 9 forfers, didn't he?
Yes.
He reckoned. In goes Green. Bowls forward, half forward, leaning, thick inside edge, runs it out towards mid-on. Lots of oohs and ahs.
But he did go on to say that about the ball. Obviously, because Ollie Robinson got a 5 for as well, and Henry was very quick to say, well, he's got enough balls in his cupboard, so I'm having this one. I said, what are you going to do with it? He said, I don't know really. Might put it in my bag or. But good on Henry Crocombe. He's worked really, really hard during the winter on his fitness.
Green in, bowls, leaning forward a bit more solidly on the off-stump line, pushing out into the offside. He got plaudits from Jake Weatherald, which should make him feel good as well. He said, no, Crocombe was good. He said he was sharp and really blew the game open.
Did he?
Really,
Interesting. Yeah.
For them, which he did with those, was it 3 wickets in 14 deliveries shortly before lunch yesterday. But that's good to know coming from a test batsman as Green bowls, and again leaning his forward, blocking back down the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder.
How did Jake Weatherald find the conditions yesterday? Having sort of stepped off a plane not that much earlier, I would imagine. When did he get here?
He arrived on, what day is it today? Sunday. So first day was Friday. He was in the nets on Thursday. And goes Green.
Ooh.
He rolled his fingers across it, got a bit of extra bounce, and leaning was drawn into a little fend at the ball. He rehearses a rather more impressive forcing shot through the offside. That wasn't the shot he played. That extra little bit of bounce, and it was rather an indeterminate sort of waft, to be quite honest. And he was fortunate not to edge through to the keeper. Just a single from the over, then 163 for 4. The lead 279. Yeah, so he got here on Wednesday evening, I think. Yes. But he said, he said he had a good night's sleep last night, the night before, which helped.
Here comes Ian Holland coming into bowl to Carson, who dabs this into the gully region. In fact, he runs down, just rolls down to third man, and it's a single to Jack Carson. He goes to 22, the total of 164 for 4, the lead 280.
But as we've discussed, travelling a long distance, a long haul flight, first class is a very different thing.
Yeah.
To economy. you can sleep. You can put your very large, comfortable chair flat,
yes.
and if you sleep, then you're fine.
Yeah, I agree. In comes Holland, bowls to leading. Keeper Cox standing up, played down the track by leading no run. Yeah, it slightly makes me laugh when they talk about when they have these breaks in football and these international players go away and they've got to travel. I think, well, hang on a minute. You know,
private jet or whatever.
Yeah,
private,
or first class somewhere. You know, it is. You know, I mean, I've only ever, you know, if ever I go on any long trips, you know, I'm
You're steerage, are you?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I can't afford any of that. So
stoking the boilers.
Yeah, on the outside, actually, Richard. Here comes Holland and bowls and leaving defends down the track.
Work your passage.
That's right. Serve the drinks. Yeah, none of those luxuries. And irritating. I always seem to be the person in when I'm sitting at, and the person in front then puts their chair back. You know, I do think it'd be quite nice if people turned around and said, "Would you mind if I put my chair back?" But if you're just sitting there and all of a sudden the chair goes back, and anyway, that's what you have to do, isn't it? If you want to go a long way, unless you earn lots of money. In comes Holland and bowls, and Leading still not off the mark. He's faced now 14 deliveries without scoring.
Well, if you're travelling on your own, a tip would be to sit quite close to the check-in desk and look sort of soulfully at the at the steward or stewardess as they're doing the check-in, because sometimes upgrades happen.
Right. They never happen to me, Richard, I have to say. In comes Holland again. Bowls to Leading, and Leading this time does get off the mark. He waits and clips that through a square leg, and as much cricket as Jack Leading has played, he will be very relieved to be on his way. With 165 for 4, but he'll expect to score a few more than that. 281 is the lead. Just joining us this morning, good morning for Leicestershire, because Sussex beginning the day on 149 for 3. So they've only added 16 runs this morning, and they've lost the wicket of James Coles, who was bowled by an absolute beauty by Ben Green for 26. Holland is in again in bright sunshine. Bowls, that's a good shot by Jack Carson, drills that down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Overpitched by Ian Holland, and Jack Carson drilled the ball down the ground. It is the end of the over. Sussex 169 for 4. Jack Carson goes to 26. Jack Leading is on 1. I'm going to make way for Rita, because I need to make some phone calls about radio updates, etc. during the day.
Thank you, Adrian. The Leicestershire 12th man, who this morning looks to be Johnny Tattersall, has come out with something for Ben Cox. He's taken off his gauntlets. I think he's applying a little bit of some plasters or something. Just maybe he's got one at the end of the fingers, needs a bit of extra protection or something. All is well, or at least he's going to continue anyway. Puts the inners back on, and now the gauntlets, and Tattersall comes running athletically off the field. 3 slips now alongside Cox, as Green, understandably, will continue from the pavilion end. And he goes and bowls, a little bit of bounce, but nicely played off the back foot by Jack Leading. Probably one of the better shots he's played in the 15 balls he's faced, or 16 now. He's steered it away very competently down to wide third man, and picks up a single. 170 for 4.
So what would you like me to dive in on? What conference?
Green is in and bowls. Again, that little bit of extra bounce, and Carson this time plays it well. He took the bottom hand off the bat as it threatened to rise on him a little bit, and managed to keep it down a bit. Wanders down and prods at the pitch. 170 for 4. The lead approaching 300 now. 3 slips, point, third man, sweeper at extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward, square is the field, and in goes Green. The sun goes in, bowls, and Carson forward, a little uncertainly, and holds up his bat as having pushed it, as I say, not quite where he was looking to, playing it out to Yagvinder Singh at mid on, then holds up his bat to Jack Leading. Leading was going nowhere, of course. See, Johnny Bairstow's been substituted at in the match Yorkshire are playing against. He's injured his right thumb. I don't know. I think is he keeping at the moment? In goes Green and bowls. Solid defence from Carson. Everything nicely close together. Back down the pitch it goes to Green, who picks up and then lobs the ball to his skipper. Holland at mid-off to do the polishing. A rather nasty cloud is heading over us at the moment. It's the sort of cloud that looks like it might have a few drops of rain in it, actually, on the outskirts. Fingers crossed that it doesn't. Green in bowls. A little bit short again. He's not quite getting the length, and again Carson can go back and force it out into the offside off the back foot, into the gap in the covers. Sam Wood, the sweeper, comes in to field. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, but solid enough. Picks up a single, moves on to 27. The lead now 2-8-7. Every hand's in pocket out there. That is in, because it is a cold wind. 8 degrees feels like 1 degree. Sounds about right, Rita, to me. In goes Green and bowls, and forward solidly goes Jack Leaning. Played the ball back down the pitch to Ben Green, who picks up, lobs the ball to Holland because it's the end of his 10th over. 1 for 34 his figures. He's probably been a bit more threatening than those figures suggest. 1 for 42 Holland, but no breakthroughs. And Holland and beg your pardon, Green and Cox have a long conversation. He can't over bowl Green, Holland. He might want to, but he can't, because he could have a lot of overs to bowl in these 2 sessions.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure the skipper's looking for many overs, but you want to have that balance, don't you? Good morning, Richard, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, a bit fresh out there, to quote Paul Farbrace this morning. Fresh indeed, and it's lovely in the commentary box, even though we do have our coats on, but still certainly warmer in here. Right, Holland in from the Bennett end and defended stoutly there by Jack Carson, who was very enthusiastic this morning in his in the football sort of tennis game that they play before the day's play. It's got a little bit gloomy. The floodlights aren't on.
No, they won't go on, I don't think, because there's a lot of light behind this. It's just this, say, really horrible low cloud that's just coming over at the moment.
Skipper Holland in again. Full delivery and an edge. But down to third man. Oh, that was a big, thick edge. Rishi Patel went down on his knees there and thought, oh, what could have been potentially? Probably, to be fair, soft hands and along the ground. But one more to the total. 172 for 4 now, Sussex. The deficit, let's put that another way. The lead, how could I... 288, where have you been, Rita? 288. And that's what it's all about, the lead that Sussex will want to build here. But they've lost a wicket so far today, so good start for Leicestershire. Holland in. Down the leg side, little tickle down the leg side. And 4 runs. Didn't get his line right there. Ian Holland. There's a couple of oohs and ahs, but there's only one way that was going to go, and that was going to be 4 runs. So we'll forgive the skipper for that one. If he gets it right on the next one. I think they were oohs and ahs because of the angle, but for the...
Took it off middle almost.
Yeah.
You know, if he'd missed it, there'd been a very loud shout. Didn't miss it, so fair enough. But
a little bit of doubt, though, for the umpire to deal with. No? Oh, Richard's
very straight.
Here comes Holland in. And defended on this one. And there is no run.
I thought there was a bit of rain in it. Looked to be spitting now.
Oh, yes.
Might take them off for a few minutes here, folks. Yes, they are there. In fact, it's beginning to rain quite hard. It won't be raining long. I can definitely say that. It's blue sky, but I wouldn't be surprised if it stops as they go off, to be honest. But you could see the rain on the sort of fringes of this. It's a shower cloud. And on come the covers, and off go the players. So we're going to have a break of, I'm guessing, around about 10 minutes or so. There's actually quite a lot of rain in the wind at the moment, but the wind will help. Some of the players have run off. Some are a bit cooler, a bit more insouciant. They're walking off, Ben Green and Rehan Ahmed. And last off are Messrs Eskenazi and Scriven, as the ground staff get the covers on quickly. The green tractors at work today. So 292 is the current lead. It's actually raining quite hard now, so as the spectators flee for the meet, it looks like it could be a 10 or 15 minute break is my guess. So we will take the opportunity to grab a cup of coffee, if that's all right. I suggest you do the same. And I'm going to have to close the window because it's going to go on the computers and microphones and things like that. There we go. And hopefully we won't be electrocuted. In the meantime, but Rita and myself and Adrian will be back with you shortly. Hello again, folks. Pleased to say that was a very brief interruption. We did suggest as much. The noise you can hear at the Uptonsteel Grace Road is the noise of the 2 tractors pulling the rope around the outfield just to take the little amount of rain that's fallen off the surface of the outfield. And the 2 umpires, I'm pleased to say, Rob White and Michael Goff, already out there, and they've been waving at the players for a moment or 2 already. Some say, "Come on, let's get you back out there." Leicestershire are just waiting for the rest of the players from the changing room. Ian Holland is down there, and they're waving at the dressing room, saying, "Come on, everybody." Jack Leaning and Jack Carson are back down on the outfield as well, so we'll be ready to go very shortly. I don't think they're saying they might not take any overs off. We have had 7.4 overs, there or thereabouts. It is now 11:44, so they might, as I say, take a couple off. They'll announce something in due course, possibly during the lunch interval. Right, let's go again. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Rita Green alongside me for BBC Sport, and Adrian Harms, of course, for BBC Radio Sussex. You might have heard doing an update earlier. Forgetting that he was in the same commentary box as us, briefly. 176 for 4. The lead 292. Well, there'll be some who might argue that is already enough, and indeed there has been some nice movement for the Leicestershire opening bowlers Ian Holland and particularly Ben Green this morning, suggesting that the life that's been in the pitch over the first 2 days, although beginning perhaps just to fade away, there is still something there for the seamers, which will not displease the likes of Ollie Robinson or indeed Henry Crocombe. So it's going to be Holland to finish his over. He's got 2 balls left in what is his 12th, 1 for 47. By his very high standards, I don't think he's quite been at his best, Ian Holland. A little bit inconsistent, but there have been some absolute jaffers, and he's going to try and bowl another one now. In he comes and bowls, brings Leaning forward in a solid defensive push. Bat slightly in front of pad. He's not as elegant as some players, Leaning, but very effective on his day. His methods work for him for the most part, but as Adrian has been saying, he'll be very keen to make an impression on debut for Sussex. In goes Holland, bowls to him. He looks to turn down the leg side, steps inside the line, doesn't get anything on it, and he's cross with himself for not getting anything on it, because he did earlier in the over, 15 minutes ago or so now, tickle one down to fine leg nicely for 4. Didn't on that occasion, but he remains on 6 not out of 21 balls. Carson has 28 off 43. Sussex 176 for 4. Still lead then by 292.
Wow, what a change in the weather from around 10 minutes ago. Blue skies now and those wispy clouds like the start of The Simpsons. And yeah, quite a sight it is. We've got some raindrops on the windows, but I'm sure they're going to be evaporating pretty soon. And here's Ben Green from the pavilion end, who's in and bowls. This one's left alone by Carson. A little bit of bounce there, and nicely left by Jack Carson. Yeah, go back to Jack Leaning. I've watched him a fair amount for Kent actually, and I think you've watched a fair amount of him when he was at Yorkshire. He's got this very distinctive baseball bat type of style. He keeps his bat incredibly high in his stance, which is what it should be, but a bit more than probably your average professional batsman. This one's tucked into the cover region off the back foot there by Carson, and there's 1 run. Batter, I should say. Falling back into old habits there.
He's actually born in Bristol.
Yeah, he is.
Brought up in Yorkshire. Archbishop Holgate's in York. Hewith. CC. I think I played at Heworth many years ago.
Yeah, over 130 first-class games, so huge amount of experience under his belt. And here he is on strike. 6 from 21 balls. There's a bit of a chat going on here between Green and the ball is being shined as much as humanly possible. It's a bit of a change in fielding position, so the Aussie Jake Weatherald has been put to a mid-wicket region, quite short in nature, so they're trying to set something up here. Green in. This one's defended by Leaning, and there's no run. Yeah, quite a chat there between skipper Ian Holland and Ben Green, just talking about the fielding arrangements, also the umpires now having a little look at the footholes. And
Wind should help the outswinger for Green. It's swung around a little bit. It isn't quite from the south, completely from the south anymore, so he's not it's the sort of wind that causes echelons in cycle racing. It's like crosswind, sort of southwestish now. Should be warm on that basis, southwesterly wind, but it isn't.
It really isn't. I think I cried 1,000 tears this morning when I was sitting outside. Actually, it was that chilly, but in the sunshine and when the wind drops, absolutely lovely, and I really mean that. Leaning on strike, Green in, tucked into the onside, but to that man at mid-wicket. Weatherall with 66 on his back, no run. Yeah, I thought I'd do something slightly different today, Richard, instead of coming up to sit in the warmth, sit outside in the freezing cold and wake myself up, get raring to go for today, and had a little chat with a few of the players. I think I'm way too old to be doing this, Richard, but got a selfie with Ollie Robinson and Jake Weatherald as well, so they were rather nice, especially because I actually put the video on rather than the photo. Green in, off the back foot, and a nick, and taken!
Super catch.
Fantastic catch, a diving catch to his right hand side. Really, really good catch there.
Eskenazi, I think, at second slip.
Oh, Eskenazi, Stevie, take a bow. Ben Green, with who's doing the business this morning, had a wicket earlier on, was on the money, off the back foot, wasn't convincing in the stroke there, Jack Leaning. But Eskenazi had plenty to do in the slip cordon and took a wonderful catch. Another wicket goes down for Sussex, 177 for 4. And I think the Foxes have made a very good start to today.
Well, they're taking the catches, which helps. Dropped a few in this game, but that was a super one from Eskenazi. Eskenazi had a dropper as well, by his standards, one that he would have been hoping to have taken, but it was a nice height around a sort of between sort of stomach and chest, that sort of height, but it was a good few feet away to his right, and it was travelling, but he got two hands to it and took it pretty cleanly in the end. And again, Green, who bowled without reward yesterday, is getting his just desserts today. Again though, Robinson and Crocombe etc. et al. Won't be entirely displeased to see that little bit of bounce that's still there in the pitch. So John Simpson comes out to replace Leaning. 177 for 5, the lead 293. Weatherall yesterday, as I was saying, well, obviously he will chase anything 400, 450, but if they were able to keep the lead 370, 380, and that's a massive if, because the ball's getting softer as well, Leicestershire will feel they aren't quite out of this.
I think like yourself, you felt that the wicket's probably flattening out a little bit, and dare I say it, typical Aussie of, never say die attitude, absolutely going for it, why not? And the Foxes are fighting back here. 293 is the lead, and you're listening to BBC Sport, BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex. We're on the ECB website and on the World Wide Web on YouTube as well. I'm Rita Green alongside Richard Ray, and Adrian Harms will be rejoining us in a little while. And if you're just joining us, there's been a couple of wickets so far for Leicestershire this morning. Ben Green in the wickets, round the wicket now. Green driven, straight off on a lovely cover drive there by John Simpson, who's the new man at the crease. Really nice looking stroke there, and nicely fielded by the Foxes as well to save a 4. But a wicket over there, just 2 off the over and a wicket as well. Ben Green could be very pleased with himself with the bat yesterday. 43 not out, and a couple of wickets this morning as well. His figures 2 for 36 off 11 overs. So that's what Leicestershire need to do. Get the wickets and get the bat in hand once again, but quite a way to go. 5 wickets down for Sussex. I think Jack Leaning will be reflecting on his match so far, actually, generally, and didn't quite get his feet positioned in the right place for that stroke. But lovely catch there from Eskenazi. And yeah, the Foxes' tails are up.
Or can Holland chip in with a couple of wickets before lunch as well? If he can, it will taste so much better for the Foxes than their lunches on the first 2 days. So John Simpson, as a car alarm is triggered by the wind, is facing Holland over the wicket. Bowls straight, nice straight back, very correct player. John Simpson, pleasingly so, defends it out into the offside. Ahmed is at extra cover, fields, tosses the ball to Scriven at mid-off. He's the sort of designated polisher, and gets to work on it. Hasn't changed his white since yesterday, Tom, unless he has put in a couple of sliding efforts, so there is an excuse. In goes Holland, bowls, stays a touch low, and Simpson, who had started to go forward and then rocked back, did have to adjust, but he did adjust successfully. Hoping it's not my car alarm. I don't
Everyone's wondering that, aren't they, in the
just
ground?
Suddenly occurred
Is it
to me,
mine?
really.
Hopefully not.
Well, no doubt they'll announce a number plate before. It sounds quite close, doesn't it? The fact that it's good.
And it's teasing us. It's going on and off.
Holland in, bowl, straight again. Simpson might just have shaped back in towards him a little bit, slightly on the walk as he blocks that one back down the pitch on the off side.
Was it nice chatting to Jake Weatherall yesterday? Is that the first time you caught up with him?
It is, yeah. He was very impressive. As impressive sort of off the field as he's been on it so far, or at least with the bat in his hands. He was saying that obviously it was a very short notice thing. In goes Holland and bowls. Simpson slightly squared up but plays it well. Thick outside part of the bat, keeps it down, pushes it out towards point. He was up in Darwin in the Northern Territories on a bit of R&R, in his own words, in the middle of nowhere. When he obviously not too much in the middle of nowhere. If you had a mobile phone signal, it sounds like he was in the middle of the sort of bush, doesn't it, somewhere? Perhaps he was, but he had a mobile phone signal anyway, and he liked the idea. Holland is in and bowls, beautifully driven by Simpson and beautifully driven for 4, just wide of Scriven, who did put in a dive, but it was a gesture more than anything. It wasn't a big follow through from Simpson, it was just very correct and beautifully timed, and just sort of stopped it as soon as he'd hit it, really, because it came right out of the screws and flew away to the wide long off boundary for 4. What a nice first boundary for the former Middlesex, now very much a man of Sussex, John Simpson. Approaching the 300 lead, 298 now. So I asked him if he'd spoken to Andrew MacDonald at all, obviously with Andrew's Leicestershire connections and head coach of Australia now, and a man partly responsible for bringing him into the Aussie Test side. Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls. Simpson is leg before wicket. He can't believe it. He didn't even look at the umpire then, and it did plenty. It sort of swung back into him. He was on the back foot. We'll have to have a look at that one. My wondering whether height might have been a little bit of an issue. Let's have a look.
It's a good shout. It's a good shout. Height might have been the only question there.
Yeah. I think he can consider himself a touch unfortunate. We've seen what we think are better shouts not given. Looked a bit 50-50 that to me, with the massive benefit of a replay. Leicestershire won't be complaining. Simpson didn't even look at the umpire. He was so convinced that wasn't going to be given out, and I can sort of understand his thinking a little bit. It bounced out towards point, but the appeal was the loudest from Holland. Holland really went up big time. For me, Cox and the slips didn't go up that much for once. They helped, but they didn't really give it full beans. Holland did. He was convinced, and so, most importantly, was umpire White. And poor John Simpson is on his way, and Leicestershire have their third breakthrough of the morning. Sussex 182 for 6 now. Leeds still under 300. Is it getting interesting? Possibly.
Well, I'm a neutral here today, so I'll suggest it's a bit of drama.
We're all neutral.
Sorry, yes, we're all neutral. Thank you for correcting me there. That quite rightly. But as it stands, what is it? 33 for 3 in today's play. So Leicestershire in the wickets, 3 wickets so far in this session. If I got my maths right, I think I have. Yeah, why not? Did a maths A level, but calculators were in play. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. But anyway,
we were on slide rules. Do you remember those? Cheaters.
No, I don't. I don't actually. But I hate to mention. Yes.
Wow.
But anyway,
for sines and cosines and things like that.
Oh, the proper way. But certainly Leicestershire have been in the wickets this morning.
Green is in and bowls forward. Is it me or no? It's you. Beg your pardon.
I wasn't sure myself, but well, we can do a team effort here. But Ben Green up the slope a little bit from the pavilion end, and this combo, the green Holland combo is everything to Leicestershire this morning. They're doing the business. They're using the conditions. Yes, it's blustery from right to left as we see it, and a little bit of rain in the air. Green again, defended by Carson, who's been watching the wickets fall around him, so he's going to have to keep a cool head here. He seems that type of guy to me, Jack Carson, of even only being 25. Seems like a cool character. And at the crease with him is Price.
I can confirm he can, or used to be, quite feisty.
Oh, I haven't heard that story yet. Green in, defended once again by Carson. Didn't fancy that one, quite rightly. Kept a little low, maybe. He's a tall guy as well, Carson. So, unlike myself, a diminutive sort of character, you don't need to lean down too far. But the Foxes, I think they're keeping things in perspective out there. They just know they need to chip away wickets-wise and also do their best to try and just get good line and length in these conditions.
He's 6'2", Carson.
Not tall in my book. Oh, and beaten in terms of the ball, but pretty high. Yeah, it was all going on there. I thought actually it nicked through. Let me start that again. Bit of an LBW shout, but too high. According to Richard's hand, I'm pretty sure it was as well, especially for a tall guy, as we just demonstrated there, 6'2". Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, that was way too high. That was probably that was too much.
It was high enough.
Yeah, too much going on.
Yeah.
But it goes to show that looks like Ben Green's varying it up, and he's keeping the batters on their toes. Green again. Tucked into the onside and no run. So far, no runs this over, so keeping the pressure on. Yeah, you think with the lead of just shy of 300, that's a pretty big total to go after in itself, but they can get a couple more wickets here, Leicestershire. They can really feel that might be in business. Green in. Full delivery, and a big thick edge goes down to third man. Oh, moral victory there for the bowler, and a very, very good over there from Green. Just
he's
a single
been
off
excellent
it
this morning. He's been outstanding this morning. He's been pretty good throughout. but he really sort of got into his rhythm this morning. I think it helps, obviously, as I say, that the wind has just swung. It's still very strong, but it's just helping the outswinger now. He's not running straight into it like a wall, which he was yesterday. So 3 wickets in the first hour for Leicestershire. 1 or 2 more before lunch. And this could be an interesting game, but I think whatever target Sussex set, whether it be 320, whether it be 370, whether it be 420, they're going to be the favourites. But there might be a few jangles if it's under 400, sort of 350-ish. Holland is in and bowls very straight. That's a decent shout. I would have thought may have just hit him outside the line, and Carson gets away with it. Rob White says no. Let's see why he says no. By having the benefit of a good look at the excellent replays. Oh, almost got there and he stopped. We're seeing it from the back.
Ooh.
Outside the line, just outside the line. It wasn't height on that occasion. It was a very good shout, but I think it hit him just outside the line. In goes Holland and bowls again to Carson, who is, well, beaten on the outside edge this time. And Holland taking his cue from Green, I think, to a certain extent.
Very good decision there, wasn't it, by Rob White?
I think it was the right one.
Yeah.
Not entirely convinced the Simpson one was, but I think that one was. Just. But to get Carson, who's on 30, as he pushes that one on the back foot, no, he says, as he sees the ball running out towards mid-off. Green quickly onto it. Big gap in the covers, no cover, no extra cover, just the sweeper out on the boundary. They want Sussex to go for drives, but they're not giving them anything to drive, unlike the first innings. This is much better. This morning has been much better. First 2 days, not so good. Better today so far. In goes Holland and bowls squares up. Carson, thickish outside edge, runs out just in front of point. The sweeper comes in off the boundary. Carson takes one, but again, lots of oohs and ahs, understandably. It is not easy out there at the moment because Holland and Green are bowling so much better, or so much more consistently. The 300 lead, though, psychological. Big moment, perhaps. But what Sussex can think to themselves is that Holland and Green can't bowl all morning. Well, perhaps they can, who knows, but it's a big ask. In he goes, Holland, and bowls, worked off the straight by Tom Price. I don't think we've mentioned him, have we?
Well, that's the first ball he's faced.
Yeah,
first ball he's faced, yeah.
he's out here. Former Glaws man, of course. And as we've been hearing, former schoolmate of Tom Scriven.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a posse going on there, wasn't there, of talented cricketers?
And their cricket master's been here watching them, or their former cricket master, the Prices and Scriven. The Magdalen School, apparently, in Oxford. Changes to the field. Short, straight-ish mid-wicket has come in for Price. I think they've spotted a weakness, Leicestershire. Holland is in, bowls to him. He turns him off the straight again, or judging by Cox's gloves, actually, it was going down the leg side. Out towards deep square. Rehan Ahmed fields. It's the end of the over. Prices are off the mark with that single. 185 for 6. The lead 301 with 4 second innings wickets in hand, and Adrian Harms will join Rita Green.
And Ben Green continues from the pavilion end. He's bowled beautifully well this morning. What can he do in this over? With Price on strike, nicely driven, but straight to the fielder, skipper Ian Holland. And welcome back, Adrian Harms.
Hello, Rita. What a morning it is for Leicestershire. I have to say, I think Ben Green has bowled an immaculate line and length here, and well supported by Ian Holland. And all the talk this morning was how many Sussex would need, when would they declare, but there was also that sort of cautionary note about, well, yeah, they've got to get there first. And I think Leicestershire bowled really well here this morning.
Second ball of the over in the bright sunshine. Oh, this one jumped on him a little bit, and actually Price did a good job of just protecting himself.
It's Sussex are still in a very good position in the match. They lead by 301, and I'm sure if you'd have said to Ollie Robinson at the start of play, you'll lead by 301 with 4 second wickets in hand having put into bat, he'd have bitten your hand off. But nonetheless, I think I said this morning, Sussex's first priority today was to make the game safe, and they haven't yet done that.
Green in. This one's defended and squirts out to point, and there's no run. You're right, in the grand scheme of things, you absolutely take it from a Sussex perspective, but the fight's definitely there. The question mark is, as Richard quite rightly mentioned, is, well, these two can't go on forever.
No, they can't. I mean,
so who's next?
I just wonder whether the little rain break maybe helped Leicestershire a little bit, in that it gave Green and Holland maybe sort of 10 minutes to have a little bit of a breather.
Green up to the wicket and bowls. Full delivery and beaten. Very, very good ball. Straight through to the keeper. We did juggle it, to be fair, but no nick on that one.
I was going to say that was a collector's item. Mencock's not taking the ball cleanly. I mean, and interestingly, Sussex have scored at a good rate of knots throughout this game. And I'm just looking here this morning. They've only added 36 runs in, this is the 13th over of the morning. So whereas Sussex have been rattling along at well over 4s and over, they haven't been allowed to do that this morning.
Next delivery, Green. Full delivery again, and driven straight to Ian Holland. Yeah, the run rate yesterday for Sussex was 4.26, so they've definitely been pegged back. And quite rightly, the conditions are definitely favouring the fielding side, but they've just bowled really well, haven't they? Green and Holland kept the pressure on.
I think Ben Green has bowled excellently in the he's had a very good game, actually. Let's face it. He
with the bat as well, yeah.
Yeah, he was not out.
43 not out. Next ball down the leg side, not one to remember there for Ben Green, and down the leg side through to the keeper Cox, and there is no run. It's a maiden over for Ben Green, and how long can he keep going for? But so far 2 for 37 are his figures. He's bowled really well. The lead for Sussex 301. You'll be pretty pleased with that, but it's a question now, how quickly could Leicestershire get these last 4 wickets?
Yes,
head into bat.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the question now. I mean, I was just hearing over the tunnel, we're not going to lose any overs today, so we're still going to get the 496. There's another 83 overs to be bowled here today. So I suppose, well, it's not inconceivable this game could finish, but today, one way or t'other. But Leicestershire would need to pick up these wickets pretty quickly. I think it's almost certain we'll go in today forward. There's a very good weather forecast. In fact, the forecast for the rest of the day, I know we had that brief shower, but there may be an odd shower. It's the only interruption we've had in 2 and a bit days of cricket. So we've been really lucky.
There must have been a rainbow somewhere.
I'm sure there was.
Because it chucked it down, didn't it? And then very lovely blue skies.
Ian Holland is going to come in from the Bennett end of the ground, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Jack Carson, who punches the ball back down the ground, and Holland fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. So Ian Holland keeping the pressure on to a degree. He's got 2 slips in place, a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. We're very lucky to be in the nice warm commentary box. I have to say that the spectators, some people huddled down below me. I'll just break off as in comes Holland again, and Carson is solidly forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run, who look absolutely frozen, sitting on a little bench just down below our commentary box. It's hardy spectator time, no question about that. And if you've just joined us, a very good morning. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Holmes, Rita Green, Richard Ray, your commentary team. Sussex beginning this morning on 149 for 3, but they've lost 3 wickets this morning. Of Coles for 26, Leaning for 6, and Simpson for 5. In comes Holland, bowls to Carson. That's a nice shot by Jack Carson, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. Over pitching is Ian Holland, and Jack Carson caressing the ball between cover and mid-off for 4 runs. Nice shot by Carson. Nicely played. He goes to 35, and Sussex to 189 for 6.
Yeah, only slightly over pitch, but pounced on that, Carson, and
He did.
He's been watching very patiently today as all the wickets have fallen around him, and you feel like he's going to have to play a pivotal role here. I mean, it's a pretty good lead as it is, but another 50, even more, would be pretty good for Sussex.
Holland in bowls to Carson, who's surprised by a bit of extra bounce from Ian Holland, and Carson actually does well to play. I'm not sure he knew that much about it, but he's managed to get it down to square leg, deep square leg, and Rehan Ahmed comes in and fields. 1 more to Carson. He goes to 36, 190 for 6. Elsewhere around the country, Yorkshire 65 for 1. And applied to Glamorgan's 302. I heard Richard saying earlier that I think the first substitute replacement of the season was Johnny Bairstow, who had injured his thumb on the first day. I would imagine keeping wicket.
Keeper and skipper.
In comes Holland again, bowls, and Price is right back on his stumps and plays with a very high left elbow, punches it to mid-on. There is no run. Hampshire in a dreadful pickle down at Southampton, 78 for 7. In reply to Essex's 461. Matt Critchley making a big 100 there for Essex, who are in complete control of that game. Hampshire, of course, who very nearly went down at the tail end of last season. Holland again, bowls, and Price thumps that through the covers, and that's going to be 4 more. Second shot, first one was from Carson earlier this over. He punched through the covers for 4, and that's the second by Jack Carson. I just wonder whether the skipper might think to himself, maybe it's time for a change. Victor was saying that, clearly Green and Holland can't bowl all morning, but they're the pairing that have given Leicestershire these wickets this morning. I can see Ian Holland now just talking to Jake Weatherald, who is an experienced player, and I'm sure Ian Holland would, when you're a skipper, if you've got someone as experienced as Weatherald, wanders up and says, well, how about this, or what about that? But as it is, it's going to be Ben Green who's going to carry on. Just looking at some of these other scores before he does start his over. Nottinghamshire 256 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 347, and Warwickshire have lost a couple of wickets as well this morning. They're 407 for 4, leading Surrey by 79 at Edgbaston.
Green continues from the Villian end and defended by Carson off the back foot, no run. I take it that the Durham-Kent game is still hasn't resumed.
Yeah, no play before. Just looking at Dan Molesley made 144, Sam Hain making 94. Yeah, the news from Durham that was earlier on was that there'll be certainly no play before lunch. And Richard was explaining not only is there damage to some of the structures around the ground, but also to some of the temporary sight screens, which could be another reason for the delays.
Green in great line and length, and defended once again by Carson, who's patiently waiting for the delivery. He wants to swipe up at 2 lovely fours the last over.
Yes, he's I mean, he's made the batters play pretty much everything this morning, hasn't he, Ben Green? He's
it's that nagging line
yeah,
and length.
I'm just going to say that's exactly the word. He just bowls a very nagging line and length. That Ben Cox now coming to stand up to the stumps, and which forces Jack Carson to retake his guard. Just makes so much difference, Rita, when you've got a keeper who's happy to start. I mean, he's a little bit above medium pace, isn't he, Ben Green? But you've got a keeper. He's just put so much more pressure on the batting side.
Carson on strike, defends this one absolutely. Look, as a batter myself, when the keeper comes up, it's I think it's twofold as well. Clearly they're there. You feel as though you can't get away as obviously sneaking out of the crease, but also they're in your ear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm sure.
There's a bit of playmanship, I think is what the word.
Gamesmanship.
Gamesmanship, that's the one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thanks, of being in your ear and just being there and just having something else to think about. Green again, great line and length and taken by the keeper. I think he probably took his bat in at the last minute there. Carson thought, I'll leave that one alone. But really good work, as you say, having a keeper of that quality that can come up to the stumps. Still 3 slips in play. Got mid on, mid off, mid wicket cover, third man, and a sort of deepish square leg as well. What can Green do here? Keeping the pressure on, I'm sure. Yeah, again, good line of length. They think about a single. In fact, they do go through for one. It was just to the left of Weatherald. And there is one to the total. One more to the total. I'm not sure that is Weatherald, actually.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Just
Need to get a...
looking sort of...
no, I'm sorry. That was Rahan, actually.
Yes, you are right. It was Rehan Ahmed who came running in. My apologies. We were right the first time. They England bowlers from the past doing well this week. Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson and Toby Rowland-Jones now in on the act. I'll tell you in a moment.
The GOAT in play. This one's driven back and they take a single. It's probably an easy single there. Really nicely done there by Price, who's only faced 11 deliveries so far. So yes, the England players from the past, and also Ollie Robinson, of course, here.
Yeah, well, Ollie Robinson
fifer.
took a fiver, Jimmy Anderson, and now Toby Rowland-Jones, 5 for 37, Gloucestershire 162 for 6 at Lords. As we've reached the end of the over here, 196 for 6, Price on 6, Carson on 37. A very good morning, people joining us on this Easter Sunday. A very happy Easter to all our listeners and viewers, and in fact we are going to get a change from the Bennett end. We just wondered, Ian Holland was hit for a couple of boundaries in that previous over, and he's going to be replaced by Tom Scriven, who's going to come in from the Bennett end. The ground bathed in sunshine, lots of high level cotton wool clouds. We did have a brief shower just around about 11:30. Suddenly the clouds rolled in, and Richard, who knows these grounds pretty much as well as anybody, said, well, that looks like rain. And sure enough, about 11:30 it did rain. It was a short, sharp shower. We haven't lost any overs in the day, mercifully, and we've been very lucky in that regard. Sussex leading here by 312. You'd certainly rather be Sussex at the moment than Leicestershire, but Leicestershire really fought back this morning, removing Coles, Leaning and Simpson. And Sussex will want a few more than 312, I think. In comes Tom Scriven over the wicket, bowls, and Price plays firmly to mid-on. I was impressed with Tom Price in the first innings. No run off that delivery, I should say. Made a very impressive 43, and he looks a good acquisition for Sussex. Batting at number 7, it means Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been the regular number 7, has had to move down to place. Now there's something blown away. There's I feel someone's sprinting down the...
Yeah, there's a little bit of rain in the air, would you believe, even though it's bright, well, pretty much bright sunshine.
Yeah, you're right. You know, the ground staff have just gone absolutely herring. I wonder what he was running after, but we just stopped play for a moment because, I mean, there's lots of blue sky around, some high cotton wool clouds, but I think we have got a few drops of rain. Now, I'd be very surprised. And this is coming, I don't think it's coming from behind us, is it? It's, no, it's... But the ground staff ran like sort of Usain Bolt down the down the outfield. I wonder where on earth he was going, and the umpires paused. Anyway, in comes Scriven. Bowls. Oh, lovely shot by Price, but doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. It's one of those bizarre moments where the left-hand side of the ground is raining, and the right-hand side wasn't. So, but now it's looking a little bit more gloomy again. Yes, it is. I wonder if there was some sort of emergency or something, because he did run really quickly, didn't he? Yep. Yeah, he did. But Reach is right, it has got a little gloom, but there's still plenty of blue sky around. Bizarre, really, as in comes Scriven over the wicket, bowls, and Price drives again firmly. Nice looking shot to mid on. 3 nice shots from Tom Price, but a well set field by Ian Holland means that all of them go down in the scorer's book as dot balls. The ground staff are still sitting on their tractors, so they're poised to bring on the covers if this little bit of rain does turn into anything heavier, but for the time being we're staying on. And certainly by the amount of blue sky, it's almost, I mean, I would say it's probably 50% blue sky we're looking at the moment, as Scriven is in, bowls, and Price is beaten outside the stump. Extra bounce there from Tom Scriven, and Price looking to cut that one away through backward point was beaten. The ball ends up in the very safe gloves of Ben Cox, and there is no run, and now we've got sunshine across the ground as well, and the ground staff seems to have decided that the threat of rain may have passed. Scriven in again, bowls, and Price tucks inside the line, a ball that was veering down the leg side and picks up a comfortable single fielded by Rehan Ahmed, who gets in the throw to Ben Cox. One more to Price, who goes to 7-191 for 6.
I think we're safe now. I think the ground staff have
Which cloud
away.
Which cloud do you think leaked the rain, Rita?
It's one that we definitely couldn't see.
Weird,
I thought
it?
for a moment someone had dropped their water bottle on our winter, because we literally had no clouds in the sky that looked like it had any rain.
Well, when he
we
ran across, I thought it was a medical emergency or something. What on earth's going on? Anyway, fortunately it wasn't, as Scriven is in, bowls. That's not a great delivery down the leg side, and well done to Ben Cox, who makes a very fine stop and probably stopped 4 byes in so doing. End of the over, 197 for 6. Jack Cast on 37, Tom Price on 7. The Sussex lead is now 313, and we've still got another 80 overs to be bowled today. I assume that lunch will be at the normal time of 1 o'clock, or I mean, when you get additional overs, sometimes the next, you play until, if you've had rain the previous day, sometimes lunch is then 1:10. But I presume
just add it on to the end of the day.
Yeah, but presumably you do. So it could be a very long post-tea session, actually.
Yeah, very. But you like it hot, apparently, then, Adrian? You like your curries hot?
I do. I had a lovely curry last night.
Oh, plenty of chilies in it. Lots of
Yeah,
flavour.
there was. Yeah, it was.
Lovely.
It was really nice. I think Leicester is renowned for good curry, and mine was excellent. I have to say, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Wonderful.
They thought I ate a lot. I mean, I don't know. I just enjoyed it, to be honest.
Why not? Absolutely.
The funny thing was, though, it was so windy in the restaurant that the door kept flying open. We were sort of round the corner, so we were okay. But every now and again, I'm like, oh, door's blowing open.
Right, Singh from the pavilion end is on, and that's not the line that he wanted, and tucked into the onside off the back foot, and for 4 runs. That's not what Yadvinder Singh wanted to do in terms of his spell to start with. So after all that pressure that Ben Green has put on, and the 200 is up for Sussex, but Yadvinder's got to get his line of length right. He's got to try not to overstep and just relax. He's got to talk about, in his mind, the quality that he has, the 30-year-old. Got plenty of experience. Here he comes from the pavilion end, in, and bowls. Better. Line of length, punched into the cover region, and they go through for a single. It's just to the left of the cover fielder. Rehan Ahmed does the fielding.
Yeah, he had no choice really in Holland. He had to make a change, and Yadvinder Singh in the first innings 9 overs 1 for 59, where he bowled 10 no balls, and in this innings he has bowled 7 overs 1 for 24. So he's been tighter in this second innings, but Leicestershire can't afford to leak runs here.
Singh in short
Poor ball.
And pulled into the onside, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, he did.
There's a man in the deep. There's a bit of protection on the onside. That's always a sign, isn't it? A worrying sign, actually, when the skipper's got to put 2 sweepers out in the deep.
No, I agree completely, actually, and I'm sure Ian Holland with Sussex 6 down would really like to put some pressure on Price and Castle here, but he probably just doesn't feel he can do that at the moment.
Probably too early for Rehan, I'm thinking. Here's the right-handed Singh in. Better line. Better length, but the line wasn't quite there. And pushed once again to the mid-wicket area. Deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. 204 for 6.
And this is what happened yesterday, wasn't it? That Sussex all of a sudden, we've got 6 off the first, or 7 off the first 4 balls of the over, and Sussex were chugging along very merrily at 5s and 6s yesterday afternoon.
The lead now 320. Singh defended
Better.
this time by Carson, no run.
Well, that was a much better delivery, wasn't it?
Really
I mean,
good,
I suppose
yeah.
from Ian Holland's point of view, he's recognising that himself and Bengridge cannot bowl all day, so he's got to trust some of his other bowlers.
And for me, that's the difference between Division 1 and Division 2. In my humble opinion, I'm surrounded by legends here, actually, at Grace Road, but you've seen a lot more cricket than me. But here's Singh, that's in, better line and length, driven back, and actually far better driven and timed there. Really good timing there from Carson, and actually Ben Green, he'd done an awful lot this entire game, has to do a diving stop as well. But in my humble opinion, that's the difference between Division 1 and Division 2 in some respects of who are your first switches in terms of your bowlers, and having still that quality. And as a batter, not just thinking, if I see off the opening bowlers, I'll be in the runs a little bit more with the the first switch or the second switch, etc. So that's what Leicestershire have got to think about here. They're down a few bowlers, aren't they, in terms of their squad for this match as well. But bit of stability in the Sussex batting at the moment. Price 13 from 19 and Carson 38 from 68. And I don't know if you heard my rather embarrassing tale earlier this morning. I had a selfie with Weatherald and Robinson this morning, and
Oh, did you?
yeah, and I accidentally put the video on. I'm that old that when you go for a selfie
What were they doing?
in the video.
Were they talking together, or?
No, they were just coming off the pitch after warming up, and I was just sitting down, writing some notes, etc., and asked for a selfie, and it was just nice to say hello to them. Really,
No, so you had
Seemed like
you
good
both
people.
together in the photo?
No, not together.
Oh.
No, individually. No, they weren't chatting, and I wandered over and going, "Hey lads, can I have a picture?"
In comes Tom Scriven, bowls to Price, who drills the ball down to mid-on, and there is no run. I would say, actually, that I think your analysis of the difference between Division 1 and Division 2 is correct. And when you talked to the Sussex lads last season, and you would say, what's the difference? The feeling is that in Division 2, that once you've seen off the opening bowlers, that maybe the change bowlers aren't quite as effective as they are in Division 1, whereas in Division 1, the opening bowlers come off, and then it's just as hard. There's really no respite. In comes Scriven and bowls, and flicked nicely by Price down to fine leg. He picks up another single. Does Tom Price? He goes to 14. The total to 205 for 6. So no, he's being disrespectful to Division 2, but there's clearly a difference in Division 2, isn't there? Between you think between the Premier League and the Championship. It's just that extra little bit of quality, isn't there?
And Championship at League One.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is more my bag.
Well,
nowadays.
mind you, with Southampton winning last night,
Yes. Absolutely.
I will go in a minute as well, because I've got to do an update, and then I'll come back as in comes Scriven bowls. And Carson played slightly in the air out to deep mid-wicket. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. He goes to 39. Sussex to 206 for 6. Richard is back with us, sporting his Bermuda shorts. Richard's a bit like a postman, actually. I don't know whether whether he's got a side hustle. In comes Scriven bowls, and Price plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. I mean, it really is a badge of honour with posties, isn't it, to keep the shorts on.
I've done the Christmas post in my day.
Have you?
Oh yeah.
Good on you.
When I was at uni and what have you.
Yeah. I used to do paper round and all sorts of things, all sorts of jobs.
I quite enjoyed it actually.
Yeah. Yeah, except when you go to a house with a dog.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
an unfriendly dog.
Yeah. It depended where your round was.
Yeah. Scriven makes his way in again. Bowls and down the leg side, and Price just helps it on its way on the leg side and picks up 1. They're going to come back for 2. No, they're not. There's a good bit of fielding. I think that's Ahmed out there, who's around very quickly and gets in at the throw. Price on 14, Carson on 39. I'm going to have to go because I think I'm getting summoned by the studio.
No worries. I shall pick up. 3, 2, 3. Effectively 4 wickets remaining. Key period of the game. They're always key periods, aren't they? But just feel if Leicestershire can nibble 1 or 2 more out before lunch, they'll think, well, we can keep the lead to under 400, maybe 360, 370. And who knows, if it goes over 400, my word, you just can't see it happening, really. Stranger things have happened. Scriven is in from the Bennett end, bowls straight. Nice high left elbow from Carson as he blocks that down the pitch on the onside. And there's no run. End of Scriven's 8th over of the innings, 1 for 27. Picked up a wicket yesterday, not so far today. But he's kept it reasonably tight in the couple of overs he's had since taking over from Ian Holland at that far end. The Bennett end. Once again, the green seats there in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. Not quite as well populated as yesterday, but there's a good few people around. It's a good view. You can get pretty close to being behind the bowler's arm from that end. Yadvinder to continue then from the pavilion end is in, turned off his hip neatly by Tom Price. He moves on to 16, 208 for 6, the lead 324. Bit more dark cloud. Well, just that it is a passing cloud. It is not like the little shower cloud we had earlier. And again, from what is coming behind it, we're going to be fine for the foreseeable future, as they say. Yadvinder in, bowls, and no ball, not for the first time in this game. I think he bowled 10 the first dig and a couple yesterday, so he's off the mark in that respect at least. It was a foolish delivery, wasn't timed, the attempted drive by Carson, ran it out to mid-off, but Yadvinder really hasn't got his run up right, really struggling with the undulations here. In he goes and bowls straight again, and on driven, it squeezes through John Tattersall, who's on at mid-on, who dived across to his left, but he slowed it down sufficiently for Holland to get across behind him and pick the ball up before there was any chance of a quick single. Could have been a little bit of confusion. Price was momentarily interested, but it was Carson at the far end who decided otherwise, rightly, I suspect. Yadvinder into Carson. That's a better delivery. Took the thickish outside edge, bounced in a little bit of movement and ran down to third man, the edge. We'll give Jack Carson the benefit and say it was a sort of controlled edge, although he's rehearsing the shot in a manner which suggests a little bit of movement did defeat him. But no luck for Yadvinder. Did pick up a wicket in the first innings. Would love to do so now. Runs in and bowls too short. Slapped away. But he's gotten away with it because Price, although he got plenty of it, hit it along the ground more or less straight to mid-on. It could easily have gone to the boundary. And might have deserved to do so. Got away with it. Adrian's done his update. So we'll be back alongside as we head towards lunch. Yadvinder in bright sunshine now bowls on off stump, a fraction short, doesn't move either, and Price can just wait for it and sort of help it down towards third man. Little wristy push and angled bat and pick up a single. A sort of professional single, if that makes sense. County cricketers can do that very well. They can manipulate the ball around. It's not 4 or nothing. They know when a single is on offer. Yadvinder bowls onto leg stump this time. Just struggling for consistency, and Carson can turn that into the gap in the leg side and take another single. He's gone for... It's been better in the second innings, but he's still going for close on 6 runs and over. And this is Leicestershire's problem. Once the main men come off with the weakened side and with new bowlers and inexperienced bowlers, then they're not at the moment able to sort of push any advantage home.
Yeah, absolutely, and that has been the issue. You know, I was saying this morning that when Holland and Green were bowling, Sussex was scoring at about 3 and over and losing wickets. But as you say, with that over there, they're picking up now, 6 and 7s, and it means the scoreboard is ticking over. The lead is building all the time. It's now 329. Tom Scriven coming in from the Bennett end. Sun has disappeared. Comes in and bowls to Carson, who's beaten outside the off stump with a play and a miss taken by Cox, and there is no run. One of the features, I think, of this Sussex side this season, with the addition of Tom Price, is that when you've got someone as good a player as Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in at 8 and Jack Carson coming in at 9. I mean, Jack's come up the order in this game because he's a night watchman. Sussex do bat very deep. Scriven in bowls. Carson is forward, plays down the track. There is no run. However, I'm sure Jack Leaning walked into the side. He'll be disappointed with his return here in his first game. Brought in from Kent bolster the batting. And it was something Sussex needed. They needed a bit of experience just around that middle order. I'm sure Jack Leaning will be in the side and looking to score runs come next week against Warwickshire at Hove, as in comes Scriven, bowls short, and Carson pulls onto the leg side. He's gets a single fielded way out in the deep by Rihad Ahmed, who gets in the throw right over the top of the stumps. And one more to Carson, who goes to 42, 214 for 6. The sun has momentarily disappeared, and there's some heavier cloud around, but behind that, lots of blue skies. So, who knows, we may get another blustery shower. I see it's raining over at Edgbaston at the minute, and the players are off the field, but that's in the West Midlands as opposed to the East. In comes Scriven bowls, and he beats Price outside the other. I wonder if he got a little nick on that. He's looking at his bat, and if it did, it fell short of Ben Cox.
Yeah, it didn't get up very much, and it sort of, I think he got it on the bottom of the bat, almost Q-ended it into the sort of ground.
What I would say from a Sussex point of view is that they have got a good lead, and it's still offering help to the seamers.
Yeah.
Scriven in again, goals, and Driven took his hand off the bat there, did Price, but he still managed to play the ball out into the covers and picks up a single. He goes to 18 at 215 for 6. The sun is back with us, so you can tell it's sort of one of those days of typical April day.
Friends of Grace Road open in the mornings now, folks.
Oh.
A new venture, as I say. It used to just, it was usually sort of 2:30. Well, it's always been 2:30 when they open for business, but they're now open in the mornings as well.
Scriven in bowls, forward comes Carson, plays to mid on. There is no run. End of Tom Scriven's over. Just the 2 runs coming off it. He's been tight enough. 9 overs, 1 for 29. So he's only going at a bit sort of over 3 and over. Sussex 215 for 6. Carson 42. Price on 18. Sussex this morning have lost the wickets of James Coles for 26. Jack Leaning for 6. And John Simpson for 5. So if you were to go to the Friends of Grace Road, what could you get at this time of day? Could they do anything other than cakes, or is it sandwiches or just cakes?
Cake.
So you get
the meat above has the sort of more savoury side of things.
Yeah.
Well, they do some cakes, some sweet stuff as well, but pies and sausage rolls, etc. above. But the FOGR, very much cake-led. We may favour the ones. Some custom later. In goes Yadvinder and bowls on off stump. Price leans forward and blocks out into the covers, and there's no run. We didn't yesterday because Reed had brought so much sweet stuff. But they won't be open tomorrow. They don't do the last day because obviously sometimes last days aren't full days, so it's just the first 3 days. Yadvinder elbows jutting, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Price essays a huge drive and doesn't get anything on it. Cox, who's standing up, makes the stop. Not cleanly. Doesn't melt into his gloves, it bounces off them rather, and he's cross with himself. No harm done because it wasn't edged. No slips for Yadvinder, and Cox just holds up his lime green gauntlet and says, hang on a sec, we're just fiddling with the field, I think, here. Or Cox maybe have just hurt his hand a bit, actually. He's a bit sore. He just wanted him to wait for a moment or two, but he's ready now. Yadvinder is in and bowls straight, pushed off middle and leg, middle, back down the pitch past Yadvinder, but only as far as Ben Green, who is at mid on. Yeah, quite a few spectators here on Easter Sunday on the Uptonsteel stand, and certainly loads of members in front of down below us. We can't see them from up here. They occupy the benches and the seats on either side in front of and either side of the pavilion. In goes Yadvinder, bowls a bit of a half volley outside off stump. It isn't quite timed by Price. He looks down at the bottom of his bat as he jogs through for the single because Rahan out there at deep extra cover made the stop, kept it 2-1. If we see an over or two from Rahan before the close, because he has turned a few. Last night he was turning it past the bat. Yadvinder in, bowls. A little bit short, a little bit leg-sidey, and a little wristy turn of the bat from Jack Carson. Works it away to deep square and jogs a comfortable single.
Yeah, sort of the word around last night, talking to a few people, not particularly in the Sussex camp, but just a few Sussex supporters who were here, was that, you know, the word seemed to be there was a bit of turn in the pitch, and maybe Carson and Coles would play a big part on day 4. So, as you say, we haven't seen anything of Rehan Ahmed so far today.
Yadvinder bowls again, too short, and that's going to go for 4. It's pulled down to fine leg, slightly bottom part of the bat, but got what it asked for, really. And it wasn't a bad over up to that, well, not the worst over, but up to that point, but he's gone for 6 runs from it again, which is sort of what he's conceding at the moment. So 6 overs, none for 34. He'll hope to do better in other chances, if he gets any more chances. It's a month's contract, yes, but, you know, will they? Depends who's available. Josh Hole will be available at the Oval. He was bowling at full pelt on the outfield, on the spare pitch, the training pitch, if you like, when I came in this morning. So,
yeah, I mean, you feel for Yadvinder because it's his first game. I'm sure there were some nerves around, but I say, you know, it's a professional game of cricket, isn't it? And at the minute, I think it's fair to say he's leaking runs, isn't it? You know, 6 overs for 34, and it's at a time when Leicestershire just need to keep it tight. Yeah. There is going to be a change at the far end, at the Bennett end, and it looks as if it's going to be Sam Wood who's going to come into this act. And I just wonder whether he perhaps might switch Tom Scriven to this end for the last few overs before lunch, just to try and keep it tight.
You would think it would either be Scriven or Rahan.
Yes, I would agree. Yes.
Just have a couple from this end. It will only be, might only be 2, I would think. It's 16 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, they just cannot afford to leak, 6 and 7s and over, really.
Yeah, agreed. So can Sam Wood make an impact?
Well, he's bowling with, what a slip, he's got a gully in place, but essentially it's a defensive field, as Wood comes in bright sunshine over the wicket and bowls, and Carson defends solidly down to mid-on. There is no run, so the field is, well, I would say that is a gully actually. It looks like Rishi Patel is in a gully position. There's a third man, there's a point, and an extra cover, so there's quite a big gap between point and extra cover. And on the leg side there's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and 2 men sat back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket, and then Ben Green down below us at a fine leg, who's had an excellent game, Ben Green. I mean, very impressed. He's a good signing, Richard, for Leicestershire. In comes Wood, bowls short, pacey delivery, and Carson has nothing to do with the ball. Flies over his left shoulder into the very safe hands of Ben Cox. Ben Green is the type of, I compare him to somebody like a Ryan Higgins. Yes. Just a really, Ed Barnard. Yeah, just a very good cricketer. Bats well, bowl. A good county all-rounder. And Sussex will be hoping that Tom Price is, a similar mould. In comes Wood, bowls, and Carson dabs that into the offside, no run. I would say Finn Hudson-Prentice comes into that category. Finn could probably do with a few more runs to be in the Ben Green category, but they're of similar ilk. Players who come in, rarely let you down, give it everything.
He would probably classify himself, or has been classified by others, certainly up to this point, as a predominantly white ball player.
Right.
Ben Green, he gives the ball a good biff.
Wood in again, bowls, and Carson again plays him. Good over this from Sam Wood. Skipper Holland's looking for someone to tie up an end here, and he's bowled 4 dot balls in the over.
But he himself obviously sees himself as a red ball player as well. He wasn't getting much red ball cricket at Somerset. They probably didn't think he did quite enough, but I think he's shown in his time, certainly with the ball, the red ball, at Leicestershire, that he can be very effective. And he's been very effective this morning with the ball, moved it nicely.
Did. Wood again bowls and Carson back on his stumps and concedes a single down to deep mid wicket. Carson goes 244, 222 for 6. There's like 3 men back on the leg side.
Yeah, long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. So presumably they're going to invite a hook. Well, that was the bouncer at some stage, but otherwise it's at the moment the sort of tactic that's going to concede singles. Got to get it up, so he's going to hook it if he's going to hook it in the air.
Yeah. In again, bowls, and that's down the leg side. Good take by Bangkok. Disappointed with that final delivery that's over his Samuel, but he's, apart from taking a wicket, he's done what his skipper wanted to do, and that is just to concede a single off of the over. Now, I would be surprised if he had Vinder bowls the next over, and I think you're right. I think it is going to be Rehan Ahmed who's going to have a twirl just before lunch.
Yeah, as I say, you do feel sorry for Yadvinder. It just hasn't happened for him. Hasn't ever overcome the sort of situation, so to speak, and done what I'm sure he can do and find some sort of consistency in his bowling. 6 overs, none for 34. What was that? Did he get 2 with a 3 in that little spell? 3 yesterday?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did well slightly because the light wasn't very good, was it? And he, 3 or 4 overs in that spell. But we were saying, when he's bowling, because either runs are scored or wickets are taken, and you might say that for any bowler, but you just feel it's literally just around the corner. Anything could happen with any delivery that he bowls. It's exciting to watch. I love him. Brilliant.
Yeah. We're talking about Rehan, not Yadvinder, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Sorry.
Yeah, we are.
Indeed. 222 for 6 as Rehan hops in and bowls a horrendous long off that is almost results in a wicket. It was
a terrible ball.
So short, and he had to wait for it, Jack Carson, and sort of scooped it off the ground almost just over Lewis Hill at mid-wicket.
They're laughing, aren't they?
That was an extraordinary little episode. Oh, if you see that one on, it pitched, I think, in his own half there from Rehan. It was low, just over Hill. And it sort of ran down towards wide-ish long on. And in the end, it was Wood who threw it in, and one was taken. But, well, it nearly worked, as Adrian said. It's either runs or wickets, or it's amusement. Anyway, in he goes and bowls. I thought it was going to be a full toss. It was very full, but Price perhaps still slightly nonplussed, having watched what happened from the other end, just stroked it gently out to Weatherald. Ahmed is in, slightly wider, still too full, but again Price doesn't put his weight into the drive, and so Rishi Patel can make a comfortable stop at extra cover. No slips for Rehan as he goes in and bowls straighter this time. Price leans forward and pushes to mid wicket. Now, does that over 8 say +6 now?
Oh, crumbs, I can't see.
Ahmed
So
is in and pushed to mid off on that occasion by Price, and there isn't a mid off, there's just green, the mulleted green down here at long off, so this time a single does result. They've got through their overs at a reasonable lick, the Foxes. Ahmed is in, bowls a little bit short, back goes Carson, works the leg spin out towards backward point, and Scriven has to run around. He's a little bit wider than that to field, so Price can take one. A mixed bag, I think we can reasonably say, of that over from Rehan, but that first ball was, well, it can happen with a leg spinner. He's a very cold leg spinner as well, I'm sure, but
it was the loosener of all looseners. In fact, we've seen 2 looseners in this game. We saw a horrendous delivery from Tom Haynes, which sort of flew down the leg side.
That one landed nearer Rehan than it did.
I think they were having a chuckle between Jack and Rehan when that happened, because it was really quite funny. I don't think Jack would have been laughing if it got out.
No, absolutely, and it wasn't that far from doing so. Hill leaping into the air, couldn't quite get there.
Do 2:25 for 6. We've got 7 or 8 minutes to go until lunch, as in comes Sam Wood. Tall man, bowls to Jack Carson, who plays this onto the onside and picks up another single. He's 47th. Sussex to 2:26 for 6. I guess the important statistic is the lead, which is now 342. If you're just joining us, we did have a brief pause for a passing shower that kept the players off for about 15 minutes in the end, but we haven't lost any overs in the day, so we're going to have probably a very long session after tea today, when you'd think Sussex will almost certainly be in the field. Wood is in bowls and Price just ducks underneath it. But this has been a nice partnership between these two, because when John Simpson was out with a score of 182, you know, Sussex had lost another couple of wickets then, and the lead wasn't much it was just above 300.
Well, there was one very good leg before shout against Carson, wasn't there?
Yes,
Almost
there
immediately after Simpson
Yes.
had gone, and for me it looked actually closer than the Simpson one, which I wasn't sure at all about, but on such moments matches change.
Wood in bowls and dabbed into the offside by Price, no run. So this partnership is worth 28 and 18 plus 26, whatever that is. 44?
44.
Yeah. So a useful partnership, and we've seen useful lower partnerships in this match. I mean, yesterday we had 81 between Ben Cox and Ben Green, which saw Leicestershire past any thought that there might have been a follow-on. It didn't come into the equation. As Wood is in again, bowled and pulled by Price, and that's going to be 4 runs. That was too short from Sam Wood, and he's absolutely belted that, you know, Tom Price. Through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
It sounded like a rifle shot, didn't
It
he?
did.
But he's got his men out, and if you're going to bowl a bounce, it's got to be actually shorter than that.
Yes.
It was only sort of, it needs to be sort of shoulder high, so that it's, that was chest high, sat up nicely, and Price welled it through mid-wicket, miles in front of square. Is he underneath the cover?
The fielder is crawling under the covers. I don't know if they'll show that on the TV. There he comes. He's just emerging. He actually had to crawl. Oh, I don't think he's found it. Yes, he has. He was on his hands and knees, the fielder, crawling under the covers to retrieve the ball. It's a huge playing surface here at Grace Road. I reckon you could fit 1.5 hoves into Grace Road. It's a big cricket ground. You know, I mean, if you were using the whole of the dimensions of the outfield, I doubt if there's many bigger.
If it was a school ground, there'd be 4 or 5 pitches, wouldn't there?
Yeah, there would be. Yeah, and you could probably fit 2 full-size football pitches on here.
Oh yeah, easily.
Probably comfortably. In comes Wood again, bowls, and he's had it again, and that's too short.
Well, it's not short enough if he's going to bowl short. Does that?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
They're sort of they're a bit long hoppy.
Yeah, and
You've got to get it up high if you're going to get a catch out there to one of the 3 men.
Well, a 50 partnership up between Carson and Price. Price goes to 32 to add to the very impressive 43 that he made in the first innings. So he's making a good start to his Sussex career. But what this has done is just released all the pressure
completely
on Sussex, who were, you know, they I say, when you've got a lead of 300, are you under pressure? Well, to a certain extent, because
the lead's 50 now, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly 350. So
there will have been nerves when it was under 300
No,
and
for
there were
sure.
only 4 wickets left.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, there will have been. Oh, crumbs! If they could chase 340, but now it's going to be 400 almost certainly. Plus, maybe.
Wood again in and bowls, and Price just dabs this into the gully region. There is no run, and it's a point we've made consistently, and without sounding like a broken record, when Holland and Green have bowled, the bowling's been going for 2s and 3s and over, and wickets being taken. But when the change bowlers have come on, the runs have flowed 9 off of the over, and that's kind of been the issue in the Leicestershire bowling. And we have to say, before the match, Leicestershire have been shorn of a couple of bowlers who would have played in this game, Richard. Certainly Josh Hull would have played if he was fit.
Yes, and Josh Davey obviously was
yeah.
signed to replace Chris Wright, really, as the sort of, opening bowler / workhorse. He's injured. We don't know how long he's going to be out for. So, Yeah, it's certainly not the attack that they had last season when Logan Van Baker, was picking up 30-odd wickets, bowled beautifully in the run of sort of 6 victories at the start of the season. Logan. Ahmed then, last over before lunch probably, is in and bowls, and it's a good line and a good length, and it brings Carson respectfully forward to push the ball carefully out towards short extra, who's Jake Weatherald at the moment. Ahmed is in, gets there on the full this time. Carson just over pitching, or not pitching at all, in fact, just over bowling it. Ahmed, and it's clipped firmly down towards mid on or long on by Carson. He takes his single, moves on to 48. He won't be too worried about his 50 before lunch, I suspect. Ahmed into Tom Price, who goes back on his stumps. A slightly risky game because it wasn't a shortish delivery, short of a length delivery, but it didn't really turn on that occasion, so able to play it comfortably enough off the pitch. We saw one yesterday, a googly, that absolutely, I can't remember who the batsman was, but it absolutely did him.
Yeah.
Just missed the stumps. Ahmed is in and bowls. I think that might have been the googly as well, because Price again went back. It was just short of a length though, and it bounced and turned a bit, but Price, with a oddly angled bat, was able to keep it out. Ahmed, famous last words, looks to have found his line and length now. In he goes and bowls, driven into the ground by Price, bounces up to Weatherald on the full, takes it comfortably. One ball to go in the over, 12:59, showing in green, so we won't have another over. Umpire White is standing a long way back at square leg by the time he got there, I'm pretty sure. And indeed, Price and Carson do a spot of gardening, and Leicestershire look like they're ready for their lunch as well, because they're changing the field now, and there goes the clock. It ticks on to 1 o'clock, so this will be the last ball of, again, fascinating session we've had.
Yep.
Ahmed is in and bowls. Back goes Price and defends it back down the pitch to Ahmed, who lets the ball run up to his foot, flicks it up, hands it to umpire Goff. We are done for the morning here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, and the first hour belonged to Leicestershire.
Yes.
The second hour belonged to Sussex. They are 235 for 6. Tom Price has 32. Jack Carson has 48. Together they have very much steadied the Sussex ship. It was a little bit wobbly, a little bit leaky when John Simpson went leg before wicket to Ian Holland for 5, 182 for 6 at that stage, and the lead well under 300, and Leicestershire might have hoped, but since then Messrs Price and Carson have added a nice solid unbeaten half-century partnership for the 7th wicket and extended Sussex's lead past 350 with power to add. Adrian and myself and Rita will be back with you in around about 35 minutes time for what could be a pivotal session. They could all be pivotal sessions, of course they could, but the likelihood is at some stage during this afternoon either the innings will end, or Ollie Robinson might say, right, see if you can get 430 Leicestershire. See you shortly.
that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Jones back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Bye.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, from Uptonsteel Grace Road in Leicester. Second session, afternoon session, if you prefer, on the third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Sussex about to resume their second innings on 235 for 6. They lead by 351 with those 4 second innings wickets in hand, a healthy position indeed. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you by the BBC in partnership with the ECB on all BBC sort of outlets, BBC Sport, and of course the apps, and of course the ECB website, as well as BBC Radio Leicester, and pictures being brought to you by the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Moving pictures, no less, and very good moving pictures too. And they're available via the club and also on worldwide sites like YouTube, etc. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and Rita Green from BBC Sport are your commentary team, or constitute your commentary team this afternoon. And Adrian, we are once again, despite the cold, set fair.
We are. We've been incredibly lucky, haven't we? We just had a very brief interruption for a shower around about 11:30 this morning, but we haven't lost any overs. I see that Ben Green is stripped off, and he's going to bowl from the Bennett end. He bowled earlier on today from the Pavilion end, and
yesterday too.
Well, he's been Leicestershire's outstanding performer in the match. I mean, he's picked up wickets, he's made runs. But unfortunately, he's had to shoulder probably a little bit too much work, and with the other, the backup bowlers haven't caused the same issues to the Sussex batters. But he's been excellent, Ben Green, no question about that.
The indefatigable Ben Green, and he's going to be bowling to Jack Carson, who is within a blow of a half century. He's 48 not out of 89 balls, and together with Tom Price, we've been saying, when they came together, when John Simpson was leg before wicket to Ian Holland, well, there might have been a few little nerves in the Sussex camp at 182 for 6, but at 235 for 6 they are in a much, much stronger position. Green in then from the Bennett end bowls, and Carson is reaching a little bit as he steps forward, looking to drive. That might just have straightened on him a touch, come back in a touch, and he ended up pushing it out to mid-off, and there's no run. I had an email from Sete. David has told me how to pronounce that, and I'm not sure I've done it. I may have forgotten it. Anyway, David Lashley, hello. David, good to hear from you. A glorious end to last year. Fantastic to have Leicestershire back on the radio and back in the big time, says David. Go back to that in a minute. In goes Green and bowls, defended by Carson. Again, it might just have come back into him a touch. He says, great to see the upgraded presentation. Congratulations to the people concerned. A bracing start to Division 1 life. That's what bracing is one of those words that can mean both things, can't it? I remember my mother used to describe the wind on the North Sea coast as fresh when it was freezing. So ditto bracing, I suspect. In goes Green and bowls a little bit short, cut hard down into the ground, but a good stop by Weatherall. It wasn't too far wide of him for the Australian to get down and make the stop.
Do you think we've got a shower on the way, Richard? I'm just sort of looking in the direction where that rain came from earlier, and I'm sure it's not raining over there, actually.
I think we're going to be okay. I know what you mean. It's a little bit like the cloud that gave us a bit of a shower this morning, isn't it? And I think you may be right, but it might just blow past. Fingers crossed. Green is in and bowl short, and well played by Jack Carson. He got up. It was round about shoulder high as it went or threatened to go past him, a few inches outside off stump, but he rode it really nicely and didn't try and do too much with the ball, just guided it down into the offside behind square and picked up a single to move on to 49. Just to continue with, David's just preparing himself for the first Mediterranean swim of the year. Can't be bad.
Wow. Okay,
Can't
lovely.
be bad.
How warm
I've seen
would the
pictures
water be?
from my athletic club over there. It's cold. In goes Green and bowls, and again that one came back a little bit at Tom Price.
Squared him up a
And
bit.
it ended up taking the bottom hand off the bat, and it all got a little bit ugly as far as Price was concerned. But the main thing, also as far as he was concerned, was he kept it out.
Yeah, but your cold and my cold are considerably. I would consider cold sort of 23 degrees. I'm thinking, oh, blimey. I mean, you're probably getting into something like 10, I expect.
Only with a wetsuit on. Did a Christmas Day swim a couple of years ago in Spain. My word, I was trembling for minutes after coming out there. In goes Green, bowls outside off stump, and it's left by Price.
That's interesting, because I thought in the Mediterranean it would still have some.
No.
Right, it was cold.
It gets very cold. I was chuffed to see the weather hold out over there for this first game, although maybe the way the game is heading, maybe he says rain wouldn't be the worst thing. The Guardian has us predicted to finish 10th, and I'm sure they would have predicted lower if they could. How do you see us faring this year? Optimistically, David, I'll go 7th.
Right. but actually, David, I mean, I'm a little bit in the camp of, it's a little bit in football like the Premier League and the Championship. I like to see Championship sides come up and survive. Otherwise, it just becomes a closed shop, and it actually becomes really dull. So I think to have sides who come up, and do well, I mean, it's increasingly difficult, and we've been listening on Sports Extra to Paul Farbrace talking about the financial differences between the so-called bigger clubs. So it is difficult, but I really hope Leicestershire stay up. I think it's good for the game. I think if you get in a situation you've just got 10 sides every season in Division 1, in comes Rihan Ahmed bowls and
Shocker.
Carson plays that to deep mid-wicket and picks up a single. I mean, I know they're always going to have promotion and relegation. What's the applause
50.
for? 50 for Jack Carson. How dreadful that I missed Jack's 50. If his mum and dad are listening, I'm really sorry. I was going off on one about clubs getting promoted, etc. But well done, Jack. I spoke to Jack before the season. He was in good spirits, and he'll be in even better spirits now.
94 balls, 5 fours.
Rihan Ahmed is back to his mark and is in as the wind gusts away. Bowls and forward comes Price, placed a short extra. There is no run. I mean, I guess they're always going to have promotion and relegation, but if it becomes just unsustainable for clubs to stay up, it's not great for them.
Are you sure they'll always have it?
Well, perhaps they won't. Ahmed in bowls, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's one of the issues in rugby, isn't it, where it's been a closed shop for Premiership sides, and there's no relegations, there's no jeopardy, and I just don't think it's good for the game, to be honest. So no, I'm not sure. Ahmed in bowls, Price with a flick of the wrists, plays 2 mid on. There is no run.
I still think there's quite a big lobby, if you like, in professional cricket in this country. Would like to see the number of counties reduced and have that quote unquote closed shop.
Ahmed in bowls, and Price again with a flick of the wrists plays that down to deep at mid-wicket and picks up his 33rd run, 238 for 6. The lead goes to 354.
There was an awful lot of talk about it 2 seasons ago, wasn't there? And different tiers.
Yeah. He gives that a bit of a 12, but it's short, and he's perhaps a little lucky to get away with it. Actually, Jack Carson looks a bit annoyed that he didn't hammer that for runs. End of Rihan Ahmed's over, 238 for 6. Price 33, Carson is on 50, and the lead for Sussex is 354.
I know the club is sort of targeting 4th as well as 4th finals day at the T20 and a good run in the One Day Cup, in which they've done very well in recent years. But I think to do that in the county championship, everybody's going to have to be fit all the time, and the overseas are going to have to be pretty special. So Ajaz Patel is coming from New Zealand. Presumably he's either here or at least on his way, but he's going to have a very good season, and hopefully Jake Weatherwood will have a good 6 games, and whoever comes thereafter. Ben Green continues from the Bennett end down the slope in bowls very straight. Price is all care and attention as he applies himself in defence to that delivery. Pushes it back up the pitch to Green, who lobs it to Scriven, who's at mid-off, to do some very careful polishing. Inspected the ball minutely there, Tom Scriven. But good to hear from you, David, and hopefully we'll hear from you at various times during the season. Green is in and bowls and edged down to the finest of third men for 4. There is a slip, Rishi Patel, but it was wide of him. It was through about 2/3 slip. Now, to what extent was it in the air as it went through? It was a genuine edge on the part of Price. Let's have a look, see. Oh, he kept it down. It would have been about 4 or 5 feet in front of said second or third slip. So you might claim he played it perfectly deliberately. He certainly kept it down perfectly deliberately, but possibly went a little bit finer than he would have otherwise hoped. 2-4-2 for 6. Price on to 37. Green is in, bowls to him, a bouncer, loopy bouncer, one of those tennis ball jobs that goes high once it's gone past him on his left side, on his leg side, but taken by Cox down by his ankles. The lead now 3-5-8. Mr. Farbrace popped in briefly on the way out to nobble a chocolate.
He did. He said he'd like to come up and do 20 minutes.
That'd be good. Today?
Later today, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I would look forward to that. Green is in, bowls on off stump, came back in. It was a fraction short of a good length, and Price indicates with his right hand that it bounced a little bit on him. Kept it out. Again, it wasn't particularly elegantly kept out, but it was effective.
It was. That wind has definitely got up, hasn't it?
Under the cloud.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
I think it is raining, but it's over there about 3 or 4 miles to the south of us.
Right, yeah.
Or maybe even less, actually. A mile to the south of us, but we are being lucky at the moment. Green is in. Price is just leaning forward into that one, and then leans backwards, having dropped it out into the offside. Whether there was a particularly strong gust, it's quite possible there was. But the bounce and the snap that Leicestershire had in the first hour when they were picking up wickets just hasn't gone as such, but it does look as though they're slightly more resigned to having to work for it now. In goes Green and bowls, and again off stump. Again Price looks to force into the offside, and again he doesn't quite time it. Scriven fields. You just get the sense now that with the ball being 63 overs old, 17 left with it, and Ahmed's sort of bowling, that if something happens now, it's difficult to make something happen. They kind of need Price and Carson, who've played brilliantly sensibly, for me, been outstanding, to do something rash for a breakthrough to happen. Wood is swinging his arms down at long off, but that just might be a case of trying to keep warm.
Yes, it is chilly in the extreme here on this Easter Sunday at Grace Road, Leicester, as in comes Rihanna bowls to Jack Carson, who thumps the ball into the covers. That's a good stop. Who's that? Is that Rishi Patel?
Rishi.
Good stop, because that was motoring, and I'm sure his hands are cold, judging by the amount of players who've got hands deep into pockets. I'm heading in bowls, and Jack Carson defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. Jack Carson on exactly 50. These two coming together when Sussex were in, not bother, but they just lost 3 quick wickets for just 21. Midpoint of their innings at that stage. Rhiannon gave that a bit of a rip, didn't he? And he's annoyed with himself because it was too short, and Carson's able to turn it down to mid-wicket and pick up his 51st run, 243 for 6. These two came together when John Simpson was out when the score was 182. So it's been a good partnership of 61.
It's been a great partnership, really.
It's sort of steadied the ship, and it's put Sussex very much back in the box seat. Made in again. Oh, that was a horrible ball. Short and clubbed away for. Hasn't quite got things right, has he? I mean, let's be honest, it's not ideal conditions for a leg spinner, but he'll be disappointed to have bowled that short.
He bowled really well yesterday.
He did.
I thought, and consistently, but he hasn't quite hit his straps today.
In he comes again, bowls and dab. That's a lively shot by Jack Carson. He's run that down towards third man. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. It's a long way down to the Bennett end of the ground, but Carson picks up 2 more runs. He goes to 53. And Sussex 246 for 6. The lead extends to 362. I heard Paul Farbrace talking to Kevin Howells during the lunch break, saying about those 3 wickets sort of maybe took the declaration out of the sort of consideration for a while, as Ahmed is in again, and Carson dabs that to backward point.
We're back in it soon, though, won't it?
Yeah, I think it will, because not least Sussex will want to make the game as safe as they can. Of course, you never know, because you can get Louis Kimbered, as they very nearly did a couple of years ago down at Hove. But they will want to give themselves enough time to bowl Leicestershire out, and that's the equation Ollie Robinson needs to juggle.
How many chances to win games in this sort of are Sussex going to get this season?
Yeah,
they
that's
can't
a great point.
Shut Leicestershire out completely. I don't think he'd want to set, say, 450 or 480 or something like that, and only have a day and an hour or something like that, which
you've got to be prepared.
It might be more than enough. It might be more than enough, but you've got to give yourself time.
Yes,
because you might not have that many opportunities
a great point.
To win games.
And you've got to always be prepared to lose to win. If you follow my drift.
Green is in and bowls, poked rather by Price out into the offside. There's no run.
I mean, the probability of any side scoring 400 in a second innings is low. That's not to say Leicestershire can't do it. They've got some very fine players, but as you say, there's an element of risk in any declaration you make, and you're quite right. To get yourself in this position, sometimes you have to think, we're just going to go for it here. Go for the 22 points.
Yeah, it's not 50-50, is it?
No.
It's sort of 90-10 or 95-5 or something like that.
Yeah.
That is the equation.
Yeah.
Green is in and bowls and looking to drive at slightly, not getting to the pitch of it, Price, and a little bit edgy. Goes through gully down towards third man, and the single is taken. Price onto 39. And again, he indicates with his right hand that there's a little bit of an unexpected movement or bounce as far as he's concerned.
And Sussex are starting the season on -12, so
that's another thing. Yeah,
they're behind everybody already.
So wins are hard to get in the first division.
Yeah.
So if you get in a position to give yourself a really good chance, Green is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge with a little bit of an outswinger that has Carson groping. Carson, remember, unbeaten on 53, but that was well bowled by Green, who has very much been the pick of Leicestershire's bowlers. Mind you, it wasn't the greatest of shots that Jack Carson has played in his innings today.
I just wonder whether Sussex will do it on overs if they think they're going to get a clear day tomorrow, which is 96. 130, 140 overs they may want. A
little run at them before tea or an hour after tea, who knows. Green in again, bowls straighter. Carson a little bit more comfortable, blocks it in defence out into the offside, and then immediately holds up his bat to Tom Price to say, no, we're not going to try and squeeze in the single there.
I mean, 66 overs left today. Supposing Sussex said, right, we'll have a go before tea. So supposing they had sort of, a dozen overs before tea, so they got 20 more. If they said, right, we're going to bat for 20 more overs here.
At which stage you would think they'd be close to 440
Yeah.
ahead, something like that.
Yes.
Green in, bowls straight. Solidly defended again by Jack Carson.
I mean, there will be a new ball available in 15 overs after this one, so they might think, well, let's make hay against the old ball, and the Ben Green and Ian Holland can't bowl all the time. Well, they've been the real dangers for Sussex.
Green almost wanders in, bowls off stump. Carson looking to force, can't get it past Scriven. Up wide-ish, mid-off. End of Green's 17th over of the innings, 2 for 45.
Yeah.
His figures, and they are probably the least he deserves. But he does look a tad weary.
He does. I'm not surprised. I mean, he's going a little over 2.5 and over.
Yeah.
Ben Green, and that has been the difference. He's more than done his job for his side. Yes, I mean, I don't see much point in Sussex hanging around here. I mean, it's a very good. I think it's an excellent point that you make, that you don't get in this position too often in county cricket, and when you do, perhaps you just have to think, do you know what, we're going to back ourselves here, and if it goes wrong and someone comes off for Leicester and plays a match-winning innings, well, they deserve to win. Rehan Ahmed is coming in over the wicket to bowl to Price, who drives firmly to short extra cover, and there is no run, fielded there by Jake Weatherald.
Just on economy rates, just looking at Leicestershire's from last season, Ahmed, Holland, Green, Travaskis, they were all...
Sorry, I was to... Price, who plays out into the offside, picks up his 40th run, 249 for 6.
They were all in the twos, 2 points something
Yes.
or other throughout the entirety of the season. And, well, it's a point I've made before today.
Ahmed in bowls, and Carson back and plays that one firmly away through the covers. He goes to 54, 249 for 6. I think I said there that Tom Price was on 49. He's not, he's on 40. I mistook the 0 for an 8 on the scoreboard. In comes Ahmed again, bowls. Price forward. Better delivery from Rehan Ahmed, who is speeding through his overs here. No slips in place. It's a very defensive field that Ian Holland has set. Ahmed again, bowls, and defended by Price to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. Good tight over so far, just 2 off it. He'll want to get out of this over without conceding a boundary. Or the young leg spinner. The clock ticks round towards 2 o'clock. Ahmed is in. Oh, almost a horrible ball. And it's pulled by Tom Price to mid-on, and it probably, one of those that probably should have gone out the ground, really. It wasn't a very good delivery at all, but he got away with it. 2 runs off the over. I'm going to take my leave of absence. 249 for 6 with Price on 40, Carson on 54, and leave you with Richard and with Rita Green.
Just didn't quite get up enough. He had to try and get underneath it there. Price, and wasn't quite able to get the direction in the blow that he wanted it to. There'll be a couple of updates coming for Radio Leicester. Big sports programme in these parts for this afternoon. The Tigers being involved in the European Champions Cup. I forget what it's called. The Rugby Union main European competition down in Bordeaux, which I imagine is slightly warmer than Aylestone at the moment. Green is just going to... They've just wound him up and he's going to continue. In he goes and bowls. Oh, what a beauty that beats Carson. All ends up. Twitched at it. Didn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Cox, so as well for Ben Cox that it wasn't taken cleanly. If indeed it did actually carry through to him. Let's have a look at that one. Yep, straightened it and he had a prod. And I think it did carry, so as well for Ben that didn't take it cleanly. A couple he's just spilled today. Haven't been nigh on immaculate for the first couple of days. Green is in and bowls short, very short, pulled round the corner. It's stopped by a diving / falling Sam Wood down below us. But if you are going to bowl a bouncer, that's the sort of height it needs to be. It was more or less head height. Brings up the Sussex 250, those 2 runs, but it was in the air for a long old time. And although it was well wide of Wood, who's had a fairly conventional long leg, and it was down to fine leg, it was worth a try, you would have thought, from Ben Green. Didn't quite come off. In he goes again, bowls to Carson, who leaves outside off stump. It was too wide to play. Carson on to 56 with those 2 runs. Price obviously remains on 40. Beginning to draw in on the century partnership there now. And they have changed the game. That rain cloud has gone by to the south, to the southeast. It always looked like it was just going to drift a mile or 2 to the south of the ground, and we're now looking set fair for a good while to come. Green in, bowls on off stump. Carson plays respectfully on the front foot, pushing it out towards Scriven, then sort of bobs at the knees as though he's going to think about taking a quick single, but obviously doesn't bother doing so. Afternoon, Reeds.
Afternoon, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, hard to believe there was a little bit of rain earlier on. Lovely and sunny.
Green is in, bowls straight, plays slightly across the line, and well, you could have expected better of Tom Price there, because it went firmly up the pitch on the onside. Price tried to hop out of the way, but mistimed his jump hopelessly, and it went into his feet before running past the stumps, and he holds up I don't think there was a single there anyway. Mid-on was moving across to cover, but he holds up a hand in apology to his teammate. Carson looks unperturbed. Might have been a 1 in it, you know, because Holland was quite wide at mid-on. Green is in, bowls, Carson forward. Ball goes back up the pitch towards Ben Green, who he's sort of settled into containing mode, I think, to a certain extent. He's still getting a little bit of movement, but Leicestershire don't really want to see him bowling with this old soft ball now. There are only 13 overs until the new one, and or the new ball is available, and if they take it, and it's not necessarily a given that the new ball can go around the park a bit, but I think they will, especially if these 2 are still together at the time. They want Green to take it. 251 for 6.
Yeah, a little bit of footwork there from Price, wasn't it, for that for that lovely drive from Carson. Do you still do fines in the county game? It'll be one of those sort of comical moments of Price will get a fine of some sort. But yeah, will they take the new ball? I would probably grab it right now. I think. Here comes Rahan though, from the pavilion end. Tossed up this one and driven into the deep. There's a man in the deep, a sweeper, and they go through for a single. Rahan's been a little bit scattered today. Not quite been there. Bowling spell, no.
Compared to yesterday, when he was really good.
Second ball of the over. Short delivery. Tried to be cut there. Came onto him a bit in a hurried manner. Somehow made it out to the gully area, and they go through for a single. I mean, he does hold himself to very, very high standards, doesn't he, Rahan? Quality player with the bat, with the ball, high energy, and he'll be wanting to play his part today, and indeed for tomorrow as well. So 253 for 6, Sussex, and this partnership is, yeah, seriously building, isn't it? Big old chat between Weatherald and Rahan.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Here we go. Foxes beginning to struggle a little bit because Sussex in their second innings are 253 for 6. They lead now by 370 runs. Anything over 400 will be a real job for the Foxes to chase down in the second innings. They need a breakthrough. It's not coming at the moment, with Price 42, Carson 57, Sussex 254 for 6. Short one from Ahmed that's pulled out to deep mid wicket, and a single is taken.
It's a big weekend for Leicester and Leicestershire fans. Isn't there so much sport going on? We'll come back to that in a moment. Rahan in. Faster delivery, pushed to mid-wicket, diving stop there. And there is no run. The lead now 371. Wasn't it lovely to have Paul Firebrace just drift into the commentary box? I've never met him before, actually, and I think we might get on very well. Back foot stroke into the offside to the gully region, and there's no run. The reason I say that, I was just chatting to him outside, Richard, and we're both from Kent originally, or have roots in Kent, and we're having a good old chat. So thanks, Paul, for coming in, and also chatting to Kevin earlier on 5 Sports Extra. I believe he'll be coming back again as well.
Oh, he's always good company.
End of the over, 255 for 6. The lead 371, and Richard, this is an ominous lead. I know the Leicestershire guys, never say die. Only lost 1 game last season, so they'll be confident, of course, with their with who they are as an entity. But this is it's going to be quite a battle over the next day or so, isn't it, to get any form of result for Leicestershire?
You would think so. Yes, they have a strong batting lineup. Yes, the pitch isn't quite as lively as it was, and especially when the ball goes soft, it all looks fairly sort of sedate out there at the moment. But it is a very old ball. If it's a heck of a thing to chase down, sort of anything getting up for 400, anything over 300, I think is a huge ask in the final innings of a game. And if against quality attack, Robinson and Crocombe in particular, get through the new ball, you never know. Wood takes over at that top end, the Bennett end, and is immediately driven firmly and on drive that Green, who was hoping for a rest at mid-on, I'm sure, put in a good dive and made a stop of sorts, slowed it down sufficiently to turn and probably slightly wearily chase back to the wide long on boundary, pick it up just inside the ropes and save a run in so doing, because that was hit very hard. And Carson, 61. Now Price on strike on 42. Been circumspect for the most part since lunch. But they'll now perhaps look, with Green having been taken out of the attack. Holland, I'm sure, saving himself for the new ball now. They might, as Adrian suggested, just look to accelerate a little bit. Leicestershire trying to slow things down a bit now. What's your eyesight like? Can you see over 8? I think it says +6.
It does.
It does, yeah. And so they can slow things down a bit.
So I know it sounds daft. Plus means they go in terms of 2. They are quick
good enough.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
I
know it sounds absolutely daft, but I've literally been in the commentary box. We weren't sure which way actually was the positive, so to speak. Yeah.
2 short mid-wickets in now. Short-ish mid-wickets, always a bad sign to me. In goes Wood, and he over-pitches in it. Scriven, I bet it's not Wood, it's Scriven, Richard. And Scriven goes in, over-pitches on off-stump, and is driven for 4. Apologies. With the sun glinting on his blonde head. And I didn't see the number. I should have recognised him immediately from the run. It is, of course, Scriven, not Wood. But that was not a great ball, whoever bowled it. And it was driven away. So 7 from the first 2 balls of Scriven's return to the attack. Shackles off. In comes Scriven and bowls. Again looking to drive. It was a very straight delivery, and it was a thick inside part of the bat. And Price just bangs his head, sort of puts his glove up and taps his helmet in sort of remorse, really. He got a little bit carried away with after those first 2 shots. Tried to repeat the dose, tried another on drive, and it very nearly snuck through. Saved by his inside edge. One of those clouds is coming over again as Scriven bowls. That's leg side, and it's comfortable for Price to turn down to Wood. Definitely Wood down here in front of us at long leg, and the single is taken. But I don't think it's not got rain in it, this one. Famous last words.
You are quite the expert. I mean, you did predict that.
I've sat here long enough.
Exactly. You did predict that rain cloud earlier on, where it was bright and sunny, and you were spot on.
Yeah. It's quite a good view from up here in those terms. In goes Scriven and bowls chopped away into the offside by Carson. There is the sweeper out there. Minimal foot movement, but good quick hands. Chopped him away to the sweeper. Picks up a single, moves on to 62. So as I say, as we've been saying, they're approaching the 100 partnership. 182 when they came together, so 82 now, a partnership. Leicestershire very much on the defensive now. No slips. Those two shortish, straightish mid wickets trying something new. In goes Scriven, bowls. He's driven back to him, but it's straight, and Price checks the shot slightly. Nice high left elbow, but it went straight back to Tom Scriven, who resignedly rather takes his sweater from umpire White, having conceded 9 runs from his first over back. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38 for Scriven now.
You're listening to BBC Sport, BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex, ECB website, YouTube. We are global. We are truly global.
Name it,
Mission.
we're on it.
We're everywhere. Welcome along to, if you're just joining us, I was going to say, where have you been? But don't worry, there's still going to be an exciting, I think, end to this game. I'm trying to build this up here. You know, you think it's very one-sided, but you never know.
There could be.
Well, the thing is with Foxes, I think I've watched them time enough to know that they absolutely never give up. Here's Rahan next over. This one's driven into the offside, past the two cover fielders, but to a man in the deep, and it feels as though the the handbrake's off here. If it was on to start with, actually, you know, they're really going to swing through it. These two are very good drivers of the ball. Rahan in, quicker delivery off back foot, defensive stroke, and there's no run. Certainly a bit more overcast here. By the way, yeah, I was talking about this. If you're Leicester, in the Leicester sort of loyalty gang, or Leicestershire for that matter, so much sport this weekend. Rahan in again, shorter delivery. Oh dear, too exciting. But straight to the fielder, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, Leicester City tomorrow. I know, I need to calm down a bit here. Leicester City against Sheffield Wednesday. Big game in the Championship. And of course, Leicester Tigers against Bordeaux today.
I forget it's Easter Monday tomorrow. It's 2 games, isn't it?
Yeah. Rahan, fly to delivery and bisects the fielders. There's a chase round for Wood, and he is beaten over the boundary rope. A really nice cover drive there. There were 2 fielders, including Weatherald and Rishi Patel, but also Sam Wood in the deep, and actually just thread the needle there. Got through.
50 for Price.
And 50 for Price. Raises his bat. Great innings there. He came in at a point that it was absolutely teetering. You know, there's a couple of wickets, quick wickets that came down. I need to put my teeth back in. Too much excitement. 4 runs, and these two are very, very close to 100 partnership. What can Leicestershire do here? Rahan's doing his best here to try and change the field.
Yeah. Just 10 overs and 2 balls left with this 10 overs and 2 deliveries left with this old soft ball now, and they're under the pump.
Now where's Weatherall going to go? Do you remember in the test match he was, I think it was a test match, or was it definitely in a red ball game, he was sitting down at silly mid-off. If you haven't seen the video, I will play it to you, Richard. Unbelievable. Anyway, he's at a leg slip. Wow. Rahan in round the wicket and tucked into the onside, and they go through for a single. No slip, but we've got a leg slip in play, which is fair enough, really, with the fact that Rahan is taking this slightly different angle. But they're changing the field pretty much every ball.
Yeah, they're slowing things up a bit, really, with that positive, quote unquote, over rate. It's almost all it's all about now, really. They're kind of bowling for the waiting for the declaration, waiting to see what Sussex want to do. They might take the new ball as and when it becomes available, but by then.
Rahan round the wicket, and I don't know what that was. Pretty much a kick outside because of the line of the ball. It was never going to be LBW at all. Very odd delivery, but Dot ball will be in the scorer's book. 286 is the lead. As you said earlier on, Richard, it's about time, isn't it, this game, and actually Sussex taking the opportunity potentially for a win. Yeah, there's not that many that come along.
No, and
take it, especially with point deduction.
When it's so much in your favour, it's never going to be 100 to none, is it? 100% either you win or you draw. Yes, it is. But if you're going to really give yourself a chance of to enforce, you've got to give yourself time. And with the wicket getting a little bit flatter, Leicestershire's players are positive players, and that should weigh in the favour of the Sussex declaration in a way, in that they're unlikely to just dig in and look to keep the ball out. So they will give chances, you would have thought, especially with the new ball. Again, Holland is slowing things up. He's wandered across to have a chat to
well, the game's sort of come to a halt, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those slightly not particularly I don't know, it's interesting episodes, really. It's just it's not drifting as such, but we'll get to a point at which decisions have to be taken, and that is up to Robinson and Sussex up to a point. Scriven is in, bowl stays a touch low, and is clipped off the straight or off leg stump by Tom Price. He picks up a single as the ball runs down to deep backward square, and indicates with his right hand to Jack Carson that Scriven brought that back a little bit, maybe rolled his fingers across the seam, little off-cutter. Might have come back a bit. Certainly didn't get up too high. 271 for 6, the lead 387. Scriven bustles in and bowls again, nice and straight. Carson half forward, leans forward, his weight's on the front foot, pushes it back down the pitch. Very nice, Tom, shouts Ben Cox. And it was.
It's nice to see two mid-20-year-olds doing so well here as well. 25 and a 26-year-old.
We're talking in the press box at lunchtime about the damage that's been caused up at Durham by Storm, Dave, and there was a suggestion that there are some people at Leicester, as Scriven is in and bowls on driven, but only as far as Patel at shortish mid-wicket. Wouldn't have been entirely unhappy had the meat been blown down halfway down the road towards the city centre. It is yes, an individual building, but it isn't easy to maintain at all, it being having plenty of asbestos in it, which in turn means that the demolition costs are would be huge. Scriven is in, bowls short, pulled, or not middled at all. Might have been glove, mainly. Just seeing if he shakes his good gloves these days. Doesn't bother shaking his hands. Picks up a single, but again, decent bouncer.
Did I dream this, or is it a listed building, Richard?
No, gee.
No? Okay, that's something. I have to remember which ground is a listed building.
That would really be bad news if it was listed. No,
well, look, it's
it's just horrible.
Maybe not everyone's cup of tea.
In goes Scriven and bowls, turned off his hip by Price. Didn't get up enough, really, out toward the backward square Woodfields, and the single is taken. That would be an interesting decision by the planners or the Architectural Association, whoever decides which buildings should be listed.
Well, there's plenty of buildings around the country that you think, really? But there we go. But, by the way, a lovely cup of tea. Talking cup of tea from there. And cake. Oh, delicious.
Oh, you've been over there?
Not today. Well, funny story. I tried to get in.
To the mead?
to the cake area,
right.
But it was closed.
Scriven is in, bowls driven, and mid-off is going to get across and cut it off, but not before Messrs Price and Carson have crossed for a single. It wasn't open until, I think they opened at 2. They are now. I can see people going in and out, in fact queuing to finish off the cakes, because they don't open tomorrow, so they look to sell them off today. Add to the £23,500 they made for Leicestershire last season. Sol Buddinger's coming running out with a most individual buzz cut to his dyed blonde locks. At the moment he's bringing an extra sweater for Ben Cox, I think. So he's got a long sleeve one on, and he's going to pull on the short sleeved over the long sleeved, which gives you an indication. I think he may now have 3 sweaters on as well, I'm sure.
Maybe
as
skins
thermals.
as well. Yeah, thermals, yeah.
Or skins, and the shirt and the trousers and the pads in his case.
He's got the Eminem look, isn't he? Buddinger. Don't know how good he is at singing or rapping for that matter.
Is Eminem still a thing? Is he still?
Yeah, he's around. Yeah, not
your
about his
kids
new
are much
material.
younger than mine, so they who's Eminem, Grandad?
He definitely has got the Eminem look, in my humble opinion. I hope you find that a compliment. Sol, but I'm not sure if you do, but there we go. Right, fresh new over. Thankfully the cricket's going on here. Rehan, and defended there by Carson, and there's no run. Yeah, music is a passion, but I don't think I'm the world expert, but actually we brought a bit of music into the commentary, haven't we, with our conversation yesterday on ticket sales. Anyway, full toss and straight back down the ground. That was there to be slapped straight back. Wow, that was not one for the album for Rehan. That was slapped right back at him. In fact, the umpire did well to get out the way.
I was going to say it was nearly one for Michael Goff's ankles.
Goodness me, that would have gone straight into his chest. Well done, umpire Goff. And 4 runs. Less said about that one. Rehan, what's he going to do next? Round the wicket to the right-hander with a leg slip in place. He's in and bowls. Better delivery, but short and wide and into the gully region. They take one, they go back for a second, and they settle it there. It's certainly not conditions that you think Rehan Ahmed would relish, but he just needs to settle here a little bit in terms of his line. He just needs to pitch it as well.
He knows that he's on something of a hiding to nothing here, really, I suspect.
396 the lead, and growing. 280 for 6. Rehan in. Just pushed into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run.
Do a bit of calculations. I mean, we've still got the best part of 60 overs to bowl today. Plus your 96 tomorrow.
Rehan. Shorter delivery. Pushed into the fine leg area. There's a chase on. It might all go all the way. No. Pulled in from the boundary rope. They save a couple there. It was drifting down leg and all along the ground, even with the leg slip there. 2 more to the total. And indeed now the 100 is up in terms of the partnership. Carson on 44, Price on 54. What a partnership between these two 20-year-olds, 25 and a 26-year-old. Nice to see young cricketers out there. Well, certainly younger than myself. And they'll be looking to plough on here. Rehan in. Shorter delivery. Pushed into the third man area. There's a chase on.
Well, that brings the lead up to 400 as well.
400 is past as well, and you've got to feel as though that's a total that is going to be a mammoth battle to get. But I do like Jake Rutherall's positive attitude when he was chatting to you last night, that look,
yeah, we'll
give it a go.
We'll get 450.
Well,
okay.
Stranger things have happened in this wonderful game, but you've got to say that it's going to be a tough ask. That over rate continues to be, by my reckoning, +6, even though at times recently the game has just ground to a halt with lots of chit-chats going around.
Sometimes they only change it at intervals, so I don't know whether it's due to whether it's a regulation or whether it changes each season. Sometimes it changes instantly, sometimes it's as I say, at a break, but either way it's not an issue for Leicestershire. Then they will slow things down as much as they can. Scriven then will bowl the 73rd over with this ball. And his 12th in the innings. In he comes and bowls. Nice line on off stump. Price defends out into the offside. Continues to be patient. Yeah, the point I was making about there being best part of 60 overs left today, 59 now. Plus your 96 tomorrow, 155 overs, you know, a lead of 400 is only 3 runs and over. Just so there's not going to be a declaration in the very near future for sure. Robinson, as I say, will probably go to 450 and maybe have 6 overs before tea, something like that. Scriven is in. He's driven beautifully back past him for 4. 2 straight on that occasion, 2 full anyway, and Price punched it straight back between the bowler and the umpire past the stumps. Thumps into the Rothesay advertising hoardings in front of the old-fashioned, rather, sight screen here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Unfortunately, those quick wickets are not coming. Tom Price and Jack Carson have just put on a 100 partnership for Sussex's 7th wicket. So although Leicestershire's bowlers seem to have bowled themselves back in with a slight chance this morning, particularly Ian Holland and Ben Green, who picked up a couple of wickets apiece. Since then, the ball has gone a little bit soft, the pitch has flattened, and Sussex are stretching away. Their lead is now 404. The question is when, or indeed if, they declare and get bowling at Leicestershire. They're going to have a huge job on, though, the Foxes, to save, let alone win, this game. Scriven comes in from the Bennett end and bowls, turned off his legs by Price neatly out through square leg. There is no square leg. Rahan is out there at deep square, and the single is taken. And these two young Sussex batters turning the screw inexorably, patiently, cruelly.
Sussex will be delighted. As I said, I'll sit in the middle here, but also to just shout out, Tom Price with his 43 in the first innings, and now with 59 on the board and still going.
Scriven is in and bowled, defended nicely. Nice high left elbow from Jack Carson at the end of this over. Adrian will be back with us. I might wander FOGR Woods, see what's on offer.
As I peered through the window earlier, Richard, they all looked delicious, those cakes. I know that's absolutely no shock to anyone around here, but my face was pressed up against the window looking at what they've got on offer.
Like a child on Christmas Day at the sweet shop.
Yep, that's me.
In goes Scriven, and bowls outside off stump, slashed away to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Lewis Hill it is out there, and a single is taken. You didn't have a penny in your pocket for the bag of bulldogs or whatever they're called. Bullseyes, aren't they? Those sort of black and white mint.
The half pennies, actually. That was down my local shop.
Halfpennies. Yorkshire mixture. That's what we used to get. Used to go last forever. Mm. They were rock hard.
Yeah, they went on forever, didn't they?
They did. You got value. You got value.
Yeah. The teeth not necessarily loving it, but there we go. End of the over, 290 for 6. Or the dentist rather not loving it so much. We're in that phase of the game right now. The lead for Sussex is 406, and these two going along swimmingly. Their 100 partnership has been and gone. Carson on 76 from 129 balls. Jack Carson, a really fine cricketer actually, with the ball and bat as well. And also Tom Price, the Oxford-born Sussex player, doing his part as well. 59 from just 85, and these two, as Richard said, just turning the screw. And you feel as though, well, is a declaration even required? Plenty of time in the game. I'm Rita Green, by the way. I'm going to be joined very shortly by Adrian Harms and also Richard Ray, who's going to go off and get probably a slice of cake maybe and a cup of tea before he returns. Bright sunshine here in Leicester. And by the way, while we're here, and again, you're not missing any cricket right now. It seems to have ground to a halt as they figure out their fielding positions. Big shout out to Dylan, the cameraman, who's been on the roof all these days, and bearing in mind Storm Dave is very much real here in Leicester. Did a great job on the roof yesterday of clinging on, so well done to you, Dylan, and the rest of the team as well, and Tom. Big shout out to Tom, and hello to Lee, the security guard, as well downstairs. I'm doing my shout outs. It's a very, very local radio, I guess, but why not? Here's the fresh new over. Full delivery and driven into the deep. I got very excited there, but Rahan's in the deep, who's covering most of the ground. Got a new bowler on, and that will be Sam Wood, the tall bowler, fast bowler is in. And hello, Adrian.
Hello, Rita. We can swap if you like, yeah. I expect the listeners are saying, what on earth do you mean you're going to swap? We're going to swap over seats. Joe, it's the first time in 2.5 days I've taken my coat off.
Next ball in from the pavilion end, and very well fielded by Ben Green, who's had nothing to do this entire game, has he? he's had a very busy time. So the coat's off then, Adrian. It's warm now.
There's a couple sitting. You see, you've got sort of the marquee, for want of a better word, at the far end of the ground. Still, there's some green seats. There's a couple sitting there. The fella's sort of wrapped up as if he's sort of going to the Arctic. He's got a blanket on his legs. And I said, well, and he said, oh, I've got, we must be mad, he said.
Wood in, full delivery, driven to short cover. We've got a short cover. Let's talk about this, actually, Phil. You've got a short cover, got a cover, you've got a point gully, the keeper in place as well, mid on, mid off, and a player in the deep in the offside and onside. So sweepers either side, and the game is sort of drifting along.
It is. I mean, we're just drifting towards a declaration now, aren't we? Whenever that's going to be. I mean, I've just popped over to the press box at the far end of the ground, and people there were musing about when it might be.
Wood in, left alone through to the keeper Cox, who probably hasn't felt the ball for goodness knows how long. The ball's been floating around all over the pitch, and there is a dot ball, and 2-9-1 for 6 is the scoreline, but in the context of the game, 407. When do you think it's going to happen? Just a few overs before tea, do you think?
Do you know, I don't know whether they'll go for, so they've got a certain amount of overs to bowl Leicestershire out, or whether they will think, right, we need to get to X amount of runs. But my good friend Sam reminded me there was a wonderful game down at Hove a few years ago when, let's break off.
Wood in, short and wide, and Price feels like he's missed out there. Indeed he did. Straight to point. He did a pretty good job of stopping that one, and it's a dot ball.
And that was when Leicestershire got within 19 runs of chasing down 464. Now, there was that never to be forgotten innings from Louis Kimber, and I have to say, although I like Sussex to win, I'm not going to lie, there was a part of me that wanted Louis Kimber to do it that day, because it would have been just one of the remarkable innings, probably of all time, to be honest.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wood bowls again, back foot to gully, and there is no run. Yeah, you've got to tip your hat, haven't you, to those type of innings.
It was absolutely fantastic. But I think the answer probably is here now that Ian Holland, I mean, the new ball is, what have we got until the new ball? Another 6 overs to go. So you would imagine that Holland and Green would take the new ball. Possibly Sussex have got enough runs now, who knows? But as they were saying in the press box, Jake Weatherall was pretty confident. He thinks it's a decent pitch and there's an opportunity for Leicestershire to score these runs. But I think Richards was a really good point, actually, that it's not too often in the first division of the county championship that you get an opportunity to be in this stronger position, and perhaps you just have to think to back yourself. And if somebody comes in for Leicestershire and scores 200 and they win the game, well done, because they've deserved to win. But I think what you want to get in a position where you bat on and on and on, and you don't give yourself enough time, and then you think, perhaps we should have given up. So I know it's a juggling act, but I think Ollie it's a little teaser for Ollie Robinson, is it? But I think Ollie Robinson is the sort of guy who I think, I want to get out there, I want to have a crack at them. I don't see Sussex going to sort of 500. I just don't see that happening. I might be completely wrong.
Especially as a seam bowler in these conditions.
Well,
probably chomping at the bit to get out there.
Well, there's still a little bit in the pitch, isn't it? Leicestershire have been out there for a long time now. I'd have thought that they'll certainly want to be out bowling before tea, I would have thought. So we've got a change in bowling, and it is going to be
Rishi Patel,
who's going to bowl his first overs of the innings, first overs of the match, to be honest, coming into bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson, who's on 77. His first ball is played by Jack Carson to deep backward square and picks up a single right on. Completely on the defensive now are Leicestershire. In terms of the field itself, There's a backward point, cover, a long off, a long on, sweeper on the cover boundary. 2 men at mid-wicket, almost behind each other, one shorter, one slightly further out, as in comes Patel and bowls, and Price plays this with a high left elbow to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are 2 other fielders guarding the leg side boundary, a deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg here. On the BBC Live Cricket from Grace Road, Leicester, Adrian Holmes and Rita Green, your commentary team. Sussex piling on the runs. Patel is in bowls, and Price just turns up with a flick of the wrist through square leg and picks up another single. He goes to 60. Sussex to 293 for 6. The important statistic is that the lead is now 409.
I don't think I've seen Rishi Patel bowl a huge amount.
No, I get the feeling here they're just trying to nip through these overs as quickly as they can, get to the new ball and see what that brings.
For sure.
Carson waits. Patel in bowls, and Carson dabs that. That's going to be 4 runs. That's beautifully played by Jack Carson. He just used the pace of the ball and just eased the ball past Ben Cox. There's no slip in place, so it was a risk-free shot. Lovely shot by Jack Carson, who'll be eyeing up a second first-class century here. Jack Carson, who really has turned himself into an all-round cricketer. Just looking at his stats from last year, made 102 as his highest score, 454 championship runs, and an average of 24, when he's a better player than the average suggests. Patel in, it's a full toss, that's a horrible ball. Jack Carson hits it straight to short extra cover, where it's fielded by Steve Eskenazi, and he'll feel he's missed out there, will Jack Carson. Patel again, final ball of his first over of the match as the sun goes behind the clouds again. Patel in bowls, Carson defends down the onside of the track. There is no run, so end of the over. Sussex 297 for 6. Tom Price on debut will be very pleased with the way he's played. He made 43 in the first innings, 60 in the second. Jack Carson is on 82. For those just joining us, Sussex were just wobbling a little bit earlier on today. They lost 3 wickets mid-morning. They lost James Coles for 26, Jack Leaning for 6 and John Simpson for 5. At one stage they'd lost 3 for 21. These two coming together when the total was on 182. So they've added 115 for this 7th wicket. And certainly before these two, when those 3 wickets fell, we were discussing up here the possibility of, if Leicester nipped a couple out, maybe chasing something like about 350, but that's extended now. And Sussex really holding all the cards here in terms of just how many runs they want and how much time Ollie Robinson feels he needs to try and bowl Leicestershire out for a second time.
Right then, Sam Wood continues from the pavilion end and driven very nicely, handsomely into the offside, but there's a man in the deep. That's Rahan Ahmed. I think enjoys that role of patrolling a huge area there. Is very active in the deep. There's one more to the total, 29846. And yeah, if Jack Carson, I'm sure you're too polite to mention it probably out loud, but my goodness me, with 82 not out in these conditions, you'll definitely be eyeing up 3 figures.
Richard Ray has just bought some cake. I think he's bought a bit of fruit cake. And is that coffee cake? Yeah. Oh, how lovely. From the Friends of Grace Road, thank you. Oh, we've got a plate each.
Oh, thank you very much. And driven straight to point. Thank you very much, Richard. No run there. That's very kind of you. Is this batter breath? It is. Oh, a bit of batter breath as well. And coffee and walnut, potentially. Goodness me, you are treating us. Thank you so much, Richard. And thank you to all the hospitality here, actually, at the Uptonsteel Grace Road. You're always so lovely. Make us feel very, very, very welcome. Right then, Sam Wood continues just slightly up the hill with Carson on strike, driven once again, but straight to point, and there is no run. It felt like he's missed out there on at least a run. The offside field is very much in play here. We've got a cover, extra cover, gully, point, and a sweeper in the deep as well. And on the onside, you've got a deep square leg. Also at the mid-on, mid-off as well, and a third man. So the field is well and truly spread in this stage of the game where it's a waiting game for the declaration. Wood in, full delivery, and blasted up in the air. It's still up in the air, and it's going to land safe. That was in the air what felt like a century. And Ian Holland, the skipper, did his best to try and get round as quickly as possible. It is awfully windy as well, so it would have been a swirling wind to contend with. But you think like Sussex batter, they just kind of got away with it. But the 300 is up, 300 for 6. The lead now 416. But yeah, would you believe it? That fell tantalisingly short of the fielder. Defended this one by Jack Carson and no run. But with that 12-point deduction as well, Adrian, it's fair to say that Sussex would like to get rid of that deficit ASAP, and this is a great opportunity to do it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the lead now is what, 416. I think I've sort of, in my mind, I've got 450. I've just plucked that out there. I have no reason to see that that's something that's been discussed. But how
Wood down, slight down leg side and tucked off the hips to that deep square leg field, and they go through for a single. Sam Wood trying his best here, the 21-year-old, born here in Leicester. Really the next generation of Leicestershire Cricket Club, but not to be on that over. Could have got a wicket potentially if it been a bit more lucky, but that's the way it goes. 301 for 6. The lead now 417. There is something ridiculously psychological about a whole number in terms of 500, 400, 300, and also the 50s as well. You know, as cricketers,
yes, it is.
We know that makes sense, don't we? And
yes, you feel like saying, "Oh, we're going to set you 473."
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Well, we've just been brought out some drinks, which is interesting. Dan Ibrahim on drinks duty, and I'm sure there's been some instructions from the Sussex management stroke skipper as to what the plan is. I think probably Tom Price on 61. Jack Carson's 15 away from what would be the second century of his career, first class century. Tom Price will be probably thinking, well, to get 100 on debut for Sussex would be quite something. It's something that Ollie Robinson did all those years ago up at Durham. But whatever happens to Tom Price, he scored over 100 runs in the match, so I'm sure he'll be very pleased with his debut. We've got another 4 overs to go until the new ball will become available, and it is going to be Rishi Patel who's going to carry on. Ian Holland's gone completely on the defensive here, and you can't blame him with 2 men guarding the offside boundary and 3 the leg. As in comes Patel over the wicket. Bowls. Carson stretches for his sister. The pad is given out, and Jack Carson isn't going to get his second 100 of his career because he's been dismissed. So often it happens straight after a drinks break that a wicket goes. Well, it wasn't even a drinks break. He was brought out a drink, and Rishi Patel has picked up Jack Carson, who takes off his gloves, and I think he's going to be annoyed with himself, Jack, because he'll probably think there was a century there for the taking. However, sadly, it's not going to happen for Jack. He has gone for 85. But a very fine innings coming in as night watchman. He's LBW to Rishi Patel for 75 with the total on. Let's just wait for that total to come up in a couple of moments' time. And he gets a nice round of applause from the scattering of spectators who are in the ground. 301 for 7. So that partnership between Carson and Price, by my rather poor maths, was worth 119.
Fabulous partnership, and plum. It looked plum to me. And Rishi Patel, didn't he look pleased with himself?
He did look very pleased.
Quite rightly. Oh, I love it when part-time bowlers get a wicket, and they're like, well, how difficult is it, guys?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, yeah, he's coming to the attack, and in fact, Richard's just come into the box with some cake, and we have to say thank you, Richard. For what did you call that cake that he's bought?
Barrabrith.
What is it called?
Barrabrith, I think it is. It's Welsh.
Right.
Welsh roots. I hope I've got that right.
Well,
my husband's called Geraint. I really hope that I got that right.
I was just going to call it fruitcake.
It is that as well.
Is it?
The generic term, but I think there's a lovely special recipe of from Wales, and it is delicious. You're tempting us here, Richard. Actually, do we grab a bite mid commentary?
Yeah, I think. Well, the trouble is that Rita, that Rishi Patel gets through his overs very quickly. So I can wait, and I'll let you eat your cake
Or I can elongate my words
Yes,
in
you
the next
could do.
over.
You could do.
And then I'll go on a break.
Yes.
So it'll be fine, you know. But when I say a break, I'll hand over to Richard. We've got a plan here with the cake and etc. But finally, a wicket. Wow.
Yeah, partnership of 119 between Price and Carson, as in comes Patel to bowl to the new man, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is back on his stumps and plays carefully to mid-wicket. There is no run. I always think when you come in after a substantial stand, you think, oh crumbs, I don't want to get a first baller. He's been sitting for a little while with his pads on as Finn Hudson-Prentice, as Patel is in again. Bowl. Oh, that came horribly. That's out. Oh my! Well, well, if you're Sussex sitting up on the balcony, you're probably thinking, actually, don't mind a bit of that, because that kept very, very low. We just see this again. I mean, we're looking over fine legs, so we don't have the view that umpire White has. Crumbs. Well, certainly it looked pretty. I mean, he was back on his. I think he's quite lucky to survive that, to be honest. In comes Patel. But that's a horrible ball. That's a full toss. And Hudson-Prentice plays it straight into the covers. And there is no... Well, he was back on his stumps. I mean, the only thing I can think is... Well, unless he thought it was turning down the leg side, I don't know. But anyway, Patel in bowls. All he beats Hudson-Prentice outside the off-stump. Cox doesn't take it cleanly. And he could be on for a wicket maiden here, Rishi Patel. And he might well turn around to his skipper at the end of the over and say, well, I've been on the field the whole time, Skip. You could have called upon my services. Patel waits and is in bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is on his way. I think he probably thought he might have been on his way back to the pavilion, because that was a very close shout. I'm sure Patel was probably saying to the umpire, well, what was that exactly missing, umpire White? Anyway, nonetheless, he isn't given out. 302 for 7, just a single coming off the over. Sussex lead by 418.
I'm a bit bemused by that decision, but there we go. Looked pretty plumb to me. Could have nicked it, doubt it, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter, Rita. The decision is not out, and Finn Hudson-Prentice lives to tell the tale on a single from 5 deliveries. But I'm sure Tom Price is going to be eyeing up as many runs as possible. 61 from 93. And Sam Wood looks like he's going to continue from the pavilion end. And again, they have a good old chat about their fielding positions. The field very much spread. That looks like Steve Eskenazi is just coming over to the offside to short cover position. Here's Wood in. Drilled into the new man, Hudson-Prentice, and no run.
Can I just say, Rita, I've just had a bite of the Welsh fruitcake, and it is as described. Very nice.
Good. And we should be a bake-off.
Yes, that's right.
Should be one of the.
That's right. Mary,
I'll be Mary. You be
could do with a
Paul.
few more. Could have cooked a little longer, a little dry.
I don't think I've ever said no to any cake. So there we go. Here's Wood in. Short and wide, but cut. Well, I didn't middle it at all, but it went to point and there's no run. I'd be a terrible judge. I'd be like, oh, that's lovely. That's delicious.
I think you probably wouldn't say if I baked a cake. It was very
Oh, really?
delicious. A nice try.
Yeah, some of my... I mean, I love my kids to bits, of course. I just got to put that caveat in there. But some of their baking over the years has been a bit iffy. Gosh, they're going to really love me for that comment. But
so it's all about making the effort, isn't it? Really?
Exactly. Yeah. You've missed no cricket, by the way. We're just filling between each delivery. There seems to be a little bit of a move round of the field and a bit of a chat. Here's Wood with those bright orange soles in from the pavilion end. Short and wide again, and Hudson-Prentice has missed out for the second time here.
Well, he's bowling to his field here, isn't he, Sam Wood? He's got five. He's got an inner ring and an outer ring. He's got a ring of 3, saving 1, and beyond that, there are 2 other fielders who are halfway to the boundary, who are cover, and then there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. So he's bowling outside off stump because he's got 6 fielders. In fact, if you include the third man, he's got 7 fielders on the offside. On the leg side, he's only got a mid-on and a deep square leg, so it's very much an offside field here, which he's bowling to.
Wood in. Short and wide again, and straight to point where Ben Green is. So yeah, he's playing. He's a
Well, he is.
field.
Fair play to Ian Holland here. He's saying to Sussex, well, if you want to chase some runs and get to a quick declaration, you're going to have to work hard to do so. And there's another 2 overs to the new ball. Actually, it might well be that Ian Holland, because sometimes the new ball can disappear, and I just wonder whether Ian Holland's thinking, do you know what? If the runs have dried up, or they are drying up, because there was only a single off the last over. Oh, now they're looking at the ball. It'd be odd to change a ball with just 14 more deliveries until a new ball is available. It would hardly be surprising if it perhaps wasn't in the best condition. In fact, Michael Goff is actually now consulting with umpire White, so and he's just measuring it to see if it goes through the
the ball's been thrown back very quickly.
And they've said, get on with it. I mean, the ECB can't afford to give us another cricket ball with just 14 deliveries to be bowled.
It was a polite inquiry.
It was, yes, and sort of Michael Goff sort of threw the ball as if to say, don't be ridiculous, get on with it.
Right then, here comes Wood in. And driven into a slight gap, but Ben Green, who's been rather active this entire
Poor
match,
Ben Green.
He's going to have a serious ice bath today. And
that dive was as a man who's actually given his all, wasn't it? He sort of fell out. Oh, crumbs, if I'm not bowling or batting, I've got to sort of dive in the outfield.
He seems like, I know, I'm sounding really boring, clearly, but everyone seems so nice. But Ben Green and I had a little chat this morning, and
Did you?
Just seems like a lovely guy. Oh, when I say chat, I feel as though I was just hanging around the players this morning, actually, as they were coming off the pitch. Yes, it was me, everyone. Wood in, short and wide, and almost that man again, Wood. Ben Green, rather, from the bowling of Wood. But picked up in the deep by Rahan, and there is one more to the total. 303 for 7, 420 is the lead. Yeah, I decided to just plonk myself down in those lovely green benches down there, and just basically saying hello to everyone. And it was just nice to see the players having a very, very good warm-up, because this is a day for hamstrings pinging. And saw some jack leaning catching practice in the slips. Paul Farbrace with the bat, giving Jack Leaning some practice, and didn't he do well in that first innings?
Yes,
Two fine catches.
Certainly worked, didn't it? You're on screen, Rita.
Oh, I was trying to just wonder if Richard would like to rejoin, but there we go. There's me on screen. Lovely.
Here comes Rishi Patel over the wicket. Oh, short was a horrible ball, pulled away by Tom Price down to fine leg. In fact, he was fairly lucky that only went for a single. Price goes to 63, and Sussex to 305 for 7. I don't think the scoreboard has gone up by 1, actually. No, it hasn't. Yes, it has now. Patel again, off a 4 or 5 pace run, comes in, gives up plenty of air. Hammered down the ground. Is that going to be out? No, it's not. It's a good shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice. I thought for a moment that was heading in the direction of the fielder at mid-off, but it eluded him and it's raced away for 4. So Hudson-Prentice, who on another day might well have been out LBW.
I'm still utterly baffled by that.
It'd be nice to know what the explanation
2 inches
was.
up off middle stump, as far as I could see, on the back foot, hit low right back in front. Bat was nowhere near it, so who knows?
309 for 7. The lead is 429 here on BBC. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray on live commentary from Grace Road. In comes Patel, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays back down the track. There is no run.
The Guardian's cricket blog describes Rishi Patel's as bowling dibbly-dobblies. How very dare they?
Yes. Well, he's picked up a wicket. Comes in and bowls. And Hudson-Prentice, well, I think he played that into his pad, I think. I think that's going to go as a run. We'll just see. No, it's actually given us a leg by, which surprises me.
Sliding down, perhaps. We'll have a look.
310 for 7. I'll rattle through the other scores at the end of this over. We're sort of
miles outside the line.
We are playing here towards a declaration, no question about that, as Patel is in, bowls and turned onto the onside by Price. He goes to 63. My feeling is here, I mean, if Tom Price is going to get 100 here, and he's still a long way away, I mean, he's 37 runs away, that's going to take quite a bit of time. And Sussex may decide to pull the plug before then. In comes Patel, bowls, Price drives firmly through the covers, but in fact he doesn't drive through the covers, gets a very good stop by, I think that's Weatherald who's in there, and it is the end of Patel's over, who has now bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. Very briefly, Richard, Yorkshire 168 for 6 in reply to Glamorgan's 307. Hampshire in dire straits at Southampton, 12 for 1 in their second innings, following on, still needing 293 to make Essex bat again. At Taunton, Nottinghamshire 338 for 9, just trailing Somerset by 9 runs, so very much even Stevens down there. Warwickshire piling on the runs at Edgbaston, 499 for 7, leading Surrey by 171. At Derby, Worcestershire 246 for 5, still trailing Derbyshire by 379. Still no play in the game between Durham and Kent because of Storm David. Lancashire 68 for 5 at Northampton. Lancashire leading Northants by 194. And at HQ, Gloucestershire 12 for 1, following on against Middlesex, still trailing by 217.
Yadvinder Singh to bowl with the old ball from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump and is driven to backward point. This is, I don't know how Yadvinder will feel about being thrown the old ball for its final over, frankly, because unless they're going to give him the new ball on the basis they have not now too much to lose. Doesn't that sound cruel? But you know what I mean. So, well, we'll see. In he goes and bowls, walking down, and oh, that's unlucky because an inside edge that misses leg stump by the merest of fractions and flies down to fine leg for Hudson Prentice, throwing the bat, as he's obviously entitled to do at this stage. Thin inside edge and could so easily remove leg stump, but that's just how Yadvinder's Leicestershire debut has gone, really, and he goes for 4 instead of cannoning into leg stump. 314 for 7, 430 now the lead. Yeah, no, Rishi Patel quite rates his, and rightly, I think he gives the ball a bit of a rip, and his off spin, as Yadvinder is in outside off stump, driven but only as far as Ben Green at backward point, is regarded as a sort of work in progress. It's not a desperate last hope, although he's come on late in this game. You know, they have used him beforehand, and they don't have an off spinner, so you know it's something on which he has worked very hard and continues to do so, and hopefully it's another decent string to his bow. In goes Yadvinder and bowls straight, wristily flicked away to deep mid-wicket mid-on, almost long on, he's about halfway back there, by Hudson Prentice to take a single. I can't imagine a century for Price comes into Robinson's thinking at the moment. 51 overs after this remain today, take 2 off for the change of innings unless the declaration comes at tea. Yadvinder is in, bowls steered out to Green at backward point from outside off stump by Price. So 146 overs at the moment, maybe 140. How many overs will Robinson want? Well, how long until tea? Well, plenty of time until tea, and they certainly have another 10-15 overs. Another 10 overs, then it's the lead is going to be possibly not far off 500, 480, something like that. Psychological 500. Not sure what that highest score that I'll have to look up during tea, as in goes Yadvinder outside off stump, slashed away for 4 to wide third man, and he looks a very downcast young man as he walks back towards his mark. Needs a lucky break, doesn't he? Needed that for that ball for Hudson Prentice to go on to leg stump, really, if to really lift him. But no, he looks very down, and Holland is stretching, so I think Holland is going to take the new ball. I think that was a bit cruel giving him this last over, in a way.
It's tricky, isn't it? Yeah.
Just what you're going to have one over with a ball that's like a Christmas pudding, probably by now. I don't know. They nearly got a wicket though, so might have come off. And as I say, maybe he's going to continue with the new ball. In he goes and bowls straight, and Price just nurdles it really off the front foot out towards short-ish extra cover. Now, the new ball is available. Looks across at... has umpire Goff got one in his pocket, or is anybody down there? Oh, it's going to be thrown down here, the old ball by Eskenazi. He's going to... No, he's not. He's going to give it to Sam Wood to take down there, I think. I'm sure they're not going to continue with it. Or are they? Green's warming up as well. Holland tosses the new ball. Yep, the new ball has been taken. So Holland actually had it in his pocket.
Paul Farbrace is going to join us for the 10 overs leading up to tea.
Very similar.
So
Splendid.
Whenever that might be. I mean, it might well be you have to... you've got an update during that time, but... my feeling is that Sussex is going to be bowling by then. I'd be amazed if they go batting on till tea, because
we can grill him if they're not, can't we?
Well, I just but if they're going to bat the next 19 overs, at 4 and over, that's over 500, and I mean that'll be an extraordinary effort by Leicestershire, and it would only leave Sussex then 4 sessions to bowl Leicestershire out. So I would be really surprised if they go on that long.
Headline in the Brighton Evening Argus: Farbrace and Harms have stand-up row on air. over declaration delayed. Doesn't matter what Brighton and Hove Albion are doing.
No. Yeah.
Farbrace throws Harms off balcony.
Wouldn't take much, but there's not much of me really.
Holland is in with the new ball and bowls the horrible delivery that's speared down the leg side. Hudson Prentice doesn't get anything on it, but Cox, diving athletically away to his left, manages to save Holland's blushes.
So I think it does. In fact, I can see Ben Green warming up. He's probably thinking, I haven't got a bowl again, have I? But I just wonder when it gets to the stage where Ian Holland is thinking, well, do you know what? Every over that we stay out here for is an over less. That I'm not saying they're going to bat for survival, because they might still win the game. Who knows? But I
was talking about this. They don't kind of bat. They don't do that. This group of batters, I don't think. In goes Holland and bowls and hurries Hudson Prentice a little bit, but he manages to keep it out off the back foot. Looks a little quizzically at his bat as he pushed it out towards mid-wicket.
I remember a game up here a few years ago. Didn't who hung out for the draw? That was it. I think Archie Lennon batted a long while up here to secure a draw for Sussex. It's 8 points for the draw. It's not to be sniffed at.
No. Holland in, bowls again straight, meets a nice vertical bat.
Well, we'll ask Paul Farbrace when he comes up whose decision that is. I mean, ultimately, you would have thought it's the captain's decision, because he's the guy who's got to go out on the field. I'd have thought, you may have Paul Farbrace or Grant Flower, James Kirtley, all very experienced international cricketers, are saying, right, he might ask for advice, but in the end, it has to be the skipper's decision, surely.
Holland bowls. Hudson Prentice gets a delivery down the leg side again. Holland can't quite get his line right with the new ball, and this is his 16th over of the innings. Bowls plenty in the first dig as well. He and Green are going to share the new ball, judging by Green's energetic swinging of the arms at mid-on. But the two of them, as you've said, have bowled a lot of Leicestershire's, have had to bowl a lot of Leicestershire's overs. Holland turns, comes in and bowls straight, but Hudson Prentice plays slightly across the line, pushes the delivery defensively out towards mid-on.
I mean, certainly Hudson Prentice isn't playing as if he's not throwing the bat here, isn't he? It's not as if he's had the instruction, right, a quick 20 or 30 and then we'll call it a day, which makes you think that maybe the declaration isn't imminent.
No. Well, as I say, if you do the calculation on overs, there's an awful lot left. Yes. 46 basically at the moment after this delivery, potentially left to be bowled in the game.
3.5 and over gets you over the line.
In goes Holland and bowls, and played straight back to him very sweetly by Hudson Prentice, but essentially defensively Holland fielded in his follow through. It was a maiden, but not the greatest maiden I think that Ian Holland has ever bowled. Price 67, Hudson Prentice 11, 3-2-1 for 7. The lead 4-3-7. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, 3 and over takes a lot of getting. You know, if it's 100 overs, let alone 140, so you feel we're not far off the point where nobody could really argue, I don't think, if there was a declaration.
No.
But clearly there isn't going to be, because at the moment there's no real urgency being shown by the Sussex batters, and with the very high over rate, Leicestershire don't need to hurry things, and we're going through one of those slightly unedifying pieces. It's part of the game.
It is. And tomorrow all we can get is 96 overs. So, you know, Leicestershire are in no hurry here to bowl their overs. They might be thinking, well, actually, you're getting to 6:30 this time of year, and, you know, the light's maybe not great, and, you know, you might lose a couple of overs tonight. Yeah, who knows? I was just sort of looking, you know, the interesting conversation we were having earlier, and I said I really hope Leicestershire stay up, because I think it's good for the game for promoted sides to stay up. And so you then start to look at the table, probably a bit like the Premier League, and think, well, you probably Arsenal, Manchester City, Liverpool aren't going to go down. Who might be around that sort of basement area at the end of the season? So I'm not, you know, without being derisory in any way. I mean, I think you're thinking, you know, I doubt if it's going to be Somerset or Nottinghamshire. You know, I doubt if it's going to be Surrey.
Or Warwickshire.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire, you know, so, you know, are you thinking...
Yeah, there aren't many...
No, I mean, that only leaves... I mean, this isn't being disrespectful, that leaves Glamorgan, Yorkshire...
Leicestershire.
Leicestershire, in comes Green and Bowles, and plays across the line. There's Price, and doesn't time it at all to mid-off. People might be thinking, well, Sussex have lost 12 points already, so, you know, if they don't get off to a good start. So you have got that sort of cluster at clubs. So if it was football, you'd be saying, well, they're there for the European places, and they're the ones you're thinking, well, they might go down.
Leagues within leagues.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, totally. And so, you know, you want to beat the sides you think... Now, that's not to say that Leicestershire won't go to the Oval next week and turn Surrey over, because these things happen, you know. You might say it's unlikely, as Green is in Bowles and defending is Price straight back down the track. There is no run. They'll have Josh Hull back.
They will.
Nice bit, you know, nice bouncy pitch at the Oval. Yeah,
certainly he's likely to be available. So the bowling attack should be slightly stronger, and one assumes, he says carefully, Ajaz Patel might be available.
Oh, there you go.
So there'll be 2 overseas, Jake Weatherwood and Patel. Well, we'll see.
In comes Green again, bustling in Bowles, and turned wristily, but only as far as mid-on, fielded there by Vanrinder Singh, and there is no run. Just holding his groin there, Ben Green. I hope he's all right.
That'd be just what Leicestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it might be he was just touching his trousers up. I mean, you know, but I don't think he's bowling with quite the. I mean, he's running in gamely, isn't he? But he must be feeling tired. I mean, people say, hang on, he's only old 19 overs in this innings, but he batted a long time. It is the first game of the season.
Well, he figures in the first innings as well.
He bowled in the first innings 21 overs, nearly 22 overs actually.
Yeah.
In comes Green again, Bowles up in the... Oh, he's very fortunate there is Tom Brett. Took his hand off the bat and the ball was in the air for a long time, but it went straight back over Green's head and sort of plonked between mid-off and mid-on, and he goes through for a single. So
this is his 41st over of the match, plus his innings.
Yeah. That's, you know, first game of the season.
It's a lot, and he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and to be honest, you know, he's bowled a lot of overs into the wind as well,
into a howling gale.
Yeah, so you know he's done his bit for the team. I expect he's coming off maybe a slightly shorter run as well. He comes in and bowls, still gets a bit of bounce, which would be encouraging for the Sussex seamers. But Richard's absolutely right. We're in sort of a stage of the game where it's, you know, we are it's just a case now of when Robinson decides to pull the plug.
It's in Sussex's hands now.
Yeah, the lead is 439. So we've got another 49 overs remaining after this. They would lose 2 for a change of innings, which would lead 47. I mean, it's still a lot of overs. I mean, it's still a day and a half worth of overs.
Exactly,
And Robinson might be thinking to himself, well, you know, Weatherald gets in and plays a stormer, you know, but you've got to balance that about. You've got to give yourself enough time. So we shall see. In comes Green bowls, and Hudson Prentice just lets that one go outside the off stump. And I think if any declaration was imminent, he'd have thrown the kitchen sink at that. It was wide outside the off stump. He decided not to. So, end of the over. 323 for 7. Price on 68. Hudson Prentice is on 12. If you're just joining us for the first time today, well, Sussex did lose wickets this morning. Lost 3 for 21 at one stage, with James Coles for 26, Jack Leaning for 6 and John Simpson for 5, and they're indebted to a very good partnership between Jack Carson, who was eventually out for 85, and Tom Price on debut, adding 119 for the 7th wicket to steer Sussex into a position whereby they've got this substantial lead. And it has to be said that for Leicestershire, the bowling of Ian Holland, the skipper, and Ben Green has carried the main threat, and those two, without being disrespectful to any of the other bowlers, haven't been able to stem the flow of runs. And we're in a phase now where it's Holland and Green bowling again and causing the run rate to drop considerably.
Holland comes in bright sunshine and bowls, so slightly airy drive from Finn Hudson Prentice. The ball squirts off down to third man. Yadvinder Singh is the fielder. Fields just about in front of the cakes in the Friends of Grace Road little kiosk down there at the bottom of the meet. Staffed, among others, by Mike Sinclair, former chief executive of the club.
Right, that's rather nice. Does his bit. Presumably lives locally then.
Yes. In comes Holland, bowls. Price turns it nicely, times it nicely off his legs out towards
Did
wide.
He hurt himself there, that fielder? He just seemed to go over on his knee a little bit there.
I think it's Green there as well.
I'm not
Scrambled to his right and made the stop. He picks himself up.
Oh, thank goodness he's okay.
It's not Green, it's Wood.
I just thought for a minute it sort of jarred his knee, the way that he fell.
Picking himself up somewhat gingerly, but
he's all right, thank
he's
goodness.
A lithe young man who's spent a lot of time in the gym and stretching and what have you over the winter, I'm sure. Sam Wood, and he picks himself up and says, yeah, I'm okay. Holland is in and bowling, again flicked off the legs by, or at least flicked off the straight almost by Tom Price. It indicates that it came back into him. He picked out the man at shortish mid-wicket on the bounce, so no run.
John says, please don't start discussing declarations. Maybe with a 500 plus lead we might think about
500 plus?
That's what John thinks.
Jeepers, John. That's cautious in the extreme. In goes Holland, bowls straight, defended on the back foot. No foot movement from Tom Price.
I mean, someone will be able to tell us. I just wonder how many times in county cricket a side batting fourth has scored 500 plus to win a game. I mean, how many times would a side batting fourth have scored 400? I mean, I know Surrey a couple of seasons ago, who did they play? And they scored a mammoth total to win a game batting fourth. But more often than not, it would be the bowling side who would win that game.
Holland bowls. I think deceives Price to a certain extent. That was a very odd shot from Price, who, again, playing across the line, ended up defending, but sort of twitching on the back foot in defence. That the ball perhaps just came back into him. Pushed it out into the onside, no run.
I guess, Jonathan, if you were listening earlier, we were saying, you know, do you reach a stage, particularly where you're playing rivals, and when you're 12 points down to start the season, you think, actually, we fancy going for the full win.
Holland bowls, and again it's very straight, and again it's pushed into the leg side by Tom Price. End of the over, 68 to him. Price, that is. 3-2-4 the score, 440 the lead. Yeah, I mean, it was something we were discussing earlier, wasn't it, that they mustn't not win because they're being too cautious here.
Yes.
Sussex, this is a huge opportunity and so much in their favour. And it would be a shame, you would think, to say we'll set 550 and then run out of time.
Well, I mean, I'm looking now, so we're halfway through the day's play, aren't we? We've got 48 overs left in the day. I suppose it's the overs that might be bothering Ollie Robinson. You may be thinking, well, there's 140. If we declared now, they've got 140 overs to score 448, so it's sort of 3 and a bit and over.
But he kind of wants Leicestershire to go for their shots.
In a sense, yes, you do. Yeah,
not just dig in.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, maybe not.
Ben Green comes in from the Pavilion Inn, bowls to Hudson Prince, who just lets that one pass by harmlessly outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Still no play up at Durham, where we're hearing from Martin Emerson, who's our Durham commentator. The problem now wasn't the fact of the scaffolding, etc., that had fallen down, but seemed to be more of a problem that the covers had moved in the wind, and there was a lot of water had gone on the pitch, and there were some damp patches around. So that seemed to be one of the issues up at Durham. Either way, they haven't gone on at all today, and the ground was initially declared unsafe for spectators. As in comes Green and bowls, and up on his toes is Hudson Prentice, and plays very correctly to short extra cover, and there is no run. No such issues here. We did have a brief shower about 11:30, but since then, although it's been windy and it is pretty chilly outside, there's been lots and lots of blue sky, and certainly the forecast for tomorrow is really very good. I mean, we're not going to be here in shorts and t-shirts, but it is going to be dry, and I'm sure that may be also coming into Sussex's thinking as well, that we are going to get a full, hopefully the rest of today and all of tomorrow, as Green is in bowls, and Hudson Prentice just lets that one go outside the off stump through to keeper Cox. And the more I watch this, the more I'm thinking that it could be about Sussex have got in their mind a certain amount of overs, Richard. They think, right, 96 tomorrow, 32 today, that's 98 plus 30. Now, just looking at the umpire, Goff, just having a word into his radio there, was he? I don't think he issued any sort of rebuke to Ben Green for running on the pitch, or maybe he did. Green in again, bowls, and played firmly onto the onside for a single to Hudson Prentice, who goes to a 40. I'm just sort of watching closely. I don't think it was any kind of a warning, but it was just interesting. He looked at the footmarks, then he started talking into his microphone, radio, whatever you want to call it. Turns does Green. Comes running in and bowls, and Price plays without timing to mid-off, and there is no run. That's one thing I would like to see change, actually, in county cricket, that when things like, and I'm not saying there has been a warning issued here, I'm sure there hasn't, but sometimes there's a signal to the scorers or whatever, but I think that's when there should be some sort of an announcement from the umpires of so-and-so has been given a warning because he's been running on the pitch, much like they're trying to do in some other sports now, so the spectators, and us, to be honest, are aware of exactly what's going on. Green, right arm over, bowls, nice looking shot by Price, and that's going to run away for just a single, because Rehan Ahmed is right out on the offside boundary, and he's one of these players, Rehan, who if he gets going in this pursuit of runs, you never quite know what might happen. So just 2 runs coming off of the over, 3:26 for 7 are Sussex with a lead of 442.
And I'm told there's no movement whatsoever on the Sussex balcony, so it's not imminent, the declaration. That passed John Tattersall in the covers at very catchable height. Unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view, it was a good few feet wide of him.
Who's off the field then, Richard?
Looking around, it usually starts happening in mid-afternoon, doesn't it? People
Ben Green looks exhausted.
Head off to for a comfort break, perhaps. Looking around. Were the rules there? In goes Holland and bowls down the leg side, and it's not taken cleanly by Ben Cox. Not the first time I've said that today. He had a lot of work to do to get across there. He did get across there, but he takes off his left gauntlet no buys resulted because he 3/4 stopped it and Rishi Patel completed the job, but Cox takes off his left gauntlet and looks ruefully at the ruins of a once artistic left hand, I'm sure. Holland in, bowls. That one is turned down the leg side. However, Green will move across from long leg to field at fine leg, and only one is taken. It's Eskenazi is off the field.
Right.
He shouldn't be too tired. He hasn't had too much work to do out there in the field. Brighton playing a Women's FA Cup quarter-final
Yes,
today, aren't they?
not sure what the score is in that. They were playing,
Would you like to know?
Playing Arsenal, I think.
Goalless at the moment,
Right.
Adrian.
Okay.
Holland is in and bowls down the wicket and driven back past him by Hudson Prentice. His patience snapped. Used his feet very nicely, got to the pitch of the ball, slammed it back past Holland, who put out a sort of despairing left-handed gesture. I would think, really, he didn't get there, and it runs up to the long off boundary for 4. 4-4-7 the lead. 3-3-1 the score. But if for some reason the weather were to close in a bit tomorrow, in goes Holland and bowls, squares up Hudson Prentice a touch, and he gets an arch look from Holland twice actually. He turned again up the second time to tell Rishi Patel to go out of the slips into a catching position in the covers, I suspect, because it sort of stopped on Hudson Prentice a little bit, and consequently, as I say, squared him up a bit. Holland in, bowls, and again comes off the thick outside edge, having been squared up. Hudson Prentice, it was a fuller delivery, and he was looking to clip it away into the leg side. It squirted off that almost leading edge past Patel along the ground. It wasn't a chance, and a hill came in from the cover boundary to field. 70 to Price. Maybe he's going to have an opportunity to get his 100.
Maybe, yeah.
Holland in, bowls, and that's an attempted big hit from Price. Gets a thick inside edge. It runs out to deep square. There was a sense of need to get on with this a little bit now. Haven't been any obvious messages passed or semaphored in that respect. 3-3-3 for 7. The score 4-4-9. So Leicestershire would have to get 450. I ought to know, given what happened at Hove a couple of years ago, what Leicestershire's sort of record chase, successful chases and things like that, but I would have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they've never chased 450.
Yes, I mean, that was 469. I think they were chasing. Or was it 462? I got sent a note earlier on about what 464 they chased, and they didn't get there by 19 runs. Gorgeous afternoon now. If you're out the wind, it's really very pleasant indeed. But Sussex carry on.
4-4-5 will have been the biggest second innings score Leicester have made for a number of years, I would think. Again.
So the Ernstwhile Ben Green's going to carry on. He's into his 21st over, figures of 2 for 51. He's coming into bowl to Tom Price, and Price is forward solidly and plays down the ground to long on, picks up a single. He goes to 72. I guess what you can say here, Richard, if you're thinking about the pitch now, the Leicestershire bowlers are probably feeling pretty weary by now. But it doesn't. I mean, the odd one has kept low, but in general, it's been a good pitch. So there's certainly no gremlins in the wickets. It's just the occasional one that's misbehaved, which you think it's the first game of the season. I think it's been a good pitch. Green in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice just plays defensively down the onside, and there is no run. He remains on 19. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Very good afternoon from Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. And I think we feel very blessed that we've had so much cricket as we had in this game, because around the country, in fact, generally around the country, there's been a lot of cricket. I mean, the forecast for the Easter weekend was not great at all, and He hasn't been balmy weather, but it's been playable. As in comes Green, bowls, and Hudson Prentice this time does take the bowling on, and he gets a thick outside edge, and the ball disappears down to third man. So that was the first real sign that Hudson Prentice was perhaps looking to get on with it, and he looks at the edge of his bat. But that's skewed away down to fine leg. Just in terms of the field, for those of you who are not watching the stream, there are 3 men saving one on the offside, a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Then on the leg side, a deep backward square leg on the boundary fence, a deep mid-wicket on the fence, and just the one fielder fielding at a wideish mid-on the onside. Is there a field? Yeah, and there's a fielder down at long on. I thought I hadn't counted 11. Comes Green again, bowls, and Price has a bit of a yee-haw at that. And so the last 2 shots have perhaps been an indication that they're trying to get on with it, because
They've been slogs, haven't they?
That was a slog. Yeah, that was definitely a slog. He's on 72, Tom Price, but he put his foot down the pitch and just swung all across the line. So the last 2 shots have maybe indicated that perhaps some sort of declaration may not be far away. And in fact, that shot prompts Ian Holland to move the mid-wicket fielder who was saving one out to Cow corner. So I wonder if Ian Holland is thinking similarly to us. As Green is in again, bowls, and Price this time plays an orthodox shot. That's good cricket actually by Tom Price, because the fielder had moved saving one, and he decided just to knock it onto the onside and pick up the single. He goes to 73, the total to 336 for 7.
Well, 453 would be the target now, so over 450. If a side gets over 450 to win a game, sometimes say, "Oh, well done."
Well, you kind of just say, "Yeah, I agree.
We've had a go."
Yeah, I agree.
But
I agree. I think that's a phenomenal effort. It's obviously been achieved in the great game, but it's not too often that it happens in county cricket.
No.
Green, I'm sure he's coming off a shorter run, Richard. He's in and bowls. Oh, that's a tricky delivery. What a delivery that is. He got movement off the pitch, and he's beaten Hudson Prentice absolutely all ends up. Hudson Prentice remains not out on 20 at the end of the over. Ben Green rather wearily takes his cap and short sleeve sweater as a word to his skipper, who comes up, and I'm sure he said, "Well bowled, mate."
Yeah.
21 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 54.
I don't think there's any point now in Green and Holland bowling. 450 is 450. There's not that much difference, 460, 70, 80 really, so you don't want to break your 2 main men, although Holland's going to continue.
Yeah, particularly with the trip, the games are coming. I mean, Sussex actually are, I think the fixtures have fallen quite nicely in that they get these 2 games, then they get a week off.
Yeah, we're off week 3.
Are you?
I think we're off.
Right.
Yeah, so
it's quite a nice week to be off, isn't it? Because you I think last year Sussex played the first 4 weeks or something, and then a week off or something like that, and you could have done with a break a bit earlier, really.
Holland is in, and Disney from that end, isn't it? And Price is turning into the leg side defensively. Sussex home, Surrey away, and then a week off. Then we're in Cardiff to finish the month.
Yeah, it's just quite a nice time. I think you feel you could give it your all, can't you, for 2 games, and then you've got 4 on the spin. Then the weather may be a bit better, and
yes. Holland bowls a little bit short, pulled and caught at mid-wicket by, it was Tatsuo, it's now Eskenazi again. So Price isn't going to get his 100. Is there going to be a declaration? He went back, pulled, seemed to get plenty of it. No great joyful celebrations among the Leicestershire fielders. Eskenazi, who took one blinder at slip yesterday, didn't he? That was another diving effort, and a good diving effort. It wasn't quite as tricky as the one at slip. It was low down though, and they're always difficult, really, get your hands underneath them. But he did get his hands underneath them, and Price's effort comes to an end on 73. Off 120 balls, he's hit 10 fours, and I think it was an important knock, because, as I say, when he came in, Sussex were just wobbling a little bit, and together with Carson, they ensured it was no more than just a little wobble. And he leaves with his side in an absolutely dominant position. 336 for 8, they lead by 452.
Yes. And a nice introduction for Tom Price. He's made a good impression, hasn't he? 76, 73 in this innings, 43 in the first innings. So what's that? 76 plus 40. Come on, Adrian. What's that? 116 runs in the match.
Take that, wouldn't you, in your first game? Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, he's sort of put a little marker in, hasn't he? And there'd been a bit of discussion about, what's was he coming into the side as a replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice, or both of them are playing in this game, so it means Sussex do bat very deep. And Jack Carson would normally have batted 9. He came in as a night watchman. He made 85. So certainly the Sussex batting seems to be in good order. Here comes the skipper. I wonder. I mean, Ollie Robinson.
He likes to swing the.
Well, he does.
He
Does like to swing the willow, and I wonder whether he might come in and think, actually. I mean, because let's face it, Ollie Robinson's going to have to do a lot of bowling. I don't think he's going to want to be out there for hours, is he? I wonder whether Ollie's thinking a quick 15-20 minutes here, just see what it brings.
It might be a nice little warm up for him.
We've still got today 44 overs, so let's supposing Sussex declared with 40 overs to go. That still leaves Leicestershire 136 overs to score the runs. I mean, I think every Sussex supporter is probably thinking, yes, but they nearly did it at Hove a few years ago, which they nearly did.
Yeah, but circumstances are not quite the same. It is early April, not middle of summer.
And if I remember rightly, there was a relatively short boundary on one side of the ground, wasn't there?
Over which the ball flew on numerous occasions.
Lots of times.
Yeah. Mostly in one over.
Yeah.
In goes Holland and bowls to Robinson, who is carefully forward on off stump, poking the ball into the offside. Ben Green has just left the field carrying the drinks that were brought on by the 12th man. His work for now, we can therefore conclude, is done.
Well, 6 wickets for Holland, 5 for Green in the match. So that's 11 wickets between the pair. They really have carried the main threat.
They have, as the wind starts to just get up again as Holland goes in and bowls. Robinson slightly falls over his feet as he dabs that one out into the offside. Partly because he was looking at the possibility of a quick single, which wasn't on. Weatherald, the fielder. Wicket maiden ahoy. 2 more deliveries.
Yep.
3 for 70 for Holland. Thus far from 18.4 overs, in he goes and bowls, and it isn't going to be a wicket maiden. He's just outside off stump and Robinson dabs it down to third man. No slip even for the new batsman.
I was just making some advance inquiries of one or two who might have known in terms of Sussex, of how many Sussex players have made 100 on debut, but I haven't got the Sussex handbook for this year. I hope to pick one up when I'm down at Hove next week.
They put all the records in there, do they?
Yeah, they do. Someone would have known, so I put a little message out, but I was a little presumptuous.
Are you allowed to do a hand? Are Sussex allowed to do a handbook? They spend the money on it, and goes Holland and bowls, and stepping out, Hudson-Prentice drives, gets plenty of it, but a good skidding
Very
stop
good
by Lewis Hill down there at deep backward point in front of the meet saves a couple of runs. In fact, saves 3 runs, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought they'd come back for a certain second, but they just took the single. So Hudson-Prentice will keep the strike. 3-3-8 for 8. The lead 4-5-4. 44 overs remain today, so 12 until tea. I would want a few overs before tea, I think.
Oh, I thought so. Yeah.
Maybe even just 4, something like that. So the batsmen have everything to lose, nothing much to gain.
Well, Paul Firebrace is going to come and talk to us with 10 overs to go until tea, so it's only 2 more.
He's not far away then.
It's only 2 more overs, so and the skipper's out in the middle. I mean, I'm sure that well, that'll be the first question, won't it? What's the plan? I mean, he's not going to divulge it completely, but he may give some indication.
Sam Wood is going to take over from Ben Green.
And he's coming in from the pavilion end. Tall figure, Sam Wood. Then Hudson Prentice on 21. Away from us comes Wood, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who sort of stands tall and slogs it down the ground. Umpire Goff had to take evasive action, and in fact it's gone all the way for 4 runs. He sort of skipped out the way, did Michael Goff.
Clubbed it back straight at him, baseball style.
He did, and it's Hudson Prentice goes to 25. Sussex to 342 for 8. The lead is 458. Lovely afternoon now. All cotton wool clouds all around Grace Road. As in comes Sam Wood. Bowls wide outside the offside. Well, that would have been a T20 or a 1 day wide, but not in the longer form of the game, and taken by Ben Cox. And there is no run. So the field, just so that, say for those who aren't watching on the stream, there are 3 men on the boundary on the offside. There's a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, a long off. On the leg side there's a long on, a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. So 6 men on the boundary for Leicestershire. And just, in fact there must be another one, as in comes Wood over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson Prentice steers this to backward point where there's a misfield. And 1 more to the total, 1 more to Hudson Prentice, who goes to 27. And now the field comes in slightly for Ollie Robinson, who does like hit the ball down in the area of long on. So we'll see what he does. 343 for 8. You look like you've got to do some stretching, Richard.
It's about this sort of time in the afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah. 343 for 8 as in comes Sam Wood. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Ollie Robinson just defends onto the onside, and there is no run for Ollie Robinson. There are 3 fielders saving, 1 on the offside and 1 on the leg. Still 3 fielders guarding that leg side boundary, a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and a long on. And Rian Ahmed is that Rian Ahmed out there?
Rahan, yep.
Yeah, he's Rahan. I need to get the pronunciation of his name correct.
He's not precious about it, but
No, but that's okay. We should get these things right. In comes Wood. Bowls and cut away by Ollie Robinson, down to third man. He's going to pick up a single. He goes to 2. And Sussex to 343 for 8. So if they were to declare at the end of this over, we would lose 2 overs for the change of innings.
you made yourself a hostage to maths on the hoof now. Go on then.
So that would leave them 41 left in the day, so you'd have 9 before tea. Certainly no indication that that's going to be the case. The lead now 460 as Wood races in again and bowls short, and Hudson Prentice flees the ball away into the offside. For Hudson Prentice, there were more men back on the boundary fence, but it's just a single. Ben Green has come running back onto the field, so well done him. 345 for 8. With Hudson Prentice on 27, Ollie Robinson is on 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray. A delightful Grace Road with lots of blue sky around, a few cotton wool clouds, and famous last words. I think we're done with the showers. We had a brief shower at 11:30. Other than that, we didn't lose any. We didn't lose any overs. So,
no, absolutely set fair. Johnny Tattersall runs off the field. And who's taking his sweater off? Is Holland just going to keep going now? Like a clockwork seamer.
He is.
He's been wound up. And he's just going to keep going. He's decided, the captain, that if people are going to flog his bowling, it's going to be he who's going to do it. Everybody's pretty much out on the boundary on the leg side now. 4 men out on the boundary on the leg side. And he goes, Holland, and bowls, touch short, and Hudson Prentice can stand up and just play firmly out towards long on, where Rahan finds himself posted, and a straightforward single.
What time's your update, Richard?
About 10-2, so
Right, okay.
not so very far off.
Yeah.
During half-time, presumably at Bordeaux. Holland into Robinson, who just calmly turns it. Essentially defensively, but nobody out on the leg side, so, well, only out on the boundary, and Green loses his cap as he jogs in to field the ball. Robinson, who is the man in whose hands the fate of the game lies in terms of its direction over the next few overs, seems quite content just to take ones at the moment.
Yeah.
3-4-7 for 8, the lead 4-6-3. Holland in. Gets the ball stays low. He appeals for leg before. Big thick part of the bat squeezed it out to the leg side, and presumably the appeal from Holland was on the basis it might just have been pad first. Kind of don't see how I suppose it might have flicked the outside of the pad onto the inside part of the bat, but either way, umpire White unmoved. Another single, Hudson Prentice onto 29. Holland bowls. Robinson looked as like he was thinking about the long handle there, but ended up just adjusting and blocking it back down the pitch.
Yeah.
So again, the game being played without urgency at the moment as we wait for the setup. Holland in, bowls, and that could be four. Nice shot from Robinson, as Adrian said. It was just leg side, and he stood up tall and just turned his bat on it and went very fine. And no chance at all for Green running around from long leg to cut the ball off. Thumps into the white picket fence that runs in front of around much of the ground actually, here at Grace Road.
Paul Faber's just asked if we can come up a little later, so that's fine. I'll get back to you on a time. It could well because they're discussing the declaration, I suspect. I don't know.
Arguments are going on, or perhaps he's heard. In goes Holland and blocked out into the offside for a single by Robinson. He's heard that you're on the warpath about it. don't fancy Harmsy off his long run. End of the over, 3-5-3 for 8. The lead 4-6-9. Robinson 8, Hudson Prentice 29.
Well, they're still going. What time's your last update, Richard, today?
About 6, I think.
Right, okay.
Which presumably is once the rugby has not only concluded, but the
post-match.
Yeah, exactly. The post-mortem, I suspect, in this case, has been concluded. What did you think of that coffee and walnut? I thought that was excellent.
It was very good. Yeah, very good indeed. So on we go. I'm not surprised that Ben Green is having a bit of a breather, because he's, as I say, there's a lot of cricket to be played over the next few weeks.
Yeah, why would you now be bowling?
Sam Wood plays, though. He comes running in and bowls to Ollie Robinson, who does give it the long handle, and that's gone many a mile. Is he going to be caught?
No, it's not.
It's been put down.
I don't think it carried. I think he got there on the half volley.
Right, in which case he probably did well to stop the ball, but Ollie Robinson certainly showing there that maybe he is going to look to accelerate, because it was a big left leg down the wicket and he heaved the ball away. He didn't get all of it down to long on. And I think it was Singh who came in, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Yeah. Bless.
Yeah, he's had a tricky game, hasn't he? Ben Cox is waving to somebody, making furious signals. As in comes Wood again. Bowls wide outside the offside. Well, he's allowed to do that. I just wonder the fact that Paul is going to come a little later, whether this declaration is imminent,
Well, his indication to you and that shot from Ollie Robinson are of a kind, aren't they, in a way? Perhaps they're telling the same story. Perhaps they are going to have a little dart pre-tea.
Yeah, maybe 8 overs before tea. I don't know why 8 overs.
Yeah.
Why 8 and not 9? Wood in again, or bangs it in, and I just wonder whether Sam Wood has got the feeling that it's, because that was a short delivery, difficult for.
Well, if they were to pull out at the end of this over, it would be 7 before tea, wouldn't it?
Yes, sorry, because they would lose 2. You're right. Yeah, so maybe they're going to go 6 before tea. Why would it be even numbers? I don't know.
I was going to say, I think we're at the stage where 4-7-2 is the target for Leicestershire at the moment.
It does seem quite, it does seem sensible to send someone out before tea, because then you've got to sort of start your innings twice, and
Exactly.
so I think it does make sense to have half a dozen overs or so. Wood is in bowls. Robinson steers that one down to third man. Picks out one. He'll think about coming back for the second. He has a comfortable second for Ollie Robinson. And as I say, and added to the fact, I don't think you want your strike bowler out there for an hour when he's the way he bowled in the first innings. Robinson's going to be key if Sussex are going to win this game. The lead now is 473.
Well, you don't want him wrapped on the fingers or something. Something like that. I know that's always a
risk,
occupational hazard, isn't it? But this, he's going to have a huge role, Robinson. You would think.
Yeah. In comes Wood over the wicket bowl. Robinson just dabs that down into the offside, and there is no run. So, lovely afternoon here. Richard Ray, Adrian Harms are on commentary duties at Grace Road. We've had a thoroughly enjoyable 3 days, and a lot more cricket to come tomorrow as well.
It's going to be a late one tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is going to be a late one, because we've still got it's already best part of 10 minutes short of 4 o'clock. So if we finish now, we're going to have another sort of 7 overs before tea. That's going to take us to 4:30, 32 overs afterwards. So we could be looking sort of 6:45ish, that sort of thing tonight. So Budinger is down below us, about to bring out a helmet to somebody, but he's been sent back by the skipper as in comes Wood and bowls. Oh, and Robinson's beaten. That was a good delivery by Sam Wood.
I thought he'd edged it. Everybody sort of looked behind.
Yes. End of the over. 3:57 for 8. So we have got 41 overs left in the day. 9 until tea. If there were to be a change, if Sussex were to declare now, they would only have 6 overs before tea. So I don't know, 473. Maybe they're thinking 500. I don't know, but I think we're going to get some spin. I think we're going to get some.
It's yes. It's the logical thing, isn't it? To say to Robinson, go on then, see if you can clobber a few. And he's got. Oh, here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, that mountain is getting ever higher, Jack. 473 is now the Sussex lead, and they are still batting. The speculation is when Ollie Robinson, the Sussex captain, will declare and start bowling at the Foxes. Robinson's at the wicket now. Rehan Ahmed is bowling to Finn Hudson-Prentice on 30. Robinson has 11. 3:57 for 8. Sussex, I beg your pardon. Leicestershire will need at least probably 480 plus to win the game. It's a most unlikely prospect, I'm afraid. Ahmed bowls, and is it me from that end? And he's pushed out towards a long on. Yeah. Let's see, is anybody saving one? We have 1, 2, we have a cover, backwardish point or short third, and a short fine leg. Everybody else on the boundary. An attempted reverse sweep by Robinson, who's given out caught behind. Cox says he took the catch. Robinson cannot understand it. He's looking at the stump saying, well, the bails are still on, and I didn't hit it, but he has been given out by Rob White. And I'm going to say there have been 1 or 2 slightly curious decisions from Mr. White in this game.
Well, you were quite right.
Oh yeah, it could only have been for a catch behind, and that he has been given. Cox was pretty convinced. Rehan didn't look too sure, it's got to be said, and Robinson looks completely baffled. He turned and looked at the stumps, and he's wandering off going, well, I must have done something, I suppose. But he's gone, and there's no declaration, because Henry Crocombe, he's shaking his head, Ollie Robinson, as he walks off. What the heck? But he's gone, he's been given out. And as I say, Henry Crocombe coming out to replace him, his partner in fast bowling crime, if you like. So maybe going through to tea.
Well, these two, Hudson Prentice and Crocombe, were together when the innings ended last time. In the first one, Hudson Prentice was out for 33. And I was a bit surprised because I think Henry can bat. I mean, he's no mug down the order. He's got a first-class half-century to his name. Yeah, I'm starting to think now. Maybe Sussex are going
just
to
bat through. Well, or until they're all out.
Yeah,
There's only one wicket left to fall.
Maybe they are. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have thought a few overs before tea wouldn't have been the worst thing, but
We might well get them.
well, it might do but
because they're bowled out.
Yeah, if a wicket falls, they will have to bat before tea.
That was curious.
The Leicestershire lads are taking an age here, aren't they? And well, actually, you can't blame them in a sense because they're way ahead on the over rate, and they're thinking, well, we're going to have to face quite a lot of overs anyway. And that is a danger for Sussex because, I mean, there'll be 96 tomorrow, you would hope.
Well, at the moment it's 136, isn't it? Assuming that we don't lose 2 for a change of innings. Which we possibly will now because they've got how many overs? 7.2 to get this last wicket before tea, Leicestershire. Ahmed is in and bowls, and Crocombe is getting to the pitch of it. Tall young man, just blocking it out into the offside. Still got 1, 2, 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side, but it's a slightly more conventional field. Ahmed is in. Crocombe goes back and might have been the googly because there was a big puff of dust as he had to bring his bat down slightly more quickly and more of an inside line than he looked as though he thought might otherwise be the case. Rahan is slowing things up now by drying his hand in the dust at the in the footholes up there at the Bennett end before stepping in and bowling a little bit short. Crocombe can go back and just work it into the gap at mid-wicket. Let Eskenazi jog around from wideish mid-on to field, or mid-wicket, wideish mid-wicket to field. And Henry Crocombe is off the mark. And now Rahan is going to fasten a shoelace. So it's kind of becoming blatant in terms of just literally time wasting. Got a big smile on his face as he does it, but I suppose it isn't against any laws that I'm aware of.
No, absolutely. I mean, they're way ahead on over rate. Why wouldn't they take their time? I think this is you can see this is a deliberate ploy now. Why not take some time out of the game?
And for Hudson Prentice, the field goes back, or at least a couple more fielders go back. We've had at least a minute since the last delivery.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ahmed is in. Hudson Prentice is clipping the foolish delivery off his toes out towards deep mid-wicket. In comes Scriven. Athletically picks up Wood, I beg his pardon. I've confused those two a couple of times today.
Rita is back, so I'll take a leave of absence and I'll leave you with Rita until tea. But it'd be interesting to see how long they take between overs here, because I think Leicester, nothing to say that why they shouldn't do this, and they're perhaps thinking, well, possibly Sussex won't get the full allocation of overs in at this time of year. Although the weather's as good as it's been the whole game now. But anyway,
nobody's walking very fast, are they?
No.
Ambling between overs. I think the Foxes at the moment, the ball is rolled along the ground by Lewis Hill. Nine wickets down, so a maximum of 9 overs. I think was the announcement. Does that make sense? Probably. Sam Wood is going to try and put an end to the Sussex second innings. In he comes and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clubs him off the back foot from just outside off stump to long off Holland fields, and the fielders all march in. One of those curiously almost indolent passages of county cricket Rita at the moment, while we'll wait to see what figure Ollie Robinson and Sussex have in mind.
It's a very strange passage of play, isn't it?
It's a little bit tedious, whispered, isn't it? But we'll get some proper cricket soon. Slipper's gone in for the new batsman Crocombe as Wood is in. Bowls to Crocombe, who does indeed edge, but off the back foot through about fourth slip along the ground. 2 third man. There is a third man. 1 is taken. Crocombe on to 2. The lead for 7-8. Field retreats.
Oh wow, they really do retreat, don't they? There is finding out lads.
Yes, as retreats go, it isn't of the sort of fastest variety. In goes Wood and bowls outside off stump. Hudson Prentice drives him out to Rahan, who's at extra cover, bouncing around, waiting for it. Much sort of bants going on out there, lots of banter.
Oh yes, lovely, love it, Richard. And guess what? They all come in for the next delivery.
Absolutely. Get your steps in. Wood polishes the ball on the his bottom of his shirt, not trousers. He's one of those sort of polishers, and then runs in with that very straight run and bowls to Henry Crocombe. Grunt of effort. Crocombe covers up on off stump and blocks the ball out to Eskenazi, who lets the ball roll to him very slowly before bowling. I'm sure Eskenazi has bowled against us for Middlesex. Obviously clearly doesn't anymore. I'm saying that. Let's have a look, see if it
fancies a bit of that after seeing Rishi do the business with get a wicket, and probably should have got another wicket, dare I mention it.
He's bowled 3 overs in first class cricket actually, so I obviously haven't seen him bowl against Leicestershire. In goes Wood, and that's a decent shout for leg before, because he stepped right across there, Henry Crocombe, but not far enough, says umpire Goff, before raising his knee to the scorers and giving it a punch. And then I like umpire Goff because he kind of explains why he's not given a decision, and he was indicating to Sam Wood there that height as well. A leaf threatens to blow across the pitch, and Hudson Prentice just sort of watches it with his bat, just makes sure it's got out of his eye line before Wood comes charging, and the leaf blows back, but Wood was in his delivery stride as he bowled there, so Hudson Prentice, to his credit, didn't back away. It was a full delivery outside off stump, and Hudson Prentice tried to sort of chop it, guide it, poke it away down through the offside. Didn't get anything on it, was too far away, and it's the end of the over. So 4 o'clock, we've got 7 overs until tea, subject to that announcement. Did you sort of...
Did I hear it properly?
Figure?
No.
What it actually meant? I think what we need is for this wicket to fall, and we can all decide what's what.
Could you repeat this? This is a shout out. Can you repeat it, please? But yeah, we need a wicket here, and to get this innings over with, and then we'll figure out. And you know how good how exciting play is when we're on leaf watch.
Yeah.
So I think that says it all. But here's Rahan, who is always looking to make his mark, and energetic cricketer in from the Bennett end, in and bowls. Oh, and beats Crocombe.
Leg spinners get tail enders out.
Oh, I mean, you got to lick your lips as a bowler when you're facing a tail ender. I mean, Henry Crocombe will be full of confidence after getting that 5 for 5 for 33. But he's got the bat in hand at the moment. He'll have the ball in hand at some point. That is for certain. Rahan in. Lofted delivery. Oh, that kind of went nowhere. And I think it's fair to say that Rahan is playing with Crocombe here, mixing it up, varying it up. And he's got all the varieties as Arahan. Third ball of the over. Back foot, defensive stroke, it goes to gully, and there is no run. Big shout out to the two spectators on the far left hand side. I think Adrian's already given them a shout out. I said hello to them. The ones with on the far end. Here's Rahan. Back foot, defensive stroke again to gully, no run. That blanket they have over their legs I was quite jealous of, but in here it's lovely actually, Richard, so thank you for this wonderful environment. But out there, slightly different story in the wind. Run in. Oh, and Crocombe skips down the wicket.
Stumped.
And stumped absolutely by Ben Cox. Was fooled all ends up. Didn't know what to do there, Crocombe, so I thought I'll skip down, try and get to the pitch of the ball. And that is the end of the innings. All out for 364 are Sussex. So here we go then, Leicestershire fans.
4-8-1.
4-8-1 to win. That's all. You've got a day and a bit to go. So get your pads on, chaps. It's going to be they're going to go for it, aren't they? I mean, that's a massive whopper of a target to try and get. But Leicestershire fans know that the Foxes absolutely always try and go for it. But a great effort from the Sussex players who've put on quite an innings there. At one point today, 2 or 3 quick wickets. We thought, oh, could they keep it down to a 350 lead? It just wasn't to be.
Tea will be taken, so we won't lose any overs, I don't think. Tea will be taken with 38 overs remaining. It will be a long old final session. As a consequence, out comes the heavy roller, and I think the passage of play post tea will be rather more urgent in every way than the play has been before tea. Well, Leicestershire have taken 20 wickets in the match. They've had to work horribly hard for them though, and they're in a position where they're going to have to work even harder with the bat if they're going to get anywhere close to chasing this down. So 38 plus 96 is 134 overs potentially in the Leicestershire second innings to score 481, which is the best part of 4 runs and over, isn't it? What, about 3.8, something like that? I haven't got the calculator on me, but it's plenty. Maybe near a 3.6 more or less. So theoretically it can be done, but on a late third and fourth day pitch against a pretty good attack, certainly a well-led attack. Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe bowled Leicestershire in their first innings. It's going to be hard going. So we will get a cup of tea. We will gird our loins for that final session, which will start in around about 16-17 minutes time now. But just for now, from Uptonsteel Grace Road, we'll say enjoy your tea, and we'll be back with you shortly. Afternoon, folks. Third and final session on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Sussex after a rather strange old afternoon session that swung up and down. Sussex have extended their second innings to 364, 3 more than they scored in the first innings, which gives them an overall lead of 480, and they've said to Leicestershire, right, you can get that, good luck to you. Leicestershire have 38 overs tonight, potentially 96 tomorrow, so run rate is theoretically doable. We worked it out. Rita Green from BBC Sport and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester at just under 6, let's call it 3.6 runs per over, according to Rita's calculator anyway. So theoretically it's doable, but it's an awfully big ask against Ollie Robinson fit and firing, Henry Crocombe very much fit and firing, and Robinson, the Sussex skipper, is going to try and make early inroads. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel from the Bennett end. Patel drives pleasantly. It's over pitched from Robinson, could go all the way and does go all the way. So is it a statement of intent from Rishi Patel and from Leicestershire? It was just a half volley that he stroked away for 4, to be honest.
Yeah, nice stroke, and to have the Crawley-esque about it for first ball of the innings, showing intent there. But yeah, it was there to be hit, wasn't it? It was slightly over pitch, and when it comes to Ollie Robinson, he doesn't give many of those away, so you've got to take them when they come.
Robinson, that slightly angled run is in. That's a better delivery. Slightly squared up. Rishi Patel walks into the defensive push, pushing it out to extra cover. That's a very young shout of Leicestershire. La la la. That's definitely not stench, because it's more or less in tune to start with.
It's a few of them.
What's going on? This is a new group of young Leicestershire supporters are giving voice bravely in the cold from over there in the popular stand. In goes Robinson and bowls. All care and attention from Patel as he watches the ball onto the bat and then sees the ball run out towards extra cover. There's no run. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, and they are slips rather than 3 slips and a gully. There is a sort of deep-ish gully as well, actually, for the skewed drive. Patel does love a drive, and early doors has been known to skew 1 or 2. Robinson is in to him, and he does edge, and it's on the bounce, well, several bounces along the ground actually, most of the way towards Haynes at 4th slip. Haynes, relatively diminutive compared to his colleagues alongside him. It slips 1, 2 and 3, sort of falls to his right to make the stop. 4 without loss to win, it says optimistically on the scoreboard. 4-7-7. Robinson in, bowls, and a good leave from Patel, and I say that advisedly. You heard the ooze from behind the stumps. It wasn't so very close, but well, could have jagged back, I suppose. We've seen it happen. Patel, one of his little ticks between deliveries is to unfasten and fasten the Velcro on his bat and glove wrists. Wind has just died a little bit as Robinson is in and bowls, and pushed back to him firmly, grabbed in his follow through, and Patel quickly retreats into his ground just in case Robinson was inclined to throw the ball at the stumps. End of the first over. The first ball driven for 4, the rest dot balls. 4 without loss after 1 over. 37 remain tonight, so it is almost certainly going to be a pretty late finish. It's 4:25 now. If we get them all, if the light allows, it's not going to be far off. 10-7.
Yeah, we lose a few overs earlier, didn't we? But it's going to be a late one, potentially, as you say.
That's the problem. We haven't lost any, have we?
Well, lost in it. Well, hang on.
We lost time,
lost a bit of time.
certainly.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let me be factually correct. More time than overs. Right then, here we go. Weatherald on strike. Hudson Prentice in. This one's pushed into the offside off the back foot. Not 100% time, but goes through for a single nevertheless. Good strike rate so far from a Weatherald perspective, and it's combination here of Rishi Patel, who I think is a very solid conventional player, really elegant to watch. I've watched him a few times now, and very, very nice to watch. Technically very, very good. So is Weatherald, but he's a busy player, isn't he, Weatherald? Two different styles of play. Patel on strike. Hudson Prentice in from the pavilion on a big thick edge. Controlled.
Yeah, openers for that really.
Between
legit.
Yeah, just to the left of gully and 4 runs. So yeah, completely along the ground. But yeah, controlled, soft hands as they say, and 4 runs. And that's what happens with a new ball at the start. You do get these big thick edges. And Rishi Patel rushes on to 8 from 7 balls. This massive target to win the game. 4-7-2. Hudson Prentice bowls. Defended, and there is no run. We've got 3 slips. Point, mid on, mid off. Very short cover, mid wicket, and also a fine leg as well, or actually sort of wide fine leg. So attacking field, why not? When you've got 4-7-2 to win, you got some
So if
got some
not
runs.
now, when?
Exactly. It's all about wickets from a Sussex perspective. They'll be looking to break through as soon as possible. You've got to think these two, especially Weatherald, will be one of the targets. Hudson Prentice, full delivery and going down leg and just tucked round the corner. They're going to save the 4 indeed. Nice sliding stop in the deep. Oh, and a direct hit, would you believe it? And Rishi Patel is out. So a throw from the boundary rope, and the Sussex fielders go absolutely wild. A brilliant sliding stop to save the 4 in the deep. A direct hit towards the Rishi Patel end. And it is a wicket out of what you would think is absolutely nowhere. It was Rishi Patel to call that one, and John Simpson let the ball go onto the stumps. It hit it, and the umpire had absolutely no hesitation but to put the finger up. The first wicket goes down. And from a Leicestershire perspective, that's absolutely not what the doctor ordered. A brilliant throw from in the deep. Leicestershire.
Sensational work by Jack Carson, who, first of all, as you say, to slide along the rope and stop the ball. It looked for all the world like it was going to go for 4. But not only did he slide, stop the ball, pick it up cleanly, super throw, and on the bounce it hit the stumps. And yes, we're not in an ideal position to see, and Rishi Patel looked disappointed, but he also looked out to me from as I say, not the greatest of angles, but he did look as though he was always going to be struggling. And well, he took on Carson's arm, and Carson's arm won. What a breakthrough. But talk about getting support from your fielders. Incredible wicket, and everything going Sussex's way at the moment. A sensational piece of work by Jack Carson.
And look at the replay. Jack Carson wasn't even on his feet totally when he threw the ball in, and was barely looking towards the stump. Just threw it in very quickly, like you're told to do at a very young age. Get it into the hands and throw it through in one swift action. And kudos to Simpson as well. So he took that decision. He thought, God, that ball's going on target. I'm going to let it go onto the stumps. I'm not going to take it and then take it onto the stumps, which may have been the difference. But yeah, that's absolutely not what Leicestershire wanted. Really good work in the deep. 10 for 1. And Rishi Patel is back in the pavilion. Whew.
He played some super shots, Rishi, as well. I mean, however many balls he'd faced, a couple of 4s.
Hudson Prentice in to the new man Holland, tucked into mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that just get the ball in. Just don't ever give up on anything. First of all, on the, well, what would look like a 4 for all it was worth. Just go angle down leg side, the ball going towards the boundary rope, and yeah, really good from Jack Carson, who's just had a brilliant day so far. Young cricketer and doing his bit in the field now as well. Hudson Prentice from the pavilion end. This one left alone, and there is no run. Wow. End of a very, very eventful over. And the first wicket goes down, probably in a way that probably you and I, Richard, had not have imagined, and you certainly wouldn't have wanted, for sure. 10 for 1 the scoreline to win 4-7-1.
Yeah. Great work by Carson. That will lift, and the way all his teammates sprinted towards him to congratulate him said it all, really. It was a wonderful piece of work. A cup of tea arrives courtesy of Adrian. Thank you for that.
I missed the run out.
You missed the run out. Well, I'm sure that will be replayed any number of times, because it was wonderful work by Carson. Weatherald, it was Patel's call, it wasn't Weatherald's call, so he's only himself to blame in a way. Robinson in to Weatherald, who drives back towards Robinson, who sticks out a right hand. I don't think he got anything on it. The ball went onto the stumps at the far end, but Holland was aware and had his bat back in his crease. That would have just been the put the tin lid on it if Holland had then been run out in that way as well. Oh. But there you go. Brilliant stuff from Carson and from Sussex. 10 for 1 Leicestershire. Robinson turns, sun glinting off his slightly fair hair. He goes in and bowls. Good leave from Weatherald, because it did shape back in a little bit. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and it started outside off, and it just began to swing back a touch. Weatherald let it go through, and lots of oohs and ahs. Sussex obviously want to give the batsman the feeling that was possibly a touch closer than he might otherwise have liked. Chuntering out there, Sussex. The chants of Leicestershire have died away in disbelief as much as anything, I suspect. Robinson is in. Weatherald is turning him neatly off his legs down to long leg. Juggled momentarily by Hudson Prentice before gets his throw away. And Weatherald takes a single. Some debate among Leicestershire supporters about Holland going in at 3. They have sort of tried this before. He opened for a while last season, before Messrs Patel and Budinger really sort of established themselves as the opening partnership. But in effect he's opening now, isn't he, really? Patel having gone so early. Robinson is in, bowls to Holland, back in front of pads as he pushes it off the straight out towards mid-wicket, where Crocombe fields and then windmills his arm. You would think he'll want to come down the slope. Well, he'd definitely want to come down the slope, I'm sure, so it might be a case of the likes of Hudson Prentice, etc., coming in from the pavilion end up the slope, and I was going to say against the wind, but it's died right away. It's absolutely dropped all of a sudden. Robinson is in, bowls outside off stump. Holland ignores it, really. Didn't really move. It just left his bat raised, which is his stance anyway, and watched with interest as the ball passed about a foot outside his off stump.
What's the concern about Holland
just
coming in at 3?
Whether he's good enough, really. Is he a genuine number 3? I'm not sure he is, really. In goes Robinson and bowls. Holland leaves. The temperament is there. Technique against first division bowling is going to be severely examined. But we shall see. Could well be proven wrong. How many runs did he?
Well, he's a very versatile player in all ways, isn't he? And I look at the Leicestershire line-up, and Leicestershire bat an awfully long way down. Ben Green, Tom Scriven down the, towards the bottom of the order. Those two absolutely can have a good old bat. So
492 runs at 29s last season for Ian.
New over, Finn Hudson-Prentice from the pavilion end. Full delivery tucked into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket to Tom Price, and there's no run. Tom Price, pretty busy earlier on. He's had a good game with the bat. As Price, in fact, there's a bit of a tension from the umpires on the old follow-through foot position. I always think is it things actually said, or is it more the body language? But anyway, .73 from Price earlier on today. Right, Weatherald on strike. The left-hander tries to cut this one to the point region, but actually squirts out to cover, and there's no run.
He was talking about that yesterday, Jake Weatherall. It's one of his favourite shots, but he was saying he's having to adjust. It doesn't come on or quite as quickly or bounce quite as high as obviously the wickets he's used to playing on in Australia, and he's having to adjust his timing, and it's probably going to take him a good couple of innings to do that, even on this pitch, which has got a little bit of pace about it. It still isn't an Aussie wicket.
Definitely adjustments required for Jake Weatherall on strike. Tucked into the onside, into the space. They go through for a single. He did really well in this first innings, didn't he, as well, though? I thought he looked positive and meant business, actually, for his 83 from 107 balls in the first innings. So Leicestershire will be looking for same again, please, and more. That will be very nice. But I
was going to say, if they're going to get anywhere near, he's going to have to probably get 150 plus. So it's going to have to be a massive 100, maybe even a double 100.
And a friend as well to go along with it, probably as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice rushes in. Full delivery, defended by Ian Holland, and no run. Yeah, very much test pedigree. So he'll be looking to reinforce his authority. He's an international player, an overseas player. You know the deal. You know that you're there to get the runs or get the wickets, depending on your area of specific speciality, or even both. 31 years old, 5 tests for Australia. I don't want to even talk about the Ashes. Should we not? Should we move on from that bit? But here's Hudson-Prentice. Full delivery again. Defended, or pushed really more like to mid off, and there is no run. But he seemed like a thoroughly nice guy, and on Instagram as well, he's very much an open character. Talks very openly about his own mental health and his wife as well. So do check that out. Really open and very, very, very emotional, I think, for me. Actually, I was watching it and I think, gosh, this guy's really opened up, and credit to him. And a good guy as well. Right-handed Holland on strike. Oh, and there's a big nick, is there? There's a massive shout. In fact, Hudson-Prentice cannot believe that the umpire hasn't put his finger up, but Ian Holland didn't move an inch.
Well, he indicated it might have flicked there was a big old noise, but he indicated it might have sort of hit the top of the pad / leg, but there was a clear deflection. But umpire Goff has been outstanding actually in this game so far, and although Hudson-Prentice's appeal was an impassioned one, umpire Goff was unmoved, and as I say, Holland just indicated it towards his sort of top of his right leg. He was certainly squared up by the outswing. Robinson then down the slope from the Bennett end to Jake Weatherall, who is forward, pushing it out into the offside, takes a couple of steps down the pitch just in case there was a possibility of a quick single, but Point quickly closed on the ball as it ran in front of him, and Weatherall, he'll run him out now, and maybe we could go home. 12 for 1.
Still got 33 overs to go today.
A lot of cricket to be played tonight, let alone tomorrow. Still obviously got the 4 slips, standing very close to each other, as has been pointed out. In goes Robinson, leaves, bit of bounce, but good leave from Weatherald. Didn't move too much. Nice shape to the delivery. Lots of noise from an ebullient Sussex side at the moment. It's been a great first 3 days of the county championship for them. It was a miserable pre-season for them, given all the news off the field, but the players have put that to one side and are playing like First Division champions at the moment. In goes Robinson, bowls, looking for the drive, thick inside edge onto the pad, runs out towards point. Lots of oohs and ahs and applause. Haynes looks to be one of the main cheerleaders. He's at 4th slip. Crocom's at sort of backward point, sort of for the catch. And there is a shortish extra as well. Robinson is in and bowling. A nice high right elbow as Weatherall waits for that one and blocks it out towards mid on. Where's the brilliant Carson fielding now, looking around? Is that him at mid wicket? Just in front of square, really, between the 2 positions. On one knee as he let that throw go. Straight into the stumps from almost the shadow of the trees down there. Robinson is in, bowls, almost sneaks through, tucks Weatherall up, swung back in towards him. Played it well though, the Australian, marches off towards short leg. Keeps himself moving, adjusts his gloves, short sleeved shirt for Weatherall, long sleeved for Holland. Twiddles the bat in his hand, shuffles into position. His, he would feel, could be the key wicket. Robinson's in, bowls to him, he drives beautifully, mid-off or short extra. Tom Price, that is, got a couple of hands to it, and has he saved 4? No, he hasn't. He slowed it for sure, because that was really travelling, but it burst through the hands, or brushed his fingers anyway, and mid-off running back towards the marquee, couldn't get there. Lovely shot from Weatherall, his first boundary of his innings. Hopefully from Leicestershire's point of view, not his last. He's moved on to 7. Holland has yet to score 8 balls he's faced. 5 overs have been bowled. Leicestershire are 16 for 1, needing the small matter of another 465 to pull off what, by any criteria, would be a very famous victory indeed.
Would certainly be one to remember. Just 465 more to win. Right, Ian Holland on strike to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Tucked to mid-wicket. There is no run. Tom Haynes at mid-wicket. And, I'm still reading from that throw-in. To be fair, he probably did have the wind behind him a little bit, Jack Carson, but I don't want to take anything away from the throw-in from the deep, and Rishi Patel probably couldn't believe it at all. I think if you played any form of cricket and you get run out, it's always a miserable way to get out. But that was Hudson-Prentice in, just not middle drive, and there's no run. But yeah, Rishi Patel just couldn't believe it, and he trudged off, feeling a little bit aggrieved, I'm sure. It was his call, as you say, Richard, to that end. But look, Sussex are looking for wickets here. They're looking to put even more pressure on, and they'll know that Jake Weatherall will be one of the prize wickets. Here it's very sunny here in Leicester at the Uptonsteel Graced Road Arena. Hudson-Prentice in again, defended by Holland. Forward defensive stroke, and there's no run. I think the wind can't quite make its mind up. It's either being awfully gusty, and some of the warm-up equipment for Sussex was being blown across Not the pitch, don't worry, just over the boundary rope, or it completely dies down, isn't it? I think it's one of those days. It's the aftermath, I think, of Storm Dave. What a name. Leicestershire, 16 for 1. Hudson Prentice in. Tried to defend that one, Ian Holland, but just didn't get his back down totally, and it's squirmed out to gully, and there's no run. Ian Holland, 35 years old, born at Stevens Point in Wisconsin. No, I can't even say it. Wisconsin.
Where?
Wisconsin. How'd you say it again?
Wisconsin.
Well, why am I struggling with that? It's Stevens Point, everyone. US of A. It's that time of the day when certain words are obviously very difficult for me. Right, a bit of a chat going on between Hudson Prentice and Ollie Robinson. No change of field though. Here he comes, steaming in, past the umpire and bowls. Once again, forward defensive. There's plenty of time in the game for all permutations, but tomorrow's looking really sunny, isn't it? I don't think there's any smidgen of
well, basically
rain
we're going to get through the match, I think, one way or another. So Sussex is going to have time here, and if they're going to fields like that, it may be enough time. BBC Radio Leicester are going to come to us a little bit early. I suspect they don't want to talk about the rugby too much. I don't know what it was, 40 odd points down at half time.
Next ball of the over. Hudson Prentice, driven this time by Holland to skipper Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. End of the over, 16 for 1, 32 overs remaining. Let's have a look at the run rate. Why not? Let's have a little look at that, shall we? Run rate required is 3.660. Look, I know you're probably thinking, Rita, why are you going on about that? But you know, it's about right now consolidating the position for sure. But tricky conditions for these two. They lost an early wicket, Leicestershire. 16 for 1.
Robinson with the shadow of the floodlight was on the pitch a couple of overs ago, but obviously going round now, but extending across the ground. Massive floodlight over there alongside the electronic scoreboard. Robinson runs through the shadow and bowls to Weatherall short. Weatherall tries to pull. I think it came off body rather than glove, because it went very slowly, looped very slowly down the leg side, and indeed it did. Let's see. Well, maybe it was his thigh pad. Went for the pull because he's not rubbing anything. Oh no, he's a tough Aussie opener, so don't show pain. And the leg bye is taken. 17 for 1. Holland still yet to score. 4 slips rub their hands, both to keep them warm and in anticipation as Robinson is in, bowls, and he is off the mark now with a lovely shot off his leg. That's going to run for 4. No chance for Finn Hudson Prentice, running up the ropes from long leg towards backward square to cut the ball off. Simpson kindly jogs in his direction so he doesn't have to throw it quite as far as he would otherwise. And Leicestershire past 20, 21 for 1. Nice way for Ian Holland to get off the mark. Rita's going to make way for Adrian, whose cup of tea is excellent, I have to say. And Robinson is in again to Holland outside off stump, little bit short. Holland cuts him away for 4 more. So, having not scored off his first 18 deliveries, I think it was for Holland. Tell you that in a moment. 14 deliveries, I beg your pardon. He scores boundaries off the 15th and 16th. Both very nice shots. The first clipped away to deep backward square. The second cut away to backward point.
Nice shots.
Have you managed to catch a replay of Mr. Carson's brilliance?
Amazing, wasn't it? I mean,
in goes Robinson, bowls to Holland, knocks him up a little bit, but he's solid in defence, pushing down the pitch on the onside.
he's a really good fielder, Jack. I remember a couple of years ago against Yorkshire, he took a catch down at third man, which dismissed Adam Lythe. No, fine leg. Dismissed Adam Lythe, and that pretty much won Sussex that game. So he's very, very good in the field. I just wonder whether... was Rishi Patel a little slow? Was he completely surprised?
He's not the quickest between the wickets, but suppose you could say he was taking on the arm, but as Rita pointed out, the throw was with the wind as well. Robinson is in, bowls. Holland defends out again, and the onside. And I suppose in the end, you have to say, brilliant though Carson's throw was, one knee to hit basically one stump from deep backwards square slash long leg. Why take the risk? Early, you know, I mean, any risk at all was. And the frustrating thing is that Patel had played a couple of super shots as well, including off the first ball of the innings. So just when things aren't going for you, that's the sort of
that's right, absolutely. I'm sure you could see he was fuming with himself as he came off.
Robinson is in again. It's straight, and again Holland looks to be a touch late on it, but closes the bat face on it and pushes the ball out towards mid wicket. And there is no run. 25 for 1 at the end of Robinson's fourth over. None for 17 for the Sussex skipper. Hudson Prentice has bowled 3 overs, none for 7. 25 for 1 means Leicestershire still need more than 456 to be precise.
He's one of these cricketers though, Jack Carson, who and I think it's one of the reasons that they've identified him as a future captain of the club. You know, he gives 110% whatever he's doing. You know, wherever on the cricket pitch, he's charging around, and it was a brilliant bit of fielding, wasn't it? Just to hit the stump. I mean, you know, from that far out, all that practice, and
now he's on a high. Robinson is going to give him the ball, see if he can take wickets with it, bowling as well as fielding, and why not? Because sometimes it's forgotten that a new ball can make a lot of difference to a spinner as well. It's hard. There should be more bounce. There's a better seam to grip. And after just 7 overs, Robinson, and also he's bowling to a right-hander. I beg your pardon, a left-hander. So off spin to the left-hander, looking to turn it away from Weatherald. It's a different challenge for the Aussie, who won't be used to facing spin so early in his innings. So why not from Rob? It's an interesting piece of thinking. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I'm sure it's something they've talked about. Get Jack into the attack early, which is going to happen. And he's going to come to bowl to Jake Weatherald, who's 7 not out, a cautious 7 from Weatherald. As in comes Carson round the wicket bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Weatherald plays pleasantly out into the offside and picks up a single off the first ball. He goes to 8, total to 26 for 1. Target 481 for Leicestershire. Seems a long way away at the moment.
There's going to be an update any moment, apparently, for BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian. So I apologise if I have to hold up my hand, but in the meantime, crack on.
You sure?
Just to warn you.
I'm sure Leicester got a bit of a walloping in the rugby.
So I understand. Well, I saw the half-time score.
Carson in again, bowls, forward comes Holland and just kills the spin, plays down the offside of the track. I think it was 64-14 or something. It's in a bit of ouch, isn't it?
They do have that speedster, the Six Nations player of the tournament for the 3rd year in a row.
Oh right, does he play for Bordeaux? Is he the winger?
Yes.
Yeah, he runs at the speed of light, doesn't he? Here comes Carson again. Plenty of air. And this is one of the advantages of having a big lead, is that you can afford Jack Carson to give the ball plenty of flight, and if you get it for a few fours, well, so be it. Slipping a short leg at the close fielders. In comes Carson again, bowls and clipped onto the leg side, fielded there at mid wicket by Tom Clark, and there is no run. Sussex will need to be patient. Carson again coming in off half a dozen places. The wicket bowls swept by Holland, but only as far as backwards square leg, fielded there by Tom Price.
Yeah.
And there is again no run. Carson in again, bowls, forward comes Holland, played into the offside, and there is no run. End of a tidy over from Jack Carson, conceded just the 1 run. 26 for 1 on Leicestershire here on BBC Sports Extra. Richard Ray, Adrian Harms, Rita Green, your commentary team. The first I saw, I was making you guys a cup of tea next door, and I was sort of watching I just hoiking a tea bag out the cup, and I suddenly saw all the Sussex players running en masse, and I thought, what on earth has happened? And they celebrated like he got the winning goal in the cup final, but it justified that sort of reaction.
Yeah, a wicket out of nothing really is such a bonus.
Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely, and deflating for the batting side as well.
Yeah.
And actually, to be fair, these two have now, two experienced players are digging in, because quite often that sort of thing can lead to, a mini collapse with people thinking, oh crumbs, things really are going against us.
Robinson is springing a few surprises as captain here. He's taken himself off.
Yes.
And he's brought Hudson Prentice, who was bowling up the slope from the pavilion end, on at the Bennett end instead. So, interesting to wonder what he's thinking is. He maybe just wants a little bit more of the lacquer off the new ball, which is only 8 overs old, as Hudson Prentice runs in and bowls to Jake Weatherald, who leans forward, blocks it out into the offside.
I did see one of the questions to Ollie on media day was exactly that, actually. Who, because once he gets on a roll, Ollie Robinson, he likes to keep bowling. You can't get the ball out of his hand, and there may be occasions this season when perhaps someone has to say, he said, actually, I think it'll do me good. And you've got Tom Haynes as his sort of first lieutenant, as it were, and he said, I may not bowl as much. So it's quite interesting.
Steve Roberts has been in touch on email. He sees Holland as a sort of third opener rather than a number 3, as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls outside Weatherall's off stump, left alone by the Australian, and as he points out in this match, that is pretty much what he's been required to be.
Hampshire in desperate trouble, aren't they, in Southampton? I must admit, when Hampshire nearly went down last year, I thought, well, that must be perhaps a sort of slight aberration, really. It's had a couple of poor results, but it's a really poor start to the season. 104 for 3, still trailing Essex by 201.
Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester, as Hudson Prentice is bowling and defended by Weatherald. They are struggling, I'm afraid, thanks to a brilliant piece of fielding from Sussex's Jack Carson. Rishi Patel clipped the ball down towards long leg, turned for the second, running along the ropes. Carson slid, and from one knee and from a good 70 yards away in the shadows, threw down the stumps, and Patel was run out. That was a huge blow for the Foxes. They haven't lost another wicket since. Remember, they've got a huge target. 481 is what they've got to try and chase down. They're 26 for 1. Ian Holland, the skipper, coming in at 3, is 8 not out. So too is possibly the key man. Jake Weatherall, the Australian Test opener, is out there again. 80 in the first innings. Well, Leicestershire are going to need him to get that and a lot more probably in the second if they're going to get anywhere near this target, but he's still there at the moment, and together they've taken the Foxes, needing 481 to win the game, onto 26 for 1.
Ooh, kept a little low.
It did. Hudson Prentice bowling, and he had to adjust late, didn't he, Weatherall?
He did.
But he's so sort of neat and compact, and he looks capable of doing that. He kind of got himself out in the first innings. He was cutting at one and inside edge onto his stumps. He looks the sort of player that if he wasn't playing an aggressive shot, you'd think, how am I going to get through this guy's defence? It's all close together and neat, and the technique looks solid. Famous last words. Don't say that, Richard. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and happily, from Leicestershire's point of view, Weatherall does look neat and solid in defence as he blocks that one out down the pitch on the onside. Now we're going to have a guest, I understand.
Well, I think Paul Farbrace is coming up at 5.
Right.
So he should be here any minute.
Any second.
Yeah, let's see if he's on time. He has acknowledged that we sent a message, so hopefully he's en route. I think we're going to get a good part of these overs in, though, Richard, because the light does still fade pretty rapidly this time of year, but the sun's out, clouds are high.
I think we're going to get most of them, if not all. 7 o'clock job.
Well, the man of the moment is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Jack Carson over the wicket, bowls. Down the wicket comes Holland. and clips the ball down the ground. He's had a busy day in Holland. I mean, he's got a skipper, open the bowling, bat 3. Big responsibility for Ian Holland. Big responsibility you feel on these two, actually. You'd feel one of them needs to play a really big innings here.
No question about it.
27 for
Possibly both.
Yeah. Well, the odd one has kept low, which will be the concern for Leicestershire, as in comes Carson again, bowls, and Weatherall checks his shot. He was going to come forward, then rocked onto the back foot and played it firmly out to the covers and picks up another single. Total goes to 28 for 1. And brings the skipper back on strike. Short leg goes back in. Carson again off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 short steps, bowls down the leg side, and Ian Holland very obligingly taps the ball to the short leg fielder. I'm not sure who's under the helmet there, actually. I think sometimes it's Daniel Hughes, although he's the sort of senior pro in the side. Does seem to go under the helmet sometimes. Maybe till he turns round, as in comes Carson again. Bowls. Attempted sweep from Holland. Slightly stifled appeal. Now that short leg is waving in the direction of the dressing room for something. I don't know what. Might have gone to put a protector on or something. We'll see.
Reasonable shout, and also clip the glove on the way back,
Oh, that's
so to
interesting.
speak. So
Carson again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery by Jack Carson.
nice flight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I say this is the advantage of having a big lead, that Ollie Robinson can afford to give Jack Carson a long bowl here. Ollie Robinson is making some sort of a signal. I don't know what it's the dressing room he's signalling to or whatever. Carson again. Bowls forward comes Holland. Clips to a wideish mid-on. There is no run. I'm going to look at a minute and see who the man is under the... Whoever it is, the man under the helmet is going running off. Looks like an astronaut, doesn't he? Running off the pitch. Danny Lamb is coming on. So the man under the helmet is going, oh, who is that? It's Jack Leaning. Oh, I wonder why he's come running off. He's dropped his helmet. He's come running up the pavilion steps or something or other. So Danny Lamb is his replacement.
It is cold out there.
Well,
You know what that can do to one's
Well-
one's plumbing.
oh, well. John has been in touch. He's sitting in the South China Sea listening to us.
Oh, how lovely.
That sounds rather nice, doesn't it?
Shot. Friend Hudson Prentice, rather than saying shot, I ought to tell you what happened there, really, shouldn't I? Hudson Prentice comes in, bowls fullish, it swings in a little bit, but it's too full, and sort of on punched, really, by Jake Weatherall. The gorgeous sound of ball off bat, and it runs away to the electronic scoreboard. Didn't try and follow through, just timed it beautifully. And he's into double figures now,
Yes.
Weatherall, for the second time in the game. He's on to 13, 32 for 1. Just looks organised. 2 slips and a gully now, as Hudson Prentice is in wristy cut out to the man at deep backward point, who is Henry Crocombe. Looking into the sun. Tricky for Crocombe at the moment. He's got his Sussex cap on, of course.
Yeah, my message to Mr. Farbrace has 2 ticks, but not 2 blue ticks, which means he might not have read it, I guess.
Oh,
Well,
right.
It's been delivered.
So WhatsApp said that but he doesn't necessarily mean he's read it.
No, I think it. Yeah.
Okay.
So he may
So
not.
he may or
become
may not. May
yeah,
or may not.
He
see
may
it.
not have seen the message. He may be busy.
I think it's a diplomatically busy. I won't open that message just in case.
In case it's harm's asking us an awkward question.
Exactly.
I don't want to answer.
Oh, I didn't realise you'd sent that. In come Hudson Prentice, bowls to Holland, who drives it back towards
Ouch.
Finn Hudson Prentice, who stops it in his follow through, put down his left hand and didn't pick up the ball cleanly, but he did stop it. As I say, whether any part of his feet were involved as well, hard to tell. It sort of rolled out into the leg side.
Wickets fallen at Edgbaston. Surrey 57 for 1. Dom Sibley out to the bowling of Jordan Thompson, who's made the move from Yorkshire down to Warwickshire. Surrey still trailing by 159 runs at Edgbaston, so that could be an interesting day's cricket tomorrow.
It's Prentice. He's one of those who bowls with his shirt outside his trousers in. Flapping away as he bowls. That kept a little bit low for the first time, and Holland was the right player from Leicestershire's point of view to face that one. Weatherald would be as well, really. They're both sort of quite neat and compact, but neither are the tallest of men, and he didn't quite have as far to jab down on the ball as others, and was able to do so. He doesn't have a big backlift either in Holland, so as I say, he's more equipped to deal with those that keep low than some, but even so, it was a tricky one, and he managed just about to keep it out, but I won't mind that. Sussex. Haynes has moved across to a short straight mid-wicket as Hudson Prentice is in. Holland's looking to drive, but not timing it. Thick inside part of the bat, and he was aiming, I suspect, between extra cover and mid-off, and it sort of rolled out towards mid-on. He remains on 9. 33 for 1.
Current run rate 3 and over, so 27 overs. Is it 27 overs left tonight?
It is 27 overs and 1 delivery.
So if they go at 3 and over, that's the first part of 90. So at 90, they could be 120. Still leave them a lot to get tomorrow, wouldn't it?
An awful lot.
Yeah.
That's Prentice bowls. Clipped away into the leg side, but not too aggressively by Holland. As a consequence, Price can move to his right at a wideish mid-wicket position and field with a degree of comfort. 33 for 1 after 11. 4 for 8. Now the number of runs off 122 overs, the match summary points out on the excellent stream. Run rate, I suppose, has probably crept up to about 3.6.5, something like that.
Jack Leaning has come back on and Danny Lamb has gone off. So whatever Jack Leaning went off for was pretty short-lived. It's going to be Carson who's going to carry on from the pavilion end. It's not quite a brisk wind blowing across the ground as Carson is in bowls and clipped by Weatherald to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ollie Robinson. Single to Jake Weatherald. He goes to 15. Leicestershire 34 for 1.
Everything he does, Weatherald, is positive, isn't it? It's kind of even if balls that have to be defending, he's kind of looking, can I work it for 1?
Carson just waits for a moment as Ian Holland wasn't ready. In and bowls. Gives up plenty of air, and Holland drives and he's caught! Terrific catch by Tom Clark, diving forward at a wideish mid-wicket, stroke mid-on. He's got a terrific pair of hands as Tom Clark, and it means that Ian Holland has gone, and Jack Carson, not only has he picked up a terrific run out today, he's now claimed the first wicket as well. And Leicestershire are 34 for 2, and the skipper Ian Holland has gone for just 9.
Yeah, good catch and good bowling, good captaincy by Ollie Robinson to have Carson in the field, but Ian Holland will be hugely disappointed with that shot. Hitting it in the air, don't hit it in the air if you don't want to get caught, and especially at this stage in proceedings. But yeah, again, everything Sussex doing at the moment, everything they touch is turning to gold.
No, it certainly is.
Everything is working.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, maybe not of a Leicestershire persuasion, but a lot of people will be pleased to see that, given the trouble off the field and the situation the club has found itself in, or arguably put itself in.
Yes, I think there has to be some, not from the players, but for certainly the club in terms of self-responsibility, and there's a lot of questions still to be answered about governance, which I'm sure there'll be. Well, there's certainly some independent consultants coming in to have a look at what on earth has gone wrong and how Sussex got themselves. But the players have
put it to one side, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not our There's nothing
No.
we can do about it. All we can do is affect matters on the field.
Yes.
And that is very much what they are doing at the moment.
And a few of them said they were angry when they found out, and because it's livelihoods. You know, it's like working for a business, and suddenly the business says, "Oh, sorry, lads, we're going out of business." Anyway, in comes Carson, coming to bowl to Rehan Ahmed, who's stretching forward, plays out into the offside with soft hands, and there is no run. So
This now, and it's very early to say it, but I think it's true, is probably the key partnership. Ahmed, if he gets in, will score his runs reasonably quickly. Weatherall, the Australian Test batter.
Carson in again. Oh, back on his stumps is Rehan Ahmed, plays it down the leg side. Jack Carson fields of his own. He's had quite the day, Jack Carson. He scored 85. Terrific run out, and now he's picked up a wicket as well. Ollie Robinson's busy sort of directing matters, and we'll be feeling very pleased at the moment. There's still a lot of work to do. The short leg is crouched down, and Carson is in again, bowls, and Ahmed again back on his stumps, and Carson trots down and fields off his own bowling. In comes Carson again. Suddenly the sun's gone behind some cloud. It's a little gloomy, but Carson is in bowls, and Ahmed again has to play straight down the track, and Jack Carson has picked up a wicket. Just the one run conceded off the over. Leicestershire 34 for 2 with Weatherall on 15, and Rehan Ahmed yet to score.
Ahmed looks determined to play Carson off the back foot, off the pitch, which is fair enough up to a point. If it's not turning too much or bouncing too much, but goodness, have to be a little bit careful. 12th is coming on, number 10. Well, Hudson Prentice has done his work for now, and the man whom Weatherall acknowledged broke the innings open in the first innings, the Leicestershire innings that is, Henry Crocombe. Well, he's going to get a second chance at Weatherall down the slope from the Bennett end. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Maiden 5-foot in the first innings. Crocombe runs in and bowled to Weatherall. It's a nice sharpish delivery, short of a good length, not too short though. Weatherall goes back and blocks it firmly back down the pitch towards Crocombe, who marches. There's still something of a sort of schoolboy about that march, back towards the top of his mark, slightly splay-footed, very determined. A little bit of a retreat from the fielders on the offside as Crocombe is in, and they're almost giving, that was curious, they almost gave Weatherall the single there. Haynes retreated mid-off, Robinson also retreated. They both went back 15 yards then, so all Weatherall had to do was stroke it in, was get a bat on it really, into the offside and take the single.
Yes.
And it was, I say, very much as if Robinson said, "No, I want you to have a bowl at the new man at Rehan. I don't want Weatherall to take you." Interesting. Robinson's clearly a captain with ideas. He's not.
I like
just
that.
Absolutely. He's not just going to let things happen. Crocombe is into Rehan, and it's on off stump. Rehan can just dab it out into the offside. There is a single there, not because the fielders have retreated, but just because he's played it into the gap between extra cover and backward point and taken one to get off the mark.
I was saying to someone earlier on, I've watched Ollie Robson a lot during his career, and he always seemed to like fielding at mid-off, and he always sort of had ideas and was chatting to bowlers. So I wasn't surprised when they appointed him skipper, but you'd rather that than a skipper who sort of lets things slide and doesn't change the bowling and the rest.
Or just bowls to patterns or plans. In goes Crocombe, and Weatherall rocks forward, rocks back and punches it back past the young fast bowler out to the long on boundary for 4. It was a super shot. Goodness me, he's looked a class apart actually from his teammates in this game.
He's a good signing, Richard. You know, I know. You know, Leicestershire. You know, they needed someone solid at the top of the order, and he looks the part, doesn't he? He's batted beautifully.
Very much so. He's moved on to 20 now, so over 100 runs in the game. Crocombe is in to him. Foolish might just have stayed a touch low. He tucks him away off the pads in the end, down towards square leg. There isn't a square leg, just a deep square, so easy single. Moves on to 21 of 29 balls. 41 for 2.
Well, I think you relish, you know, generally it's a good batting track down at the Oval, Richard. You know, probably appreciate a bit of bounce.
Plus the fact that it's they like playing at test venues and sense of occasion.
Oh, definitely.
And, you know,
well, there'll be a good crowd there
venue.
next week. You know, they do get well attended Surrey matches.
Weather permitting, in goes Crocombe, bowls to Ahmed, who a little bit loose, as can sometimes be the way, sort of pushes at it, and the ball comes off bat and pad, I think, and runs out towards Robinson in the air for a few feet at mid-on, end of the over. Crocombe concedes 7 from it, but runs conceded, absolutely not a problem at the moment for Sussex.
No.
All the runs in the world to play with. It's about taking wickets, and they've already taken 2 of them. Carson, the man involved in both dismissals.
If you're listening, you've just joined us for the first time today. It's been another entertaining day here at Grace Road. Sussex losing 3 wickets mid-morning, 3 for 21, and at one stage Leicestershire looking as if maybe they'd be chasing something like about 350, but Sussex indebted to a very good partnership of 119 between Jack Carson, who made 85, and debutant Tom Price, who made 73, a partnership of 119 that took Sussex a good way towards this commanding position in the match. Carson comes around the wicket, bowls to Weatherald, who's down the wicket driving, and he's just over the head of Ollie Robinson, whose back is in. No, he's not. Well, he didn't elude Ollie Robinson by that much. It was a slightly risky shot by Jake Weatherald. As a spinner, I think you're quite happy to see someone coming down and trying to hit you over the top, and that wasn't far away from Robinson, you know. Weatherald rather gets away. He didn't get all of it. Weatherald to 23, total to 43 for 2. Ollie Robinson probably about about halfway back to the boundary, as in comes Carson again and bowls, and Weatherald drives firmly. I think Richard summed it up really. He's clearly a sort of player, Jake Weatherald, who doesn't like to get bogged down. You know, he's always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking along, but it was nearly his undoing there.
Yeah, definitely. I was just sniggering at giggling is the word I'm looking for at Richard's expression. I think you held your breath, didn't you, there for a moment. He likes to get on with it, as you say, Weatherald.
Carson in again, bowls driven by Rian Ahmed straight down the ground, only as far as long on, where it's fielded by Daniel Hughes. I wonder where Daniel was fielding. He's fielding right down in front of us. Here at long on, 1 more to the total, 45 for 2. Richard was saying he thinks this is a key partnership for Leicestershire. Still got a lot of overs to be bowled tonight, you know. There's Carson in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Weatherald again steps away to the leg side and looks to play it through backward point. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, 24 overs and a bit of loose change to go today. That's plenty of time, either way, really.
Yeah, it is.
For both Leicestershire and for Sussex.
Carson again, bowls. Weatherald down the wicket when he's hit that high, wide and handsome, and I suspect that's probably gone for 6. Yes, it has.
Wow.
Well, he's not hanging around here. Weatherald down the pitch, and I don't think Ollie Robinson will be that disappointed to see that happening, to be honest, because he's clearly got attacking intent and he's not going to hang around. I think he's made up his mind, Jake Weatherald, the way he's going to play. He's been excellent, hasn't he?
Love it.
I mean, that was a super shot straight down the ground for 6.
Love it. Not a huge amount of foot movement, but very much in control of the shot.
Yeah, he was.
And there wasn't anyone in that vicinity of the pitch, so why not? 6 runs. Is that the first 6 of the
innings.
Definitely of the innings,
Yeah.
but of the of the innings for sure.
Here comes Carson again. Bowls. Weatherall's at it again, driving firmly. I think if you're an off spinner, you're not. I mean, it rubs both way here. It picks up a single fielded on the cover boundary. Weatherall goes to 31 and the total to 52 for 2. Jake Weatherall's probably thinking, well, I'm going to play positively. I'm not going to get tied down. I'm not going to fiddle around here. And from Jack Carson's point of view, I'm sure he's thinking, well, if you're going to get down the track to me, that gives me a chance.
Yeah, and if it's in the slot, and if it's in a, if it's there to be hit, then why not? I'd question doing that too many times in one over there. I think that was quite aggressive, but then, Jake Weatherall doesn't need to be taught about the situation of the game for sure. Why not? They've got to get the runs. And actually, what's the point in hanging around, so to speak? It's not going to get any easier. And if the runs are there to take, then why not?
Yeah. No, I agree.
Love it. A bit of entertainment here on Easter Sunday. Right, the next over starts. Oh, and a nick and a wicket. Would you believe it? Weatherall is out. A little slither of a nick behind. And that man, Henry Crocombe, down the slope from the Bennett end, gets the very, very big wicket, you'd think, of the overseas player for Leicestershire, the Aussie Jake Weatherall. He's out for 31 from 34 deliveries. Just a slither of a nick. The scoreline, 52 for 3.
Well, that's a huge wicket, isn't it? I mean, you made the point just before that delivery was made, Rita, that it's a slightly dangerous game to play, and he's nicked one behind, and that's a very, very big wicket for Sussex. And 3 down. We still got 20 odd overs to be bowled tonight, and I'd imagine Ollie Robinson's going to have in around the bat here, because Sussex are certainly in the ascendancy now. A lot of runs on the board, a lot of runs to play with. And I haven't seen I don't know whether we might be able to see the dismissal again, whether it was slightly too wide to play. I mean, either way, he's got a nick on it. But he's just a little bit quicker than he looks, I think, Henry Crocombe. Let's just see this again. We watch again in slow motion. Here comes Crocombe. Yeah, it's a little wide, isn't it, really? Didn't really need to play at it, and
it was a little wide, but not wide enough, you think, for the type of cut shot that he was looking for. But
anyway. Interesting in that situation with so many runs to go for. He'd clearly made up his mind, hadn't he, with that big 6 he'd hit up Jack Carson, but you just wonder whether perhaps it was just, well, it was clearly one too many.
But positive play, but maybe trying to be too positive there. But I'm sure he'll be disappointed, yeah, for sure. But then, look, as we said just before the dismissal, there's no point hanging around, so to speak. They've got to get the win. There's not really the possibility of a draw. Full day's play tomorrow, plenty of non-rainy weather. So wow, Leicestershire, you think they had an uphill battle to start with, but 52 for 3 now with the key man Weatherall back in the hutch.
Well, Sussex are really in the box seat here now, aren't they? It's they can afford to put people in attacking positions. We'll see. I don't know quite what the delay is here, because something. I'm waiting for something. Is someone? No, we're waiting for a helmet to be brought out. Come on, Sussex. I don't want to get points deducted for slow over rates here. It's like Daniel Hughes. He's presumably to go under the helmet. I mean, yes, I think. Yeah,
I guess what else? Daniel
yes,
Hughes needs.
I think he was saying yes. Thank you for the helmet, but I'd rather like another piece of protective equipment, please. I think that's quite what he was signalling. Yeah, thanks for that, but I need something rather more important.
Well, next delivery in from Crocombe in. And a nick and another wicket, would you believe it? 2 in 2. And Hill has only just got there to the wicket, and he's walking and trudging back again. Leicestershire in deep trouble here. 52 for 4. A really good slip catch there. Crocombe on fire, Sussex on fire, and Leicestershire in deep trouble.
Well, that's a pair for Lewis Hill. Sharp catch, wasn't it? I mean, it's Tom Haynes there taking the catch, and everything is going Sussex's way at the minute. That's a super slip catch. Henry Crocombe picking up 2 in 2, and all of a sudden this game has completely changed on its head. Jake Weatherald, and now Lewis Hill gone. He's bagged a pair, and well, 4 wickets down, and we've still got quite a lot of overs to be bowled tonight, you know.
And bearing in mind, you have to remind me here, I'm pretty sure of this, the last 2 deliveries from Henry Crocombe were 2 in 2 in the first innings.
Yes.
So he was on a hat-trick actually coming into this innings, and now he's on a hat-trick right now. I mean, it's a game to remember for Henry Crocombe, definitely.
Well, it is. He is on a crack trick now, yeah. So he's, well, there we go. Be the first hat-trick of his career.
And also the first fifer of his career as well, right? Yeah, what are the things to tick off, young man? Just 24 years old.
Well,
here we go.
You want to keep going, Rita, because I think you were commentating on the run out. You commentated on Henry Crocombe with a couple of.
You got me busy, guys. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Richard. I'm not. Maybe not bringing Leicestershire the luck maybe this time, but there we go. Right, Eskenazi, the very, very experienced Stevie Eskenazi on strike, and he's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, so he'll know what he needs to do right here. So on a hat trick here, Henry Crocombe coming in from the Bennett end. He's in and bowls, and this one's left alone by Stevie Eskenazi. He wants none of that. So it wasn't to be a hat-trick, but 2 in 2 once again for Henry Crocombe, who's bowled beautifully. That was a really good leave, actually. Coming in, you might be wanting to just get back to ball. Actually kept a cool head there. Eskenazi with 28 on his back in the sunshine, evening sunshine here in Leicestershire. Wow, what a game. 52 for 4 Leicestershire, needing another 429 to win. Henry Crocombe in. And this was driven, a beautiful on drive. That's the way to do it, Leicestershire. Lovely on drive. That'll be 4. Save your legs, chaps. Really good drive there. Love an on drive. Just beautifully timed, slightly over pitch, maybe. But really well done there from Leicestershire, and 4 runs all the way. 4 more to the total for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I think you can give Henry Crocombe there for pitching the ball up. He's only bowling at the stumps, and Sussex really with their tails up now. How many more overs have we had in the innings? We've had. We've still got about 20 overs to be bowled tonight, you know, haven't we?
23.2. Yes, it's going to be a late one with lovely sunshine here. Right, here we go. Henry Crocombe in. This one's defended by Eskenazi, and there's no run. And Rahan Ahmed's at the other end, just watching all of this unfold. Weatherald back in the pavilion, as is Ian Holland, as is Rishi Patel, and also most recently Lewis Hill as well. Unfortunately on a pair. But Leicestershire do bat a fair distance down.
No, they do bat deep, and then we showed in the first innings with Ben Cox and Ben Green, a partnership of 81 for the 7th wicket. So, but it's a long way back from here.
Crocombe in. Full delivery once again. Just trying to let it swing. And it's defended. There's no run. What an over. 2 wickets in the over. A lovely on drive in there as well. And that really wasn't what Leicestershire were after. But for Sussex, they're probably feeling like they want to get this pretty much done and dusted this evening. Just a mere 425 to win for Leicestershire. The scoreline is 56 for 4.
Well,
and Daniel Hughes never got that other bit of protection, I might add, so
well, yeah,
he lived dangerously there.
Yeah, that was quite funny, wasn't it? Jack Carlson is going to carry on. He's going to bowl to Riyad Ahmed here, who he's on 2. He's in and bowls. Ahmed is forward, plays it back down the track. Carlson fills off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's a glorious evening here in Leicester. Ahmed waits, slipping a short leg at the close fielders. Carlson in again, gives that plenty of air. Ahmed is forward and dabs that to well, he won't want to take another. They want another run out. The ball goes to square leg, and it's fielded there by Tom Price, who very quickly gets in the throw. And there is no run. Carson shines the ball on his trousers. The wind seems to have dropped a bit, actually, and comes Carson again, getting plenty of air. Ahmed drives firmly back down the track, and Carson fields off his own bowling. And again, there is no run.
Need some of those deck chairs like you have down in Hove.
Yep.
Lovely sunny evening.
Yep.
Although it's
Well,
pretty chilly out there.
Yeah, that gentleman still. I don't know why that. Just break off for a minute. In comes Carson. Oh, it's a little too short, and Ahmed just plays it down the onside of the track. No run. You were talking about there's a couple sitting in the seats by that marquee. They're the only people really watching from that side. They're a long, long way from the action, aren't they? Perhaps it's their favourite seat, or perhaps they're out the wind. They're certainly out the sun there. They say they had a blanket and they were wrapped up as if they were about to climb Mount Everest. Carson in bowls, Ahmed solidly forward, dabs it out into the offside. John Simpson nips from behind the stumps to field, and again there is no run. Carson rubs his hand in there to dirt on the crease. Ollie Robson still making changes, now moving Tom Price all the way back to deep backward square, almost on the 45. Carson in again, short and pulled away by Rehan Ahmed out to mid-wicket, fielded there by, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. Ahmed is going to pinch the strike. He goes to 4, I think he's going to go to with that single, and the total to, is that right? No, he goes to 3, and the total to 57 for 4. At the end of the over, and we're going to get another over from Henry Crocombe. So certainly everything that Ollie Robinson has done today in terms of the changing the bowling, etc., has worked. I mean, I think there's no question that probably, Sussex must be heavy favourites here, but that run out just might have rocked the dressing room a little bit, mightn't it? When you're chasing a big total, you could just do without a run out. Brilliant bit of fielding though it was. Should you really get caught out like that, turning for a 2? But, on the other hand, you think, well, maybe Patel was trying to be positive and get off to a good start. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work. Well, it didn't work.
Unsurprisingly, Henry Crocombe continues from the Bennett end with Rehan Ahmed on strike.
Ooh,
and
that was a strange shot.
Tried to be cut that one. Yeah, he... What I really like, lots of things I like about Rehan Ahmed, but he also shows us where he wanted to hit it, which was more to the point region, but it just squirted out somehow to mid-wicket.
Didn't move his feet either, did he? Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, having a great game down at Southampton, is skipper of the side, and Hampshire 121 for 4, so they're looking at a heavy defeat against Essex.
Crocombe in. Tucked to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I said Hampshire last season, they were it was very, very fine, wasn't it? The close call whether they would stay in Division 1.
Well, they suddenly slipped like a stone, didn't they? And then in that last game, were it not for Durham really sort of throwing things away against Yorkshire on the last, I think Hampshire thought they were down, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so.
And all of a sudden, Durham just subsided. I think it was against Yorkshire at Leeds, wasn't it? And suddenly, Durham just had to bat out the day and lost.
Yeah, capitulated, I think.
Yeah, they did very good, yeah.
Right, next ball of the over. Crocombe in. Just pushed to point, I think about momentarily a single, but definitely not. Going back to your point about the run out as well, when you have bizarre run outs or even just bizarre moments of dismissals, it starts to get into your head a little bit that, gosh, is it not our day or not our game?
No. When
the luck's really not with it. You could tell from the reaction of the Sussex players how jubilant, surprised, everything they were.
Absolutely, yeah.
Crocombe in. Tucked to mid-wicket once again. A few oohs and ahs there. A bit of movement maybe.
I suppose when you look back on the match, there was Richard and I were saying in commentary that a couple of there was the crucial drop, wasn't there, of Tom Clark when he was on 6 on the opening morning. If Jake Weatherald had managed to hang on to that, that cost dear. And then Daniel Hughes was dropped twice, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. On 24 and 29, went on to score 72. Nobody means to drop catches, but they're kind of the that's what changes games. From the Sussex point of view, Jack Carson's throw might have missed the stumps, and Patel gets in. These little things can change the course of a game.
5th ball of the over. Driven really nicely by Rahan Ahmed. Quite timed completely, but they go through for a single. Really nicely played there. One more to the total. 58 for 4. Yeah, these fine moments of this game that we totally love. I think I'm talking to a captive audience here of cricket lovers. That's why we love this game. It can change on a sixpence, but also it can go the other way as well in a negative manner. But all is not lost completely. Leicestershire fans, there's always a little bit of hope, surely. Crocombe in, defended by Eskenazi, and there's no run. End of the over, just one from the over. Very tight over once again from Henry Crocombe, who's already picked up 2 wickets. So let's have a look at his figures. 2 for 12 off his 3 overs. Not bad so far.
Yeah. I think from a Leicestershire point of view, they're probably all they can do here is just take it over by over, or blocks of overs, however it works. Let's take it 5 overs. Let's just stay here. They have to believe that somehow, but they'll know it's a real uphill battle from here. Jack Carson's going to carry. A big black cloud has just drifted across Grace Road, obscuring the sun, so we're completely in shade at the moment. And Carson's going to carry on. He's got a slip and a short leg. He's got a fielder at backward point. Another sweeping on the cover boundaries. Henry Crocombe mid-off. Carson in and clipped down the ground. Very good bit of fielding by Tom Clark, who's probably the best fielder in the Sussex side. Well, having said that, we saw what Jack Carson did earlier, but Clark's got an excellent pair of hands. He took that very good catch to dismiss Ian Holland. He's very quick across the ground, is Tom Clark. Carson in again, bowls, and Ahmed up on his toes. This time he does get the single down to long on, where it's fielded down below us by the Australian Daniel Hughes. And again there is just a single to Ahmed. He goes to 5. Leicestershire to 59 for 4. Just keeping up to date with all the scores around the country. Glamorgan now 42 for 1, leading Yorkshire by 118 down in Cardiff. We've already given you the Hampshire score. Carson in bowls, forward comes Eskenazi and dabs the ball into the offside and picks up a single to the sweep on that cover boundary. Strange position that, actually. I know he's got a bit of protection out there, but allowing the single to be taken. Somerset 120 for 1, leading Nottinghamshire by 129. Surrey 87 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Warwickshire by 129. Same deficit there. Worcestershire following on at Derbyshire. We've got an update to come for Richard. Worcestershire 19 without loss, trailing Derbyshire by 294. No play at all at Durham today because of Storm David. Gloucestershire 97 for 3, still trailing Middlesex by 132. Lancashire 169 for 8, leading Northants by 295 as the ball is played to mid-wicket and there is no run. Richard is back with us.
We've got to get Rita off strike. He's deadly.
Carson in again. Bowls reverse sweep by Rehan Ahmed, which is an interesting shot given the circumstances. But in fairness to Rehan, he's maybe thinking, well, we just can't get bogged down here if you're just playing defensive shot after defensive shot.
Yeah, that bogged down is something that will never happen to Rehan one way or another.
Carson again bowls, and he tries that reverse again. The ball flies into the air. The ball came off the pad. There's no appeal. Tom Haynes took the catch in inverted commas. End of the over. 60 for 4. Ahmed on 5. Eskenazi on 5. Leicestershire 60 for 4.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. This is going to be fun. I suspect Leicestershire supporters sunk in gloom at the moment as the sun goes behind a cloud temporarily, but there is still loads of blue sky behind it and 20 overs to be played tonight. Leicestershire with a mountain to climb indeed. Not so much a mountain now as Everest, I'm afraid, because they've had a pretty awful start to their attempt to chase down 481. Always an unlikely prospect, but even more so now, because the Foxes, I'm afraid, are 60 for 4. Make that 64 for 4 as Eskenazi drives Henry Crocombe away to the boundary. But Crocombe is the man who's, as he did in the first innings when he took a maiden 5-wicket haul, young fast bowler, has made a double breakthrough. He took 2 in 2 in the first innings. He's taken 2 in 2 in the second, and the first was probably the key one as far as Leicestershire was concerned. Jake Weatherall, the Australian Test opener, brought in for the first 6 games of the season by the Foxes, went for a cut, got a sort of bottom edge. Wasn't the greatest shot that Weatherall could have played, and he was gone for 13. And the very next ball, Lewis Hill, the former captain, who's had a match he'll want to quickly forget, got a ball that just bounced on him a bit, and he edged to Tom Haynes at 4th slip. 52 for 4 at that stage. The only hope really for the Foxes probably is in this partnership between Rehan Ahmed. Remember, 5 centuries at the start of last season. Rehan, well, he's only 5 not out off 23 balls. Tells you how difficult it is out there, because he's always positive, struggling a little bit. And Stevie Eskenazi, the very solid middle order batsman, has come out to join him. He is on 9 not out at the moment. Drives Crocombe away for another 4 there. But so much to do for the Foxes. They still need another 413 runs to win the game. They're 64 for 4, and there's still 20 overs left here to be played tonight. This game could, in theory, end in 3 days. No reaction, really. You know when people have been listening, don't you?
I think we'll be here tomorrow.
It looks likely, but how far into tomorrow? That is the question. Crocombe is in and bowls. Ooh, good bounce.
It was good bounce.
And it's lively, as Adrian is saying. Left, good leave by Eskenazi, who's gone 4.4. But Crocombe again showing plenty of promise. More than promise. He's already sort of fulfilling it, really. But if Sussex can keep him fit and firing, and he's going to be a real handful. He, Robinson, Goodman. It is Goodman, isn't it? The tall young
yes, it is. Yes,
lad you've signed from
Dom
Goodman.
Goodman. Yeah.
Dom Goodman.
Yeah.
Remember him bowling very well against Leicestershire. In goes Crocombe, bowls nicely, bounces nicely, but well played by Eskenazi. Stands up and works it out to point.
And then for the last 8 games of the season, the championship season, they have Jaydev Nudkat coming. So he's the left arm Indian left arm seamer who's been excellent for Sussex in the last 2 seasons. So
yeah, remember him.
And he will still be coming. That's unaffected. So the contract had been signed. The deal was done and dusted before the Sussex's financial plight became more apparent.
Interesting. Might be done and dusted, but is he paid?
Do you know what I mean? I'm sure he wouldn't be coming if he wasn't going to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, let's see if he turns up. But
yeah, I'd imagine if you've signed a contract that
yeah, but in goes Crocombe and bowls Fuller this time, and Eskenazi reaches forward and pushes it out into the offside end of the over. All I'm saying is that if you know, it doesn't matter if you've got a contract or not. If there's no money there, does it really? Or you know, you can't sue for money that's not there. So, but I'm sure that it's in the budget.
Yeah, and you know, as I don't know the details of the bailout and what they have and haven't been allowed to do. So what we do know, because they've been told they can't sign any new players, that is for sure. So maybe the ECB bailouts as well, you know, the contracts that are in place we will honour, but you know, nothing else. And I think, you know, Paul Farbrae said at the AGM, anything in terms of new players basically has to be ratified by the ECB, who have people sitting on the board. Jack Carson is going to carry on. Yes, he is. Tom Haynes, who's having Tom Clark is just coming across to have a natter to Ollie Robinson about something or another. 68 for 4. 19 overs left in the day. And Carson is going to bowl the first of those. In and bowls, pulled onto the onside, and that's gone out for... He didn't get all of that, did he?
No.
Did Ahmed? It's fielded out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And just a single taken. Ahmed goes to 6, I think. think that's going to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go. 69 for 4, which brings Steve Eskenazi on strike. Now, I think Ollie Robinson is now bringing up his sweeper from the cover boundary, Henry Crocombe, to a more orthodox cover position, and that seems to be a sensible move to me, because Sussex really don't need to prevent the single, I wouldn't have thought. Unless, of course, they feel they want to get Eskenazi on strike. Maybe they've now got a man in a very straight mid-on. There's Tom Price in there. Carson in and bowls, and defending is Eskenazi down the offside of the track.
I agree, but fielders on the boundary can be there for a catch, can't they? And
yeah.
I think deep backward square sort of is for the top-edged sweep. Long on likewise.
Danny Lamb is just poised on the boundary edge, so presumably he's going to come on for someone or bring a drink or something. Oh, we shall see. In comes Carson. That was short. That wasn't a great delivery. It's clipped away, but only as far as mid-wicket. Didn't cost any runs. Fielded in there by, I think that's probably Tom Clark. Yes, it is. He's got a big grass stain on his right knee. It's Tom Clark. Carson again, gives that plenty of air, and Eskenazi meets it with the full face of the bat, showing the maker's name to Jack Carson. And again, there is no run. Still quite a breeze here. The players' trousers are rustling in the wind, but nothing like as strong as it was this time yesterday, when the wind really started to get up. Carson again. Eskenazi defends into the offside, and John Simpson just walks round and fields the ball without taking off his gloves.
It's actually lovely out there at the moment. The wind has dropped and the sun is warm.
Yeah. Carson waits and is in again. Bowls, and Eskenazi plays defensively in front of him. There is no run, so end of the over. 69 for 4. Crocombe on 4. No, he's not what I'm talking about. Crocombe bowled 4 overs, Adrian. What are you talking about? Rehan Ahmed is on 6. Steve Eskenazi is on 13. Someone's coming trotting off here, and it looks as if it might. Is that Henry Crocombe who's coming off the field? I think it is, actually. So that probably means there's going to be a change of bowling.
More spin.
James Coles, we're going to get spin from both ends. He's nothing if not inventive, Ollie Robinson. So Crocombe is off, and James Coles is going to come on bowling his left arm spin for his first overs of the season for James Coles. He's bowled a lot in white ball cricket over in South Africa, but didn't bowl in the first innings. But he's going to get a few overs here, so we could well get spin from both ends.
And yet we haven't really seen... We've seen a little bit of uneven bounce, but not too much turn as yet. So Coles, with his left armers, is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Rahan. He drops a little bit short, and as a consequence, Rahan can rock back and pull it low out to the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And Tom Price has got a long way to go and retrieve the ball.
I wonder if he's going to have to go under the covers as...
I think he
no,
might.
he's seen where it's gone. It's gone out to the old Stadia Utilities, what used to be called the family stand.
Right.
It's a long way from there.
When they play T20 here, have you seen matches where the whole of the playing surface has been used?
No, because obviously with T20 also they love a 6, so they
bring them in a bit, do they?
They tend to they bring the ropes in sometimes. But you know, it's nice to see I've seen the ground full.
Yeah,
about 5,500.
Really? Okay,
something like that. Coles is in better length, but pushed it through a little bit. And Ahmed, as he prefers to do, plays the spin off the back foot by and large, and went back and just poked it into the gap in the covers and jogs the single. He's into double figures already. He's on to 11. Eskenazi has 13. But these two, rather a lot of work to do. Next man in would be Cox, I would imagine, coming in at 7. I guess you would say he's the first of the all-rounders, batted well in the first innings. Coles is in. Just bit flat and fast for me, Coles, compared to Carson at the moment. Just nerdled off his pads by Eskenazi. I think I'm getting spoilt by watching Carson to a certain extent, who is a real pleasure to watch in terms of his action, the way he delivers the ball and the air that he gives it. Bit of a... In goes Coles and chipped in the air for a few yards by Ahmed. He's got it wide of straightish mid-wicket out towards deep mid-wicket. The sweeper runs round and fields, and Ahmed took a single, but it was in the air for a good few feet. Hence the shouts, in goes Coles. That's a slightly slower delivery. Eskenazi reaches forward, just turns his wrists on it, pushes it around the corner to the 12th man, Lamb, who's sort of on the 45, maybe the 50 degrees, something like that. Coles is in. Might just have straightened a touch on Eskenazi there, who leant forward and just adjusted his shot, his defensive shot, and pushed it out into the off side. But there wasn't any obvious turn there for James Coles, bowling from the Bennett end. Carson to continue from the pavilion end in those Geraint Thomas style sunglasses. I white framed, you know, the sort of...
Yes.
That's what he favoured, wasn't it?
Well, we've got 17 overs to go tonight, so, you know, if you go 16 in an hour, we're still talking a late-ish finish. I'll be a bit surprised to see another sort of spell from Ollie Robinson before we finish tonight.
I agree, yeah.
In comes Carson, noticeably gives that more air, and Rehan Ahmed plays that through the offside, picks up a signal.
I don't know why there's a sweeper though on the offside, really.
No,
because that isn't there. He isn't there, Lamb, for a catch. You know, not a deep extra cover.
No.
He's there just to save runs, and as you said, when you've still got 400 in hand and just 6 wickets needed.
He's brought him in now.
Yeah.
We said earlier, it does seem, you know, it's just allowing a single, really. Carson in and bowls, and clipped away by Eskenazi, backward of square on the leg side. There's a fielder there as well who picks up one more. For some reason, for Rehan Ahmed, there must be a reason that they're moving the cover fielder back out, sweeping on the boundary. I mean, I can't believe it's to save runs. Maybe it's more for, you know, a lofted drive or a miscue or something like that. In comes Carson. Ahmed is forward. He doesn't look as if he wants to hang around here, does he, Rehan? He's perhaps made up his mind that, you know, maybe attack is the best form of defence. Because it's an awful long time to bat out.
Worked for him last year. He scored his runs at a strike rate of about 75.
Which is very respectable in 4-day cricket. Carson. Again, plenty of air, and Ahmed pulls us away, and that's probably gone for 6. I think I lost track of the ball. No, it's gone for 4. One bounce over towards the meet, which is the building away to our right hand side. Meet spelt M-E-E-T, the Meet Cafe and Bar, and a picture of a fox on the side.
For which I am responsible.
Are you?
On the roof. Yep.
Oh, the picture on the fox on the roof?
Absolutely. I don't mean I painted it. I wouldn't dare go on that sort of corrugated roof, but I suggested to Wazim when he was chief executive.
Carson in. Oh, he's very nearly holes out. It was a full toss from Jack Carson, and he belted it, Rehan Ahmed, and it wasn't that far away from Ollie Robinson, who's a tall man at mid-off, and it just eluded Robinson, who dived, couldn't get a hand to it, and he's chancing his arm here. I mean, it won't bother Jack Carson because he's got oodles of runs to play with, but Ahmed goes to 21, but he's just living a little dangerously.
I thought he'd very dangerously, Adrian. I thought he'd plucked that out of the air. Must almost have brushed his fingers. Goodness me, that was close.
Carson in again, and he's at it again, driving firmly. He's going to get 4 more here because Noddy Lamb can't get there. So, consecutive boundaries, and Ollie Robinson is looking towards the dressing room. He doesn't look bad. I don't know whether there was a comment made then or something, because he turned around, Robinson, like he was really annoyed.
Well, the impression from all that semaphoring was that I wanted the man at deep extra, not in deep cover.
Yes.
You said to put him at deep cover, and he couldn't get there to deep extra, and I wanted him there. That was a very clear impression from those.
Yes,
he was really cross about that.
I'm only suggesting it might have been an exchange with the coach.
I think so. Somebody
Someone
said
moved
something. Him wider.
Yeah,
didn't
they did.
Somebody said put Danny wider.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he was best pleased about that, Ollie
was
Robinson.
Very cross, wasn't he?
Yeah, you know, I'm the captain. 90 for 4. Anyway, a rather expensive over from Jack Carson. So 3 consecutive boundaries, 8 overs now, 1 for 33. I mean, 90 for 4, and Riyad Ahmed on to 25.
Well, spin from both ends, so the 16 overs that remained to be bowled today might take not much more than an hour, but whatever happens, we're going to be pretty close to 7
There we are.
of the clock by the time we're done. James Coles is in. Eskenazi is leaning forward. He's a tall right-hander, but he doesn't sort of put in a big stride, not in the classical, traditional way, bend of the knee. Sort of leans forward. In goes Coles and bowls. Fuller this time. Eskenazi walks forward, plays out towards mid-on, no run. Some news?
No, just negotiating with Rita. I think Sussex need a wicket, so she's going to come back in on commentary.
Wisely. Coles is in and bowls, nice and straight. And Eskenazi is respectfully forward. Yeah,
She has been Sussex.
Good, she's been the golden arm, hasn't she?
She has indeed, yeah. 4 for 42, Rita.
Coles is in, bowls, and forward Eskenazi again, just intent on survival of the good deliveries at the moment, understandably enough.
Well, you said you'd taken 3 because you did the run out and you did the 2 in 2 from Crocombe.
Yeah. Coles in, bowls. A bit of a drag down. No, that's not fair, but he did sort of drag his length back a bit. Eskenazi was waiting on the front foot, pushed out into the offside. It's been a much more accurate over from Coles, second time round. Bowls and forward goes Eskenazi, well bowled. James Coles, a nice maiden after conceding 7 from his first over, and it was a proper maiden as well. Everything was sort of off stump line. Eskenazi had to be careful all the time. There wasn't, as I say, any real turn for him, but he asked questions with his direction and flight. 90 for 4, Ahmed 25, Eskenazi 15. Ahmed has very much taken the initiative in the, sort of the last 10 balls or so he's faced, but this is kind of what he did. You know, he played himself in briefly last season for the most part when he got those 5 centuries, but then looked to be positive, looked to accelerate. Silly mid-on has gone in almost next to the crease as Carson bowls. An attempted sweep by Ahmed. Did he get anything on it? Yes, he did. Little bottom under edge that is running down to the finest of fine legs for 4. There's a few hands on heads out there, but I think it was a perfectly legitimate shot. It's what is a slightly leg stump just outside line, and any sort of connection, it probably didn't intend it to be quite that fine, but there is no long leg, just deep backward square, so it was a tolerably safe shot. Ahmed on to 29, prompting a chant of Leicestershire, Leicestershire. And less than 400 now needed to win. Carson in, again leg stump line. Ahmed went back, just tried to help it around the corner this time, didn't try to sweep, and this time didn't get anything on it, went into the pad and short leg, pops out and picks up. Short leg shadow right across the pitch in front of the batsman as Carson is in and stays a touch low, but again it's the leg stump line, so safe shot really for Rahane. Can go back and tickle it round the corner past short leg down towards deep backward square and take the one that moves him on to 30 off 35. Weatherall also got to 30 and then got himself out, cutting at a wide one. In goes Carson, bowls again, middle and leg line. Eskenazi defends, but only 2 short leg, turns it down into the ground, it bounces up towards short leg. Robinson's in at that silly mid-on position, as I say, only about a foot or so in front of the return crease, as Carson is in and forward goes Eskenazi. Better line, middle and off line on that occasion, and Eskenazi forward, pushing it out into the offside. Carson takes his time just to grip the ball. Has it now? In he goes and bowls. That's a nice bounce and a little bit of turn. Bounced up and hit the top of the, well, above the pad actually, almost onto the waist of Eskenazi as he went forward. It dropped down towards short leg, but that's encouraging. A little bit of extra bounce and maybe top spin from Jack Carson. Didn't result in a wicket, but it certainly discomforted Steve Eskenazi, who's still got his hand on that spot with clearly no padding there. Carson 1 for 38 from his 9 overs. Coles none for 7 from 2. Leicestershire 95 for 4. Ahmed and Eskenazi leading the very start of recovery.
Spin from both ends. Tucked to mid-wicket this time by Rahan Ahmed, and there's no run. Look, I know I've been on mic and on commentary when there've been a few Leicestershire wickets, but very much the neutral. Right, big heave, and oh wow, nearly took out the umpire. Wow. Clubbed it back towards the bowler, did Rahan Ahmed, who skipped down the wicket. And honestly, I was fearing for, is it umpire Goff?
No, Rob White.
Umpire White, who took dramatic action, threw himself down onto the ground and 4 runs. Wow, I'm really glad he's all right, because actually that could have really seriously hurt. And Rahan Ahmed is not mucking around here. If there's a ball that he wants to hit, he's gonna hit it. Juicy, flighted delivery. Well, that certainly woke up the umpire, didn't it?
Yep.
Phew.
Drilled.
Cold.
More or less head height.
Yeah.
If he hadn't moved, it would have absolutely beamed him. Robinson's taken a few steps back at mid-on. Again, I don't think Sussex and Coles doesn't want to be hit for 4. Of course he doesn't, but he doesn't mind Rahan hitting the ball in the air.
Exactly, especially skipping down the wicket as well. You know, the stumping can come into play, a miscued drive to mid-on, mid-off, etc. All permutations, as well as a 4 and a 6, of course, from a Leicestershire perspective. Well, the game's sort of ground to a halt here, as Rahan Ahmed just waits for the next delivery from Coles, who's in and bowls. Pushed to cover, and there's no run. A quicker delivery there, skipped onto him.
Stay low as well.
Yeah, a little low.
Increasing uneven bounce we are seeing, and it's tending to stay low.
Next delivery, in, cut, but falsely really, nowhere near the middle. To cover, and there's no run. In fact, Rahan Ahmed just rehearses what he wanted to do.
Again, it didn't really get up.
It's keeping really low, isn't it? What's the next one going to do? Next one in. Skips down, and indeed it is a stumping! That's exactly the risk that you take. And Rahan Ahmed was trying to be positive, trying to get down, skip down the wicket. And once again, Leicestershire, well, they're in trouble here. Deep trouble. 94, 99 for 4 is the scoreline. If you skip down there, and that was always the risk. Let's call it 5 now. Rahan Ahmed is trudging back. Oh dear, Richard, I swear it's not me being on commentary doing this, but yet another Leicestershire wicket, and this time the big one, the big remaining one really. Rahan Ahmed out for 34, stumped by Simpson, bowled by Coles.
It was wild, I'm afraid, from Ahmed. He's walking off with his head down, but dancing down, but then not getting there, but still attempting to hit it, not just hit straight or anything like that. A wild slog across the line, I'm afraid, and missed it by a yard, and Simpson won't have many easier stumpings than that in his long and illustrious career. Still 13.1 overs to go tonight. Leicestershire are 5 down. 1 or 2 more, and light permitting, the umpires might, and Sussex might, think about that extra half hour.
Oh dear.
That was a horrible shot, I'm afraid.
That's not one he's going to want to replay and see ever again. And he's a positive player. That's the way he plays, for sure, and he'll stick to that, I'm sure, for his career. But in the context of the game, well, look, as batters, we all play that part. You get one chance, don't you? You get out once, and that's it, no matter what. And oh dear, Adrian's just given me the thumbs up. I'm so sorry, Leicestershire fans, but I don't think it's me is the reason. But Adrian Harms is well, he called it. But the 2 spinners here are doing the business from both ends. Yeah, it just seemed like a wild shot, as you say. Right, well, the sun is just dipping behind the clouds. I'm not saying that it's...
No, it's one cloud, it's fine.
Is it just one little... Yeah, so I don't think that's going to save the day in terms of the day.
Not for a long time yet, the light.
Right then, we've got fielders galore. We've got a leg slip, we've got a slip. We've got a silly something here. And here is Cox. He's got an uphill battle, and down the leg side. Oh, that's plenty of shouts for a strangled catch down the leg side, but that hasn't happened. End of the over, wicket in it, and a 4 as well. But the most important thing for the context of the game is a wicket. 99 for 5, the scoreline. The deficit, well, to win rather. 382. I dare not even mention that, Richard. Sorry.
No, it's a question of pride now, really. Digging in and making Sussex work for this win that now looks pretty much assured. Cox looked in good form in the first innings, in going to 40 odd before getting out. Eskenazi, we know over his career, and obviously from his last game of last season for Leicestershire at Northampton, can bat long. In goes Carson and bowls to Eskenazi, who just goes back and calmly works it around the corner past short leg out towards deep backward square, and brings up the Leicestershire 100, which is not, you will not be surprised to hear, greeted with a round of welcoming applause. One solitary person claps their hands a few times. Robinson directing traffic. I like what I see of him as captain. He's full of ideas. He's still in there at that straight, very straight, silly mid-on position, as in goes Carson, forward goes Cox, the new batsman.
He's very creative, isn't he, with his fielding position, or just thinking about the game, trying to move things around, get the batters thinking.
I know I'm biased, but I'm going to say that Yorkshiremen do make good captains. They do. Yeah, I've seen so many of them. In goes Carson, and forward goes Cox, pushing into the onside.
Sorry, the leaders very much from Yorkshire, that's for sure.
Not always, I mean, no county knows that more than Leicestershire. When you think of Raymond Illingworth, who guided the county to a county championship out of the blue, really. Forward goes Cox to that one, fuller delivery from Carson. Players casting long shadows now, past 6 o'clock as Carson goes in and bowls. Cox goes forward, thick inside edge. That might just have turned a bit, and it shot past short leg, not on the full, but certainly not where Cox was looking to play that. That will not discourage Jack Carson and Sussex. Changes to the field again. They're looking to give Cox a single. They just opened up the offside, Robinson here, as Carson is in and Cox is forward very correctly. So correctly, in fact. And so much did the ball come out of the middle of the bat that he just holds the pose for a second or two. Just a single from the over, from the very first ball there of Leicestershire in a sorry position. They're 100 for 5, needing another 381 runs to win the game. Sussex needing 5 more wickets. 12 overs remain to be bowled tonight. If they're 7 down, I'm pretty sure they will take the extra half hour if the light's okay and the spinners are bowling. You'd think.
Yeah, you'd think that conversation would happen. Right, Eskenazi on strike. That's well down leg side from Coles and no run. Very, very long shadows now on the pitch. Late in the evening here, but bright sunshine. Coles in. Defended by Eskenazi. There's no run. 12 years at Middlesex, isn't he, Eskenazi? But now very much a fox. Loads of experience. Next one in. Back foot drive into the offside. And this is what these two need to do. This is where I think Jack Carson and Tom Price did that really well earlier on. They were in a spot of bother earlier on, Sussex, wanting to rebuild the innings. They just weathered the storm nicely earlier on today, which feels like about 3 days ago now, doesn't it? But it was only earlier on today. And built that partnership of over 100. Next one. Oh! And a potential catch there, but he sort of dribbled in front of the very close fielder of that man. Jack leaning with the helmet on.
Wasn't far from his left hand.
Next one in. Defended by Eskenazi, and there is no run. Yeah, it wasn't far at all, was it?
No, he's at the silliest of silly mid-offs, essentially, really. Almost within reach of the bat.
Right in his eye line. The batter, Eskenazi. Quicker delivery there from Coles. And there's no run. I would just loft it up and tempt the batter as much as possible, but there we go. But good variation from Coles. End of the over. And just one off the over. 11 minutes past 6 o'clock on this Easter Sunday. I need to keep reminding myself it's Sunday. I'm not sure what day of the week it is. I'm Rita Green alongside Richard Ray. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex on the BBC Sport website, as well as the ECB website, and of course worldwide on YouTube.
At the risk of, not for the first time, sounding like an old codger, young spinners, they don't need too many variations sometimes, as Carson bowls again on leg stump. There is a criticism of Carson in this spell. It's just too many deliveries on leg stump that have been comfortable for the batters just to turn and take one. But say it is hard to be critical. 1 for 40 off 10 for Jack Carson, who is in. To Ben Cox, who is forward. It turns, hits him on the pad. It was going down the leg side, and there's no appeal, but hence the ooze from the bowler and the close fielder. Bat was beaten. It's turned there for him. Now, ball still nice and hard. It's only 27 overs old, and he goes, and bowls drops short though, and it's clipped away by Cox, who just went back and wistily sort of almost flicked it away as much as pulled it away and got it past square leg out to the boundary for 4. So not exactly a gift, you've still got to put it away, but just a bit of a drag down. Now my point about young spinners, it really is that sometimes six balls there of the same delivery are fine, especially if there's a little bit on the pitch, as long as they're sort of well directed. In he goes and bowls. That's a nice loop to it, bit straighter as well on middle stump, push to short leg. You don't have to chuck in the fast one at least once and over or whatever. Just patience is the key. 106 for 5 short. Square leg has gone back to deep backward square. In goes Carson. Bowls a lovely delivery. That's the one that just drifts past the outside edge. Didn't really turn, but it invited the shot. Having turned a couple earlier in the over, Cox had to sort of cover it, leant forward, and the ball just drifted nicely past his outside edge.
Beauty.
Taken by Simpson, but no edge. Carson is in, leg side again. There's an appeal for a sort of appeal for a catch behind as it turned down the leg side, taken by Simpson, but the appeal was only in the form of a raised hand from leaning at short leg. There was no shouted appeal as such. End of another interesting over from Carson, 1 for 44. 5 runs from it with that 4 on the single off the first ball. 106 for 5. 10 overs to go tonight. That is. Sussex, are they going to try and press for the win? And they need a couple more wickets to take the extra half hour, but the shadows from the trees even are going on the pitch now.
Here comes James Coles, down leg, and there's a bit of a strangled sort of oohs and ahs, but
nice work by Simpson, whipped off the bails.
Lovely action from both Coles and Carson, actually, from both ends. Really nice to, if you like a spin bowler, this is lovely. This one's defended, and there's no run. Very economical so far, James Coles, and both of them really. 1 for 12 of 4.2 overs. And Carson 1 for 44. Let's abort that one. Let's try that one again.
Eskenazi isn't going to be hurried. Coles was looking to hurry him, and he just stepped back, said, no, you go back.
Next delivery in. Defended, then there's no run. I think this is a good ploy by Eskenazi. I would go for a little wander to square leg, etc. Just to break up the rhythm as well. Just do something a little bit different. He'll be hearing all the fielders around him so close to him. Here's Coles in. Defended, there's no run, but he's been there so many times. I'm sure he knows exactly what's going on here, but the long shadows continue here. Plenty of overs to go, over 9. Next one, driven,
That was a
but
horrible
missed.
shot. Yeah,
There was I say driven, but I don't even know how he thought that was just that lapse in concentration there for Eskenazi. It was wide, but not a convincing stroke. But the next one comes in from Coles, defended, and there's no run. It's a game of chess almost going on out there, actually. And as going back to your point, Richard, end of the over, 106 for 5 to win, 375. A lot can be said for line and length and consistency in this situation of just building up that pressure. Leicestershire probably just want today to be done and dusted and start again tomorrow. But 9 overs is a long time to just hang on. There's a bit of a chat going on, or is it just exchange of... Yeah, it's just exchange of clothing.
Might have been a message. 12th man coming on with a drink and had a word with, it was Tom Haynes as much as Ollie Robinson, but whether it was a spot of advice for the skipper. Robinson's still very proactive out there, directing traffic, pointing out, because we are getting a change now. We're getting Tom Price, so the spin from both ends attack has come to an end. We're getting a little bit of seam bowled by Price. He's going to have 2 slips. He's going to have Haynes taking over from Robinson at that silly straight mid-on for the sort of the one that stops, really, the chip into the leg side, the turn into the leg side, the ball stops a bit in the pitch, takes a leading edge, that sort of situation. Haynes turns up on his toes, runs in and bowls. I thought that had gone through him for a second there. It seemed just a fraction late on it, Eskenazi on the back foot, and so I suspect did 1 or 2 of the Sussex close fielders, judging by the howls from behind the stumps. Did seem to be very late on that one, Eskenazi, whether he didn't sort of quite pick it up immediately from the bowler's arms. It's not exactly fiery fast from Tom Price. It's sort of military medium. So much so, in fact, that John Simpson is standing up to the stumps. In he goes and bowls down the leg side. Oh, nice stop from Simpson. And then he offered the ball, or looked as though he was offering the ball to the stumps with his right gauntlet. In fact, he hadn't actually taken it cleanly, but even when he fumbles it, there's something rather elegant about the sort of fumble, so to speak. The stop. It sounds quite nice on the gloves. Coles at first slip with a sun hat on, optimistically. I mean, it is sunny, but Don't think it's really an issue for him. In goes Price and bowls onto the legs of Ben Cox, clipped away. I think a bit of pad was involved as well there, not picked up cleanly running round on the boundary, so a really comfortable 2 for Cox. Moves on to 6.
Sorry, they definitely came back for the second there, confidently.
Well, he didn't pick it up, did he?
No, he didn't, but it was in that vicinity that the amazing Jack Carlson worked his magic, didn't he?
Yeah. He certainly did pick it up cleanly. And on one knee, hurled in the ball to start the Leicestershire collapse. In goes Price and bowls, and Cox just sort of almost stands still and blocks it back down the pitch on the onside to Haynes at that silly mid-on position. Happily for Leicestershire listeners, we've got Rita off strike, so we might get through to the close without losing another wicket. Who knows? Adrian held off as long as he possibly could.
He did, yes. I was sort of.
But she's done a good job for you. In goes Price and bowls, and Cox again, and again leans forward and just blocks it back up the pitch to Haynes. Another wicket, and do you think they'll? I don't think they'll take the extra half hour.
I did think actually just before Rihad Ahmed got out, I wondered whether Ollie Robinson was warming up. Looked like he was going to bowl.
I'm a little bit surprised. We've seen sort of so little of him, basically. But the pitch is beginning to turn a bit. Actually, you would hope on late into day 3, Price is in and bowls. Puff of dust from his feet as he goes through the crease. Solid defensive push from Ben Cox. On comes Josh Hull and Johnny Tattersall with Gillet and Anorak on respectively to bring the batters a drink and a word of encouragement, I'm sure.
Well, right on cue, we are going to get Ollie Robinson.
There we go.
He was definitely warming up just before that wicket of Rihad. And I think had they not taken that wicket, I think Robinson would have bowled then. But I think James Cole's having picked up I have to say, I do like Rihad Ahmed. I think he's a wonderful cricketer, but I thought that was a pretty awful shot, really. John Simpson had probably the most straightforward stumping that he's had, really. However, Robinson is back into the attack. We've got 8 overs left in the day. What have we got field-wise here? 2 slips and a leg slip. I'm just sort of watching the replay actually of the Carson run out. In comes Robinson, bowls down the leg side. Well, I thought for a minute that I brushed the glove of Eskenazi taken by Simpson. When you watch if you look at the Sussex Cricket Club Instagram, you'll hear yourself, Rita, describing it, because you see Hudson Prentice sort of walking back as if he knows it's 2 runs, and then he sort of turns round and looks and he sees a throw coming in, and it was mighty close actually.
Was it?
Yeah. Well, it looks close on the video. Yeah. Robinson in bowls and clipped by Eskenazi to mid-wicket, fielded by Crocombe. And there is no run.
I was going to say from here it looked as though he was kind of always struggling, but if it was close, then
it did. Well, I don't know. That was my opinion. That was my thoughts looking at the replay on the Sussex Instagram account.
It was a sort of piece of fielding that deserves to take a wicket. But not that will be the slightest consolation to Rishi Patel.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Eskenazi plays that to backward point, and there is no run. 108 for 5. Thanks for listening to us on Sports Extra 3 here throughout the day. It's been another good day's cricket. Perhaps not so much if you're a Leicester supporter. We've had a shower here about 11:30, but other than that we've had interrupted cricket right the way through the match. It's now a glorious evening, the sun shining brightly into our commentary box here. Yeah, I thought Ollie Robinson might put another slip in place. I mean, it's the dying embers of the 3rd day. They're putting a 3rd slip in place. They're bringing Tom Haynes into leg slip, so I think Ollie Robinson might as well go on the attack here. I would imagine he's going to bowl right through to the close here now. He's in and bowls, and Eskenazi plays into the offside. He actually had a very good record against Middlesex, Ollie Robinson. I'd imagine he's probably got Eskenazi out a couple of times in his career. Just to reiterate the story of the day, it started off really well for Leicestershire. Actually, they bowled excellently this morning. Picked up 3 wickets. Coles, Leaning and Simpson at one stage. The Sussex were in danger of perhaps being, a lead of around about the 300 mark, but then rescued by a very good partnership between Carson. In comes Robinson bowls, short delivery taken by Simpson. There is no run. Carson and Tom Price. They added 119 for the 7th wicket. Carson eventually making 85. Tom Price 73. Finn Hudson-Prentice raying in with 34 not out. Sussex eventually all out for 364. We were speculating for about an hour before that as to whether they might declare, but in the end they waited until they were bowled out, setting Leicestershire 481 to win. Rishi Patel ran out in extraordinary fashion in the break off as Robinson comes in and bowls, and Eskenazi forward plays into the covers. Made over from Ollie Robinson, making Eskenazi play it pretty much every delivery. Eskenazi is on 18. Ben Cox on 6. Leicestershire 108 for 5. 7 overs remaining in the day. Patel, throwing out with Jack Carson, throwing in from the fine leg boundary and hitting the stumps, running out Rishi Patel. Ian Holland clipping Jack Carson to sort of a straightish mid-wicket. Good catch by Clark. And then Jake Weatherald, who'd gone on the attack, bottom edging Henry Crocombe through to John Simpson. That was the crucial wicket, really. Lewis Hill, a great match for him. He was out for a pair, caught in the slips off of Crocombe. That was 2 in 2 for the young Sussex seamer. And then Rian Ahmed stumped by John Simpson off the bowling of James Coles.
Price is in and bowls outside off stump to Ben Cox. Touch short of a good length. Cox stands up and tries to punch it off the back foot through the offside. Finds extra cover instead, so no run. Yep. Leicestershire really have been outplayed by Sussex for 3 days. They've had patches.
Yes.
When they've fought, but essentially they've been outplayed for 3 days. Ollie Price is in and bowls. Cox, thickish inside part of the bat, turns it off Midland leg down to deep backwards square, takes the 1.
Yeah. I mean, there has been, a lot of talk around Sussex of, this team, perhaps it's their last chance together to really make an impression. Ollie Robinson was very strong on that on media day. Sometimes in adversity, sides really can rise to the occasion, but they've had a good 3 days here, no question about that.
Price in, bowls, leaning forward is Eskenazi and defending, back down the pitch to Price. 2 slips. That's the sound of Simpson clapping his gloves together. Carson's at extra cover. There's a point. Mid-off. Mid-on is quite wide and deep. Mid-wicket. As Price is in and bowls. Very determined forward defensive press from Eskenazi. Blocks it out into the offside. 50 balls he's faced now. Eskenazi.
Yeah. Well, he's a good player, isn't he? He's
played 49, I should say. Very solid record over the years. Price, energetic run, is in and bowls, worked by Eskenazi from just outside off stump out towards backward point, but Point has time to move to his left to make the stop.
Jimmy Anderson in the wickets again at Northampton.
Price is bowling, and again a very solid forward defensive press from Eskenazi. Looks immovable at the moment. Famous last words as ever. But that's just a single from the over from Ollie Price. Just conceded 3 from the 2 that he's bowled. 109 for 5 Leicestershire. We have 6 overs remaining.
Yes, welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC. If you just joined us, Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Rita Green, commentary team. Rita, who always brings goodies with her. She bought chocolates yesterday. Today it was balanced up with grapes and oranges, which I have to say have not been devoured as much as the chocolates, which says much about the eating habits of us here over this Easter weekend. Ollie Robinson is going to bowl from the Bennett end. Lovely evening here, still quite breezy, but the sun is out, and we've been incredibly lucky to have we've had 3 full days of cricket. We've still got another 6 overs to be bowled tonight, so a little bit of overtime as Robinson is sprinting, comes in and bowls to Cox, who eases it onto the onside. They'll need to take this single quickly as the throw comes in. It was a Henry Crocombe coming in from mid-wicket. He threw the ball at the stumps but missed, but backed up by Finn Hudson-Prentice, by Jack Carson, who's been in the thick of the action. In fact, the umpire Goff has moved to the offside to umpire, because otherwise he'd be looking directly into the sun. So he's standing in the shade. As Robinson races in again over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Eskenazi, prods into the offside, fielded by the eager Carson, who gets the throw in. Probably fancies a chance of hitting the stumps from there, does Jack, but he doesn't. The ball is backed up by a combination of Hughes and Crocombe. And one more to Eskenazi. He goes to 19, 111 for 5 are Leicestershire. Still needing another 370 to win, which seems unlikely, but of course you never quite know. But Sussex heavy favourites. Leicestershire looking to take this as deep as they can, as Robinson is in bowls to Cox, who clips nicely down towards fine leg. Tom Price is very quickly round. There could be a run out here. Although it's not. It was a good bit of fielding by Price. He was round very quickly, and Ben Cox, who was at the non-striker's end, he was halfway back to take the run, and Eskenazi suddenly thought perhaps he should run, and he's just holding up his hand is Ben Cox, and I'm really sorry about that. There really wasn't a second run. That would have been calamitous for Leicestershire to have 2 run-outs. 3 slips go down. Coles, Clark and Leaning. Robinson in again. Eskenazi is forward, has to play into the offside, and again there is no run. There's a leg slip in place, who's Tom Haynes. Fine leg is Tom Price. Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket. Then on the offside, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's nattering away to... Jack Carson, who's nattering away to Michael Goff. At point.
Scenes in the FA Cup.
Oh, what's the score now?
Well, it was 2-0 to Leeds going into injury time. It's now 2-2.
Oh, wow, in comes Robinson. Over the wicket, bowls. Played into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, I read when it went 2-0, I think Calvert-Lewin scored a penalty, and they said West Ham fans streaming for the exits. Well, that's all coming back again.
90 plus 3 and 90 plus 6.
You have to stay to the end, don't you? How many times does that happen? I'm going home. And, yeah, you have to stay. There we are. Robinson racing in over the wicket bowls. Almost a quick delivery by Robinson. Well played by Eskenazi, actually. He sort of watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of John Simpson, although he was one knee bent on to the floor. End of the over, 112 for 5. We've got another 5 overs to be bowled tonight. 19 to Eskenazi, 9 to Ben Cox. Bit of a discussion between John Simpson and Ollie Robinson about maybe who's going to bowl the next few overs. Tom Price has been bowling, and he looks like he's going to carry on bowling from the pavilion end of the ground.
Well, the light is still very good.
Yeah,
Carson is sort of rolling his arms a bit, so it may be that Robinson has decided a couple of overs is okay for now. You can come back on.
Yeah.
Have a go from that top end, perhaps. That sounded like a West Ham commentary.
Didn't it? Yeah.
In goes Price and bowls on off stump. Cox defends out into the offside.
It's been quite an exciting couple of days, hasn't it, with Southampton winning? And
yes,
that sounds like an exciting game.
Enjoyable listen on the way home last night.
I think I was reading as a 9,000 Leeds fans, because opposing clubs get more tickets, don't they?
Yes, they do in
for
their
FA Cup
Cup.
ties. So I'm sure that's a cracking atmosphere. It's not a ground that's renowned for atmosphere, really, for football. Great for athletics. Not so good for football.
Price bowls touch shorter this time, and Cox goes back on off stump. Again, plays firmly out into the offside. He looked good in the first innings, didn't he, Ben Cox? Looked correct and organised.
In the past, he's been a bit of a thorn in Sussex's side on various occasions, as Ben Cox, not just at Leicestershire, but at Worcestershire as well. You know, I quite often remember sort of thinking, Ben Cox comes and gets some runs.
Price bowls to him, a little bit wider this time and a little bit short as well, and Cox can get up on his feet and this time punch it away into the offside, and well, again, good fielding by Sussex. 2 men chasing it back.
That's very good.
The question was whether it was going to stop before it got to the line. I think it was just about still moving. It was flicked back, and Crocombe was one of them. I think Crocombe got to the ball first. I think he did, and he almost had it knocked over the line by his fellow Jack Carson, who was following him. But Carson managed to somehow roll over or pass the ball. It stayed on the field, and Carson picked up and hurled the ball in.
That was very good.
Saving 2 runs. In goes Price and bowls to Cox, who defends out to Carson.
I have to say, I do slightly sort of shudder when that happens, when fielders are hurling themselves around. I remember poor Henry Croker up at Durham a few years ago doing exactly that and injuring his shoulder really badly. I mean, it's great to see, isn't it? But you sometimes wonder, for the sake of one run, and you've got people hurling themselves around, it can be quite dangerous. Yes, Chris Wokes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Rita says from the back of the box as she tucks into another bit of chocolate. No, I'm only joking.
Changes to the field. Robinson has a ring of close fielders now as Price bowls to Cox, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he works it down to long leg. Not sure quite why there's so much excitement among the close fielders, well, particularly the bowler. Let's have a look. He's taking it off the stumps, is Cox, and was reaching for it a bit. There's going to be one heck of a shout if these are ever missed. But no, there's a ring of sort of fielders on the lofted on drive, and now almost on the offside as well. We sometimes see fields like this, but Robinson, I think his boredom threshold probably is quite low, and he's making changes all the time. Price is in, and Cox is defending out to the aforementioned Robinson, who is at a sort of silly-ish mid-off. Well bowled. Tom Price, no wickets though, none for 9 from his 3 overs. We have 4 overs left to be bowled tonight, the first of which will be bowled by Jack Carson.
John Malone, who's a regular listener to us in Bexhill, hello John, he says, are you in the frame for the coaching role with the way you get the right commentators in place to produce wickets? But he's enjoyed the commentary, has John, and the commentary team. So thank you, John. Happy Easter to you. I hope you've had a nice Easter Sunday down in Bexhill on the coast. Rich has got his cap on to shield his eyes from the sun.
It's coming in at our side window now. As you can see on the camera, it's
a very natty cap, Richard.
An old Leicestershire one-day cap.
And you were right, actually. Ollie Robinson is out of the attack, and you were spot on that Jack Carson is going to come on to bowl from the Bennett end. Fielders clustered around the bat. He bowls and Eskenazi drives for 4 runs. I suspect, is it going to reach the boundary edge? Yes, it is. Slightly over-pitching Jack Carson, and Eskenazi says thank you. That's a nice half volley, and I'm just going to place that nicely through the covers for 4. So just at the fielders around the bat, there's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg as the shadows lengthen across the outfield here at Leicester. We've got another 3 overs and 5 balls this evening. Eskenazi waits, and Jack Carson in bowls. Eskenazi forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no man. Had a good day, Jack Carson, 85 with the batter. terrific run out, and he's picked up a wicket as well, so he'll be very pleased with his day's work. But Sussex will have a little bit to do tomorrow as Carson comes in, bowls, and Eskenazi's been around long enough to, he's certainly not going to sell his wicket. He'll sell his wicket dear, that's for sure, as will Ben Cox. Carson back to the end of his run, back to his bowling mark, perhaps. Comes in past umpire White. Bowls. Eskenazi just stretches forward, plays it back down the wicket, and again there is no run. We've been treated not just to chocolates but also to a very nice cake by Richard from the Friends of Grace Road, who are cooking their cakes on this Easter Sunday as Carson is in again, bowls, and Eskenazi back on his stumps and plays it to short leg, where it's fielded by Jack Leaning, who is the fielder at short leg. James Coles at leg slip, Tom Haynes at first slip. Carson bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Eskenazi drives without timing to mid-off. That's the end of Jack Carson's 4 off the first ball. 5 dot balls to follow, 122 for 5. Eskenazi is on 23, Cox is on 15. Leicestershire 122 for 5 with 3 overs left in the day. As this is Rita's last day, I think you ought to come in and...
I know what you're about, Holmes.
Actually, that wasn't on my mind. I just thought Rita's been very patient today, and I thought that it'd be rather nice if she came in for the last 18... No, you come for me. That's the last 18 balls of the day.
Of course, I believe you.
Yeah, but a hat-trick would be nice, Rita. But anyway, thanks very much.
Leicestershire supporters wouldn't.
Thank you, Richard.
I'll see you tomorrow, Adrian. Now, James Coles is going to have a bowl in place of Tom Price at the pavilion end. It is, folks, 19 minutes to 7. 3 overs still left to be bowled. The light is fine, bright sunshine as it sinks towards the roofs of the houses away to the west towards the M1. James Coles, left armour, goes in and bowls. Back goes Cox, because it's a little bit short. Punches it away through the offside to the sweeper out there, who has the appearance of Crocombe. Not quite sure whether it is or it isn't. No, it's not. It's Tom Price. Apologies to both. Coles is in, spears it down the leg side so far that even Simpson is not able to take the ball cleanly. He gets something on it, and Haynes cleans up, running across behind him. Lots of hands in pockets still. It's still cold out there if you're not in the sun. Coles is in, fires it in again. Fires it in too much for me, just a little bit more air. And it's blocked out by Eskenazi. Coles in, bowls, that's better. Nice air, and forward went Eskenazi. Just the merest suggestion, hint of turn, and pushed past, leaning at silly mid-off. Robinson still making changes, decide he's going to have a second slip, and he brings Crocombe in to cover. Played down on the bounce on that occasion into the hands of leaning by Eskenazi. Coles blows on his right hand, grasps the ball in his left, steps in delicately and bowls. Leg stump-ish line this time, turned into the leg side by Eskenazi, who pointedly leaves his bat in his crease for a good few minutes, or a good few seconds, a few minutes, until the end of the over is called, and then wanders down and has a chat to Ben Cox. 2 overs to go on what has been another chastening even day for Leicestershire. But these two have shown some fight, some spirit, some battling spirit, that is. Came together when the score was 99 for 5, so they haven't added that many runs, but they've occupied the crease. And they're going to take the match into the 4th day.
Jack Carson with a very lofted delivery and an appeal, would you believe? But that didn't feel like it was out at all.
Shot that was from Cox.
So just 2 overs to go, or just shy of 2 overs to go. Jack Carson, arguably player of the day with his 85 and that slightly odd delivery. But anyway, 2nd delivery of the over. Slightly down leg and short fielder.
What on earth doing there? But anyway, just sort of stepped right across and then popped at it.
And this is where Cox and Eskenazi have just got to get them over the line for the rest of the day and just regroup tomorrow. Yes, a massive task tomorrow, potentially 358 to win. Very lofted delivery. Oh, there was a
short of setting slip.
There was a nick, but it didn't feel like it carried at all. Let's have a look at the replay. There was no reaction really of the fielders.
Oh, I don't know.
That looked.
Was that a chance? It was a chance,
That looked like a very big chance, actually. There was zero reaction from. Maybe they just wanted to move on there, but wow, that certainly carried to 2nd slip. Wow. Oof. Carson in. Oh, and just pushed into the onside. Past the short leg fielder there as well. That's Jack Leaning, who can't be any closer to the batter, quite frankly. With the lid on, that carried.
It was Tom Clark, wasn't it? It did, and it wasn't
wow.
The most difficult of chances. As you say, there was so little reaction. We both assumed it hadn't carried, but it jolly well did.
Next delivery in. Defended, middle of the bat this time. No run, and fair to say that Ben Cox will feel like he got a lifeline there, and Adrian probably felt like it was the right decision for me to be back.
You nearly did it again.
Oh no!
You did your best.
I'm the neutral, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, Cox on strike here. He just wanted to get through this over, I'm sure. Next one, very lofted and full and floaty delivery, and guess what? A maiden there. That could have been a wicket maiden, quite frankly.
It should have been. I mean, it would probably have been, with respect to Ben Green and the Leicestershire tail, the sort of final nail in the coffin, really. These two can potentially bat long, but that would have been that, and Green or whoever would have had to come out and face the the final over. So a little bit of a reprieve for Leicestershire, but one suspects very much of the temporary variety. So final over of the day will be bowled by James Coles. Even now, Coles and Robinson are fiddling with the field, and he's going to have 3 close catchers behind the bat, leg slip and 2 slips, and leaning at that silly mid-off position. Hang on, Robinson says no. Coles is in and bowling outside off stump again. A bit too flat and fast, and back went Eskenazi and cut it carefully, made sure he got right on top of it, out towards backward point for a single. Brings Cox down on strike. Coles is in and bowls. Cox gets to the pitch of it, plays it down into the ground. Leaning stops the ball, bounces off him almost. No run. Coles bowls. Bit more air on that one. Bit too full though, so Cox can step forward and get to the pitch of it and kill the spin. Coles is in. That's nicely bowled, and attempted sweep by Cox. It's gone off, sort of, whether it came off the back of the bat or whether it touched anything, I'm not quite sure. Might have been a bit of a... Didn't touch anything.
It's a buy.
So it bounced a little bit and turned. Simpson, I think, came off his gloves, and it stayed actually off the left glove. It came off the left glove of Simpson and went off down towards third man. Forward goes Cox to that one, and does defend it back up the pitch on the offside. There is enough little sort of suggestion of turn to imply that it's going to be a tough old morning for Leicestershire. They are going to come back on the 4th day as Coles bowls the final ball of the day. It's defended back up the pitch to him. We are done here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, but so too almost are Leicestershire. They're going to go in at the end of the third day on 125 for 5, still trailing by 355. They need 356 theoretical runs to win the game. You know, that is, well, 999 times out of 100 that isn't going to happen. But they've got to continue to show fight. Ben Cox is 16 not out, Stevie Eskenazi 24 not out, but it's the Sussex side as they leave the field in a group who can be most proud of their efforts. You can hear what happens tomorrow morning by tuning in your favoured way. But Adrian and myself will be here tomorrow. Rita has to go back to a proper job. No, she doesn't. It's Monday's bank holiday. Why aren't you here tomorrow? Unless you're working on the bank holiday, of course.
Got to be elsewhere. But thank you for your company.
That's all right. Thank you for the chocks and the fruit. Both of which were delicious, and I'm sure the Sussex supporters will thank you for the wickets this afternoon as well. But from the Uptonsteel Grace Road on this third day of the first game of the season, Sussex on the verge of what would be a really great start to the season for them. It's myself, Richard Ray, Rita and Adrian saying good night.